Chapter 4767. Going fishing. Fortunes were common in the cultivation world, especially for the bold. Alas, high-level ones meant for Lu Rian and Zhuo Jianshi were once in an era. Perhaps we should visit the maelstrom again, Lu Rian suggested. Was polishing your physique the reason why you went there? Li Qie chuckled. No. The two girls shook their head at the same time. There was a strange phenomenon requiring investigation. We went and couldn't get out. Nonetheless, we didn't give up and continued to search for the Tao. Jianshi elaborated. Back then, Sky Devourer Grand Immortal represented the apex during that period. As long as they were around, their sect could continue to dominate. However, they suddenly disappeared one day. Their closest friends and ancestors had no idea where they went. Due to their significance, their sect searched for them one era after another. This was just a coincidence. They saw something new at the maelstrom and decided to forcefully enter. Few places had the ability to trap them, but the Great Maelstrom was an exception. Of course, they weren't at risk of dying. They abandoned unnecessary thoughts and continued to meditate inside for eras. The lack of distraction allowed them to reach their current perfect state. This, in turn, gave them the boost to leave the maelstrom. Now, they wanted to take another step forward. Alas, what was better than perfect? Opportunities are encountered, not forced. Li Qie shook his head. There's no point in returning to the maelstrom. Li Qie was right because that place no longer had the power to imprison them like before. It is still rather powerful. Our combined might can't destroy it, Rian said. Yes, but you still have the freedom to leave. Li Qie smiled. The two agreed with this and gave up on this idea. Why is this devilish thing still around? Wu Longxian interjected. No one can take it down, just like the burial grounds or now, the forbidden zones. Jianshi explained, it requires an expedition, and even then, the three of them would still need to gather other top masters and assault these locations constantly. There was a chance of success, but the price stopped them from doing so. Furthermore, there were a number of these locations. It was impossible to conquer them all. Nonetheless, if there was someone in the world who could do so, it would be the man standing before them. Thus, they stared at Li Qie. They recalled the palm strike that day and remembered the feeling of being weak once more. Young noble, your attack is invincible. You can conquer them, Jianshi praised. Invincible? No, that was only a move from one of my enemies. I killed 10 of that level before in one battle, Li Qie revealed. This astounded the three women and caused them to gasp. Jianshi meant invincible in the truest sense of the word when she praised him just now. This was still not enough to fit that definition. They took a deep breath and calmed down. It didn't matter that there were 10 cultivators capable of unleashing that level of technique because they had Li Qie on their side. The supreme overlords and monstrous cultivators might view them as ants. However, he could still massacre them. He was a symbol of hope in their mind, wiping away all despair. The apex of the Tao is unimaginable, Jianshi said softly. We figured out how strong the maelstrom was after the imprisonment. I can't believe there are still stronger things looming in the darkness. Right. The maelstrom is not the strongest thing in 8 Desolaces. There are several things just as strong. Li Qie smiled. Which one is the strongest? Wu Longxian asked. A monster that has been slumbering for epochs. It might have regained most of its strength. Li Qie's eyes narrowed. So you're here to kill it, young noble? Jianshi and Rian exchanged glances. Unfortunately, it won't fall for my trick. I purposely used the palm strike to provoke some of them, but they exercised prudence, he said. If you wish to start an expedition, we shall serve as your vanguard, young noble. Rian smiled charmingly. Knocking on their door one by one is too troublesome, Li Qie said, plus, we'll be alarming the others after the first visit. It won't be easy to find them afterward. Do you have a plan in mind? Jianshi asked. There will always be something tempting enough to make a move. The time is right as well. Li Qie said. The time is right? Wu Longxian asked. The old villainous heaven won't appear in this generation, so no tribulations. The time of the harvest is here. Li Qie chuckled. What thing can tempt these monsters? Jianshi wondered because she herself didn't care for mundane treasures of the Tao Lord level. A wondrous artifact on top of my flesh and blood. Quite nutritious. Li Qie smirked. So you're fishing with baits, young noble. The two understood. Li Qie's current targets this time were the hidden monsters. Yes, they should be dealt with. Li Qie said. Chapter 4768, A few terrifying characters. May we know more about your targets? Lu Rian asked. Those who deserve to die. It just depends on who will bite the bait. Li Qie said. Desolate Wild and the Forbidden Zones might team up. Jianshi said softly. That's fine. Li Qie smirked. More people, more fun. However, these places are all shackled and suppressed somehow. This is especially true for the Forbidden Zone, so they're not a real threat. As for the burial grounds, since this is a new epoch, the old ones that haven't shown up in a long time will most likely be tempted. I recall a gigantic monster. Wu Longxian had a serious expression as she said, back in Heaven's spirit during my reversion, I was taken to the river of time and caught a glimpse of this massive creature. Galaxies are only a part of its body. I know what you're referring to. Li Qie smirked. As I mentioned before, there are shackles in place. Some even suffered the heavenly tribulation or were killed during their weakened state. Nonetheless, some fish have escaped the net and are recuperating while hiding in our world. I see. The three women took a deep breath. They already had a general idea of this secret before. Currently, cultivators enjoyed peace in 8 desolaces. Though there were wars, it was still an age of prosperity. They had no idea that there were terrible slumbering creatures that could wake up at any moment and devour everything. They were nothing more than lumps of flesh meant for consumption. Of course, there were various forces holding them back through the epochs, forcing them to slumber. The moment they could move again, it would signal the end of the world. Li Qie never told the three this before because it was above their level. Now, they were finally qualified to speak on this issue, having been exposed to some clues before. Regular cultivators would assume that this was hearsay and mere speculations since they couldn't possibly imagine a greater height of power. These beings either have shackles or sealed themselves. Is your bait enough, young noble? Jianshi asked. The most fatal flaw in the world is greed. It can be more devastating than natural disasters. Li Qie said. He paused for a moment before telling them, the so-called great calamity stemmed from greed. Some will think that they have full control and shall be victorious, those will be the first to move. The girls followed him before, so when they saw the smirk on his face, they knew that a bloody fight was inevitable. Of course, the ones battered and beaten won't be Li Qie. Is there anything we can do to help, young noble? Rian and Jianshi bowed to ask. It was time for them to contribute. When it rains, clothes must be brought back inside. Li Qie said, this will be a cataclysmic battle. We understand and shall do our part. We'll be off then. The two bowed and immediately left without wasting time. What about me? Wu Longxian became lost. Got any plans? Li Qie stared at her. She tilted her head in contemplation and shook her head. She bit her lip innocently, not knowing what to do because she was just a little girl, all alone in this world due to the reversion process. The incoming battle didn't affect her because she didn't need to protect anyone or do anything for the sake of the world. It could all go down in flames and she wouldn't give a damn. This was her current mood. The path of the Grand Tao is often a solitary one. She conversed seriously this time. You have gone farther than anyone. How did you press on through the loneliness? Remember the world and still love it like before? Li Qie replied. She quietly pondered his comment and eventually said, "Your Tao heart isn't something we can obtain. There have been countless supreme geniuses and top masters in history. Unfortunately, the majority of them fell into the darkness and would willingly devour the world." Why is that? Why? She became curious. Because their eyes see nothing in the world but themselves. Li Qie stared at her while speaking. This struck the right spot because she shuddered afterward. This was indeed her current feeling, not giving a damn about anyone else. So what if billions or trillions were to die during a calamity? While standing on the apex and looking down, she became an outsider, a heartless spectator. Not joining in and devouring meant that her Tao heart was already strong, let alone acting as a savior. Favorite. Chapter 4769, Love the World. Wu Longxian thought about how everyone coveted a rebirth experienced by her. After all, none wanted to die after reaching the apex of life. Alas, the methods were limited and gradually ineffective, not to mention the imposed shackles. Her bloodline was an exception. She managed to gain another lifetime on top of keeping her invincibility and past memories. Of course, this wasn't entirely rosy because she found herself to be all alone. Those she knew have returned to the earth along with her sect. The world was vast, but its inhabitants could no longer enter her eyes or her heart. Living again doesn't seem that nice. She sighed sentimentally, expressing her long-lasting sadness. There is a price for everything. One must give up their emotions to become eternal. Li Qie said. Who can be emotionless without succumbing? She replied. She realized why a few big shots chose to live in seclusion after many eras. This was due to them not having any attachment to the actual world, only viewing it as something that could be potentially beneficial in the future. That depends on their Tao heart and original aspirations. The Tao path is long, but don't forget what you've been searching for. Otherwise, your Tao is meaningless since you are no longer yourself. Li Qie said. Yes. Wu Longxian said softly and stared at him. Perhaps I should have not regained my memories and started over from the beginning. She could have separated her new life from the previous completely and started over as a young girl. Alas, her choice made her feel unbearably lonely. If you were to go back to the decision, would you be willing to drop it all? Your memories of all your friends and loved ones? Li Qie asked. She fell into silence. After a long while, she responded, I don't know. Maybe I simply didn't want to leave this world and everything in it, that's why I chose rebirth. Yes, remember the world and love it like before. She repeated and became emotional. Perhaps this was her original intention in living longer. That's why it wasn't a bad thing for you to regain your memories. You might be lonely, but you still remember your feats and why you tried so hard. He paused for a bit and said, these memories are warning you to not forget your reason for being. When you forget them, the world will become meaningless then and you shall fall into darkness. She thought that he was right. In the here and now, the world no longer had anything to do with her. If she didn't have any memories, she would not care about its survival. In that case, she might take it a step further and participate in the destruction. Top existences once spilled blood to protect the world and their loved ones, going as far as being ready to throw their lives away. Unfortunately, after enough epochs, their world disappeared and they forgot their original aspirations. This turned them into destroyers, hence the importance of memories. I don't know how you've been able to do it, young noble. She said. Li Qie had lived longer than her, yet he still walked and participated in the mortal coil with love. Li Qie smiled and stared at the horizon. His eyes seemed to be peering above the high heaven. This is just part of the Tao. Li Qie said, I must continue to be myself or all my sufferings would have been meaningless. What should I do then? She murmured his comment before asking him with the earnestness of a child wanting to learn. He thought about it for a moment before answering, go to the secret realm. There are still things and people from the past, those who have lived in the same world as you. They can warm your heart. Thank you, young noble, for guiding me in both the previous and current life." She bowed deeply and truly appreciated him, for he had always steered her on the right path. "Go now." He nodded and accepted the gesture. "Will we meet again?" Due to her loneliness, meeting Li Qia was a guiding lamp event in her life. It could illuminate her path and allow her to walk forward. "If it's meant to be, but this is certainly not the last farewell," Li Qia said. "I hope to see you again then." She came over and hugged him. Though this wasn't a separation due to life and death, she knew that Li Qia would return to the realms above soon enough. These wars were far above her reach and he might not be able to come back. "I hope that your pure intentions will stay the same and guide you forward, little one." He embraced her back. "I hope that you will be eternal, young noble." Her eyes became moist. She then turned around and left without looking back while he watched until she disappeared from the horizon. This was another goodbye for his memories. Some were sadder than others. The good ones included seeing his friends again, but not all of them had a happy ending. How many could endure the torture of time as he did? Favorite. Chapter 4770, Leave with that, he gestured for the three men to come over. "Return from whence you came," he told them. "Young noble?" Jianming didn't expect this because they have been following Li Qia for a long time now. "I'm going somewhere soon," he told them. "A calamity is incoming and this place is no longer suitable for you three to stay. Leave or perish." The three trembled and sensed something ominous after hearing the word calamity from Li Qia's mouth. "We understand." The three bowed toward him. "Your ancestors have left behind impressive contingency plans. When the time comes, hide there," he continued. "We shall obey, young noble." They bowed again. Li Qia then raised one finger and it shined with a light originating from the immortal gemstone. "It is fate that has brought us together. I shall grant you a fortune for your effort." Li Qia pointed at Jianming's forehead. Buzz. The light entered his sea of memories and caused a tsunami, prompting him to shake and sweat uncontrollably. The light now existed within his mind for eternity, always ready to guide him. "Thank you, young noble." Jianming prostrated and bowed repeatedly. He then pointed at the Taoist's turtle shell and flicked his finger. Clank. The shell leaped up into the air before falling back into the Taoist's hand. Now, it pulsed with a mysterious and profound radiance. The Taoist himself couldn't understand right away despite his mastery of this art. "Go, this fortune contains the future of you and your tribe. Do your best to understand it," Li Qia said. "I will never forget your grace and generosity, young noble." The Taoist was moved to tears as he got on his knees. This gift didn't only benefit him but also the rest of his tribe. He thought that once he came back, he would erect a shrine to honor Li Qia for ages to come. "As for you, your golden gate is in-laws with the brat," Li Qia reminded the emperor. As a top ancestor, he understood the implication right away. His sect would need to rely on Jianming in the future. In other words, Jianming had a bright future and would far exceed him. Normally, he didn't need to rely on anyone due to his status and power. In this case, he knew better than to not heed Li Qia's comment. "I understand." He prostrated to show respect. The three didn't dare to linger for long and immediately left the primordial union. They headed back to their sect in order to prepare for the worst. Though they didn't have a clear idea of this so-called calamity, this must be something earth-shattering. They wanted to help their fellow clan members escape or death was certain. After chasing the three away, Li Qia climbed up a magnificent peak. Its upper half was deep in space, taking roots up in the heaven instead of the ground like a tree. He summoned a special light not belonging to him but rather, the tree of contribution. Buzz. It flew into one of the mystical Tao runes and caused a chain reaction, pulsing outward until it became something resembling a Tao source. At this exact second back in the ancestral ground of the four clans, the withered tree became resplendent again. Buds appeared and turned into green leaves at a rapid pace. Dao lights emerged all over their territories. Their members felt chaos true energy surging out of the ground, turning their home into a paradise for cultivation. The tree has been reborn. The ancestors sensed it right away, realizing that Wuxia has carried out his promise and granted them a fortune. The forefathers bless us. They and the juniors prostrated on the ground after seeing hope for the future again. By this point, Jian Ming has returned. He told the other ancestors to tell everyone to come back. Their plan was to rely on the clan's foundation and resources to survive this calamity. Deeper up in the primordial union were numerous nebulas and dancing Dao laws. Some black holes and chaotic spaces could be seen too, most were suppressed by the Grand Dao. After crossing through various obstacles, he made it to a maelstrom with endless Dao power and life force. It seemed to be the origin of all lives here. Of course, this was only an embryo. The true source of the Grand Dao couldn't be found so easily. Wuxia raised his hand and started deriving life and death while connecting with this maelstrom. Boom! A massive power erupted and was felt by everyone. Dao lights poured from the sky and blinded spectators. Nonetheless, they were able to see a pulsing figure. Who is it? This became the main question. It's Wuxia. Someone recognized the familiar figure. Is he at the Dao source of the union? Or rather, the primordial source? A peerless cultivator took a deep breath. Does he want to enter? Others became emotional after hearing this. Chapter 47-71, That Thing. The phenomena from the union frightened cultivators. The hidden lords, on the other hand, whispered among themselves due to a secret unknown to others. Did Dao Sanxian do something like this back then, entering the Dao source of the union? An ancestor quietly asked. Before becoming a supreme lord, the young Dao Sanxian was rumored to have reached the source of the primordial. No one could verify this. Nonetheless, he did become immensely successful afterward. Therefore, legends regarding this source existed. One included it granting a great fortune, allowing one to possess a long lifespan and peerless power. Seeing the source is more than just a fortuitous event. A high ancestor from an ancient clan said, "This is a pathway to the mysteries of the Grand Dao. It is as peerless as can be." Could you elaborate? A junior ancestor became startled. The ancestors nearby thought that Dao Sanxian's achievement was already incredible, becoming a virtually eternal existence. Was there something greater than this? The mythical primordial tree. The high ancestor whispered. One ancestor blurted out, "It is actually real? Not just a legend?" Peerless existences have heard of such a tree, the source of all the Grand Dao in 8 decalaces. From novice cultivators to the strongest, all of their Grand Dao and laws originated from this tree, the same for all the Dao sources since they lack the Dao fruits. It might not be a legend. Dao Sanxian has entered the union many times in history, not just once. The high ancestor said. But he found the primordial source already. A junior ancestor asked. From what I've seen of his subsequent actions, he only touched a branch, not the actual source. He is still searching for it. The high ancestor responded. He's still looking for a higher power? Is this the way to surpass the Dao lords? Another ancestor took a deep breath. Not necessarily, his ambition might extend further than that. He wants to enter the source and find the primordial tree. By meditating there, he hopes to obtain an unprecedented achievement in the Dao. The high ancestor explained. The entrance to the tree is there? Everyone became emotional and understood why Dao Sanxian has been searching for the source. It is rumored to be one of the shortcuts. I don't know how true it is. The high ancestor said. So how many figures have been known to reach the tree? One ancestor asked. Only the elites of elites. Pure Sun Dao Lord has obtained a Dao fruit while training under the tree. Then there's the duck egg buyer too. The high ancestor said. There was another name that the high ancestor didn't say, Zhan, the final immortal emperor. She was already an emperor once she reached tree. Nonetheless, she still searched for the Tao and obtained a Tao fruit while maintaining her imperial status. This particular legend was prominent and widespread. The titles of the immortal emperors from the last epoch have been forgotten. She was one of the rare exceptions. Moreover, during the Great Calamity, she was there to protect the world. Though many Tao lords appeared subsequently, her fame still overshadowed theirs. I wonder if it's real. An ancestor murmured about these legends. Not to mention them, even Tao lords rarely made it there with the exception of the 3 stated prior. Most importantly, they existed long ago, so records have been lost with time. Skepticism arose as a result. After all, if the invincible Tao lords couldn't find it, perhaps it wasn't real. Nonetheless, powerful cultivators continued to search for the tree, hoping to obtain one of its fruits. Is that what Wuxia is doing? Another asked. The high ancestor nodded. He is qualified to do so. I bet he'll be able to find the tree, given his invincibility. The juniors remained silent because Wuxia's power has broken everyone's sense of logic. Maybe finding the tree wasn't a big deal for him at all. On the other hand, the Dark Overlords and other supreme existences became startled. He wants to take that thing. A terrifying creature in the shadows whispered. The High Elder's suspicion of Wuxia wanting to meditate under the tree was shocking enough. However, these eternal existences had a different conclusion. They knew certain secrets unavailable to regular cultivators. In this case, the Primordial Union had an unimaginable item. They didn't care for Tao Lord weapons or even Tao Lord Paragon weapons. Why? Because some of them had access to epic Paragon weapons. Nonetheless, they still desired the thing in the Union almost as much as everlasting life. Alas, both were out of reach. They have tried many times before, but Wuxia had made preparations, opening the heavens window to ready the tribulations. This was a risk they couldn't afford. Thus, they have tried to come up with different strategies. Unfortunately, none proved sufficient. Today, Wuxia was heading there for it, causing them to be trembling with various emotions. That thing was about to appear in the world. He should not obtain it. Otherwise, an existence in highest wild communicated with the others. Wuxia himself was at a dreadful level. If he were to obtain this thing as well. For them at least, its value far exceeded the gauntlet at its perfect state. The master of the gauntlet couldn't obtain this thing, but they could. Favorite. Chapter 4772, Cosmic Lord. This might be the only thing of its kind in the history of the 9 worlds. It couldn't be duplicated or created. There has been more than just one epoch, meaning that top masters were constantly appearing. As the lords of epochs, they created unimaginable artifacts, weapons, and even miracles. Epic Paragon artifacts were the classification for their best work. Alas, none of them could copy and create something like what Wuxia was looking for. It was born with heaven and earth during the primordial period. First, there was nothing in the expanse. Worlds started to form and their inhabitants prospered. Cultivation became available and the wise sages began researching the mystical period. This thing has been around and had owners at times. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to use it. In the modern days, Wuxia has created a new epoch after the calamity. Hidden masters still paid attention to the item and its whereabout. Alas, they couldn't bypass Wuxia's heaven-defying method of relying on the heaven. They knew where it was but couldn't actually obtain it because it would be foolish to act recklessly against the high heaven. A single mistake would render their epic patience meaningless. Unfortunately, time was running out because of Wuxia. We must obtain it. One of them whispered. In Desolate Wild, they possessed a special communication method. Even the strongest cultivators in 8 Desolaces couldn't spy on their conversations. It is time to make a move. Another Dark Overlord said. Don't forget that this is his era. Someone else responded. It is still in its infantile stage, this opportunity will not come again. One more responded. This was the end of the conversation. No one else joined in. Deep in the 3000 Dao, a majestic figure floated in a temporal sphere. He opened his eyes and showed the vicissitudes within them. Leave the sect, he told his closest confidant. The person became confused at the sudden request. Leave, don't linger here, he repeated. The person didn't know what was going on, but something terrifying must be happening soon. After receiving this order, the person left the sect quietly and didn't report this to anyone else. The Lord of the Nine Worlds. Perhaps everything will change in this era, he then said while staring up at the sky. We'll see if this is a blessing or a disaster. With that, he crossed through dimensions to reach an unknown area, the abode of a superior capable of destroying everything. In another chaotic expanse were numerous behemoth lineages. For one reason or another, they didn't show themselves to the rest of the world. Nonetheless, they were strong enough to conquer 8 desolaces. Within them were slumbering lords of terrifying power. Today, someone visited them, a man pulsing with divinity. If another cultivator was here to see him, they would immediately recognize him as Cosmic Lord of True Immortal. What? A monster guarding the entrance to the lineage asked haughtily. The heavenly item is coming out soon, he said. The monster pondered for a bit before answering, so what? Leave. I have a recommendation from Gu Yin. Cosmic Lord expected this, so he revealed. The monster snorted, releasing a sound wave that could destroy the stars. Nonetheless, Cosmic Lord didn't leave. What do you want? The monster eventually asked. May I have an audience with the Supreme Lord? Cosmic Lord lowered his head. You are not qualified. The monster didn't hold back. Anyone else would be shocked to hear this, since Cosmic Lord was a top-tier existence eligible to meet Dao Lords. Gu Yin has been strongly recommending me. Cosmic Lord insisted. No. The monster shook its head. Know your place, insect. Let me meet him, I have a plan to obtain the heavenly item. Cosmic Lord didn't take offense to this. The monster ignored him, causing him to leave. Nonetheless, he still didn't give up and traveled to another desolate region. A great city floated in space with celestials floating around it. The walls were made from black steel, rendering spying impossible. It seemed to have existed in secrecy for epochs now. Cosmic Lord stood in front of the gate and announced, "This junior respectfully greets you, Supreme Lord." He patiently waited despite not getting an answer back while thinking about the various possibilities and the proper responses. He knew that inside was a terrifying existence capable of changing the situation. What is it? An ancient and distant voice seemingly from hell eventually answered. This junior greets you. He got on his knees and prostrated. Disturbing my slumber is a death sentence. The voice responded. I am aware. He said, but I also know that you wish to obtain the heavenly item, my lord. Is that so? The voice returned after a brief silence. He was not afraid, since he came with multiple plans, ready for any scenario. And? The voice gave the impression that it came from a gigantic entity standing above the heaven and looking down on an ant. I have a great plan, he said. Insects can't come up with any great plan, the Supreme Lord said with disdain. My lord, if you wish to participate in this grand event, I shall play the part of your messenger and servant, he said. Rather ambitious. The Lord saw through him. I am merely looking for small benefits, he sincerely responded. Do you know the consequences? The tone became frightening. I am willing to bear all the consequences, he answered resolutely. Chapter 4773, Skylight Li Chia crossed through perilous natural forces, Dao seals, and numerous barriers before reaching a forbidden zone. Here existed a faint shadow of a great tree. When in full bloom, it could blot out the entire world. Its illusory nature was due to its physical body not being in the current dimension. Nonetheless, he could still sense the mightiest power brimming from it, capable of reducing space into dust. Ancient ancestors and top monarchs wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Alas, putting its frightening nature aside, no one would be able to escape the temptation of getting closer. Plus, those aware of what it was would be overwhelmed with emotions, especially greed. This was none other than the primordial tree. Of course, it was only an illusory reflection in spite of its suppressive nature. Thus, one could only imagine the power contained in the real tree. According to the legends, those capable of climbing up the tree would be granted a great fortune. For example, Pure Sun Dao Lord and the Duck Egg Buyer both won a Dao fruit, eventually turning into immortal figures in history. Thus, despite it being a mere reflection, others still wouldn't give up the chance of climbing it regardless of the danger. On the other hand, Li Qie was not here for the tree. Each step took him through one dimension. He flashed back and forth from one plane to another. This lasted for an unknown amount of time before he reached his destination, a zone devoid of anything else. Cultivators would lose their power because the grand Tao and laws didn't exist here. Only a single sphere of light with incredible intensity could be spotted. The sphere didn't look special at all, only resembling a spatial point connecting one dimension to another. The thing of note was when standing in this area and looking up to note the skylight. This wasn't a skylight found in a building but rather, a passage that could reach the 9 firmaments, a path to the high heaven. Li Qie stood in front of the spatial point and looked upward to peer at the deepest crevices of the sky. This action would instill fear into peerless existences and make them feel as if everything belonging to them was taken away. A pair of eyes seemed to be looking down at them as well. This naturally creeped them out. In fact, the feeling Li Qie got was that it was viewing him as an ant just like everyone else. An air of domination manifested, that whatever this being was could erase everything in the blink of an eye. Li Qie maintained his gaze toward the unknown. Although the looming power could strike at any moment, he persevered despite facing a real risk. "Hey, bastard heaven," he said. No response came from above and the suppression stopped. The terrible feeling and the faint power also disappeared. Li Qie has successfully opened a skylight without facing any consequences, not something the overlords from the forbidden zones and burial grounds could do. Standing here was foolish since a heavenly tribulation could drop at any moment. They feared this the most, the one thing likely to destroy them. This was no longer their epoch. Being exposed to the high heaven was akin to courting death. The mightiest tribulation would descend and deliver them from life. Li Qie only smiled after sensing the dispersion. Amusingly enough, he might be on top of the list to be slain by the high heaven, above the dark overlords as well. Nonetheless, he didn't wonder why and continued his task. He touched the light sphere with his finger, prompting it to glow brighter. A Dao law flew out of his forehead and entered the sphere. This seemed to be a key. Buzz. He was instantly teleported to a dimension unreachable by others. He then looked up and saw a massive item. Chapter 4774. Another Li Qie. This was something that could drive even the epic lords crazy, one of the 9 heavenly treasures, the corporeal zone. Only a few in history managed to be in the presence of a heavenly treasure, let alone obtain it. They were born in primordial chaos and no other treasures could match them. The previous master of the corporeal zone was none other than the ancient Ming. This race was unstoppable and enslaved the 9 worlds for eras. Even the races of the gods and devils lived like cowards during their brutal reign. Outside of their unique bloodline, this treasure certainly aided their long-lasting supremacy. During this period, they were assaulted by new immortal emperors and top masters. Alas, they managed to persevere and even took down some of their mighty pursuers. This required incredible power since the emperors were virtually the strongest cultivators outside of the hidden ones. Eventually, the Dark Crow spent years formulating plans and winning battles with the help of his allies. The dynasty finally fell, but the race survived due to the corporeal zone. Subsequently, the Dark Crow had total control over the 9 worlds yet still couldn't eradicate them. Finally, with one final plan, he overcame the defensive nature of the treasure and wiped out the ancient Ming. Interestingly enough, this peerless treasure was never used to its fullest potential. Otherwise, the ancient Ming might have been comparable to the true monsters looming above. Its location was lost after the Great Calamity. Numerous sects sent out their disciples in search of the treasure only to fail. As time passed, cultivators forgot about its existence. They viewed the 9 treasures as mere legends, nothing more. Only the Dark Overlords and those from the Forbidden Zones and burial grounds remembered this treasure. They knew of its location but couldn't obtain it. First, entering this area was challenging and perilous. Even if they got here, the presence of the skylight made it fatal. They have lived a borrowed and pitiful life for billions of years. The high heaven would never miss the opportunity of reducing them to ashes. Therefore, they exercised patience and didn't pursue the corporeal zone. They waited until someone else could take it far away from the skylight. After all, they didn't lack time and had waited long enough. A bit longer didn't matter to them. At this time, Li Chia turned his attention towards someone. Yes, there was a person sitting in front of the corporeal zone with his back facing Li Chia. Anyone else would be completely shocked to see someone here. First, how did he even get to this unique location? Second, why didn't he take the heavenly treasure away and dominate 8 Desolaces? Li Chia came closer and the person noticed the intruder, turning around slowly. This painted an even more unbelievable scene. A third party's eyes would shift back and forth between Li Chia and this person, hoping to make head or tail out of this. It turned out that this man was another Li Chia. You've arrived. The sitting Li Chia stared at the newcomer and said. Indeed. Li Chia sat down, face to face, with himself. Time came to a halt during this meeting. The two were identical enough that no one could tell them apart. Are you aware of the amount of suffering you have inflicted on me? The second Li Chia asked. Yes, I've felt it too. Li Chia nodded. Carving yourself into the enemy and forcing the mind to believe it, the second Li Chia complained. I know. Li Chia said, what happened to you also happened to me. Moreover, I was completely lucid. It turned out that the second Li Chia was a strand of divine intent from the actual Li Chia. The latter molded it into Bloodhand Butcher and forced it to believe that it was him. Next came the cruel torture sessions, but the pain was felt by both of them. You were rather cruel to yourself. The second Li Chia said. If I couldn't do that, it would have been a different path. Li Chia smiled bitterly. There is nothing wrong with that. As the saying goes, take care of yourself first before giving a damn about others. The second Li Chia said. True. Li Chia sighed and took a while before responding, but I prefer to do it my way. My way. The second Li Chia murmured sentimentally. As long as I maintain my way and remember aspirations, I can handle any pain. Otherwise, I would become the same as the fallen Dark Overlords. Li Chia said. You do know they're living rather well. The second Li Chia said. Right, but they have lost themselves. Li Chia nodded. Chapter 4775, Greatest Suffering. What do you think is the greatest suffering in life? The second Li Chia suddenly asked. Li Chia pondered for a moment before gazing profoundly upward. Living in futility. Li Chia enunciated clearly. Each word seemed to be lasting as long as an epoch. That's not something I know. The clone said. It's because your suffering is over and your mission is complete. This is a full revolution of life, you won't experience this pain. And you? Li Chia's lips curled into a smile, an expression of the bitterness accumulated for eras. My mission is far, far from over. Li Chia said softly. His destination above had no end in sight, all travelers have turned into ashes before finishing the journey. The path itself is long indeed, but it's not overly difficult outside of the loneliness. You'll be all alone. The clone said. Is this payback? Li Chia smiled wryly. You deserve it for what you've done to me. The clone laughed. At least there is an end for you, it's rather enviable. Li Qie said. The clone paused for a moment before nodding. Right, I've finally finished my mission. He stared at Li Qie and continued, no need to suffer like you, a torture with no end in sight. Not everyone can be so lucky. Li Qie nodded. After you make it to the end of the world and when the dust settles, will you finally be at peace? The clone asked. Peace is following what the heart wants. This is the way. Li Qie took his time responding. What comes next? Where does your heart lead you after the mission is over? The clone continued. Will that day come? So many years now, it should. Li Qie became sentimental. I wonder which is better for you, victory or an early death. The clone said. This is easy, if I were to be selfish, an early death is far better. Li Qie laughed sincerely. True, death is an escape as long as you can make it there in the first place. There will be no regrets. The clone said. I'll absolutely make it to the end. Li Qie smiled but his eyes brimmed with determination. This is my pursuit, I must carry it out. Your Tao heart is your torturer, it has been tormenting you for eras now. The clone said softly. You have your mission and I have my pursuit. Would you have given up if you had somehow regained your wits? Li Qie said. No, how could I have given up? All of the pain would have been in vain. The clone shook his head. It's the same case for me. I'm fully aware of this, but I must continue forward in order to not waste my past and become a laughingstock. Li Qie said. True, you can't give up now. The clone became sentimental and tapped Li Qie's shoulder. Just take your time, your problems can only be solved by you, no one else in the world can help you bear the burden. They don't need to. Li Qie said. The burden is true, don't forget about the world and your love for it. The clone said. I know, that's why I envy you. Li Qie smiled wryly. Of course, I am about to be free. The clone understood. The path is over and karmic ties have been unknotted. Everything is back to the beginning. Li Qie said softly. And that is a completely acceptable end. I leave it to you now since I must go. The clone smiled. Rest assured that I'll do a fine job. Go now, we won't meet again. Li Qie said. I wish that you will make it to the end of the Grand Tao. We won't meet again. The clone said. I'll be there. Li Qie said. Goodbye. The clone's figure became increasingly faint before dispersing into particles. They scattered into space before disappearing from sight. Goodbye. Li Qie whispered, his eyes became slightly moist. He has been doing this for an epoch now. Time polished his heart as he toiled for the world. He has grown used to saying goodbyes. For some reason, this was another departure that managed to reach his diamond heart, poking at a soft spot. People understood themselves the most. However, how many had the chance to speak to themselves? Alas, this only bolstered his determination to move onward. The world could collapse and times could change completely, only his destination remained constant. He stood still like an immovable statue. Everything else seemed ephemeral in comparison. Remember and love the world. After a long period, he regained his wits and murmured. This prompted him to smile. Although he kept this in mind, there was nothing in the world that could make him quit the endless journey. His mood returned to normal, so he focused on the massive corporeal zone. This treasure allowed its master to be safe even from Tao lords and immortal emperors. If the users were strong enough, they could even use it to crush these top masters. This one was hidden by the ancient Ming for eras. Li Qie knew the location of another, the death coffin. Then there were the longevity grass and myriad thought pot. Heavenly treasures. I don't quite need it, but let's give it a better end than this. Li Qie said softly. In his opinion, these treasures might not be that useful for the final battle. Nonetheless, he still wanted to collect them instead of leaving them out to rot and be purposeless. Chapter 47-76. Audacity. Many assumed that peace would return to the primordial union after the battle since the great powers were gone. The next development took them by surprise. They noted an undercurrent happening, hidden lineages traveling to the union. They moved clandestinely, but due to their unreasonable power, others still sensed their arrival. Who are they? Why are there so many? One ancestor found this strange. Most importantly, they spotted characters even stronger than the 6 monarchs from 3000 Dao. These men weren't from true immortal or 3000 Dao, not any famous lineage. Interesting, lineages with an unknown background. A high ancestor had a good idea of where they came from. What do you mean? His juniors asked. These lineages shouldn't exist in this world, they're not allowed to appear. They must be from desolate wild or other secretive places. Rumor has it that they have experienced the heavenly tribulation before. The high ancestor explained. What? Another ancestor said, I thought these were mere legends. They're real. Recall how Cosmic Lord rose to prominence. The Abyss and Doom God Fiend who came from it. The high ancestor said, the Abyss is another legend that was proven to be real. Everyone recalled the alliance formed by Cosmic Lord to kill Doom God Fiend by the Abyss. This existence massacred the world and its top masters. His final defeat helped others find the Abyss, a place thought to be non-existent. I believe they have been hiding in desolate wild. A junior said, but this was impossible to verify. Most didn't have the power to travel there. Yes, they have to hide there because the moment they come out, tribulations will come down right away. The high ancestor said, however, I heard that they were active during the worst moments of the great calamity. This made the listeners take a deep breath and felt something ominous. Records of the great calamity were rare due to the sheer destruction experienced. Nonetheless, an epoch disappeared along with numerous colossal lineages. These men also took advantage of it. Why does the heaven not allow their existence? Another became curious. It must be a taboo topic above them, so no one answered. Forget that, why are they coming to the union? Someone else said. There must be a reason why these hidden monsters decide to show up now. For Li Chia. A wise ancient ancestor responded. Li Chia? The listeners shuddered after hearing this. They must want the immortal gemstone, but that's courting death. There is no chance of them beating him. An ancestor whispered. They had seen Li Chia's invincibility before and would never forget how he decimated top cultivators. No, I don't think the immortal gemstone is worth their gathering. I'm quite sure that he has obtained one of the 9 heavenly treasures. The wise ancient ancestor revealed. A heavenly treasure? Some ancestors have never heard of this before since they were relatively young. In fact, even the older ones weren't familiar with this topic. Who has seen any of them? Not even the Dao Lords. One ancestor said and doubted their existence. They're real. That's a fact. The wise ancient ancestor said. To which the high ancestor responded, wait, are you referring to the tale during the great calamity? One of them showed up, forcing the supreme monarch to perform a spatial blow despite being billions of miles away. Her Highness did that? Ancestors exchanged glances. Li Chia has one now too, so heaven-defying. A visiting king became lost in a daze. Li Chia already had the immortal gemstone. Now, with the addition of the heavenly treasure, he stood at the apex of the apex. If the treasures are real, Li Chia is absolutely the most qualified to obtain them. One ancestor admitted. Chapter 47-77, Invincibility. Poof. Chaos. True energy suddenly poured down and permeated the entire union. Cultivators breathed in and felt comfortable as if they were floating in an ocean of favorable energy. Training here would be 10 times more effective. Li Chia is coming out soon. Ancestors and experts realized something. The Tao source is opening again for him to come out. A big shot stared in the direction of the fluctuation. Buzz. Sure enough, primordial light pulsed from that direction and attracted everyone's attention. Li Chia walked out from the radiance and it disappeared subsequently. All eyes were on him. He looked the same as before, devoid of aura and divinity, just a regular cultivator at best. Taking account of appearance only, no one could connect him with an unbeatable cultivator who could treat Tao lords like ants. What an incredible concealment art. An ancient ancestor found this astonishing. Li Chia's power was at the apex, yet he could still hide it as if he was immortal. It meant that he had perfect control over each strand of energy. This was as natural as breathing to him. Nonetheless, due to their prior knowledge, spectators felt as if they were stuck in an ice cellar while being in his presence. Geniuses and even ancestors quietly kneeled on the ground and breathed quietly without needing a word from him. Rise. Li Chia glanced at the crowd and said. His words made them shudder. They took their time standing up in order to avoid being noisy to show respect. Most didn't dare to stare straight at him. Bam! Someone landed in front of him while concealing their own might. He lowered his head and said, "Young noble, please forgive our past transgression." This was none other than the leader of the 6 monarchs from 3000 Tao, enveloping monarch. The once dominant cultivator might not be qualified to stand before Li Chia, let alone speak with him. Therefore, the big shots considered his unprompted apology as being rude. What? Li Chia stared nonchalantly at him. The gaze made the monarch feel his blood running cold. He felt that just one glance from Li Chia could make him explode. He once stood at the top of the food chain, but in reality, everyone beneath Li Chia was all the same, just another ant. I humbly ask regarding what you found in the Tao source. He shuddered as he asked. He didn't feel the same fear when he fought ancient ancestors and even Tao Sanqian in the past. Nonetheless, he still mustered enough courage to ask. No one had a problem with his near-subservient attitude. Just being able to converse with Li Chia was the greatest honor. His question immediately got everyone's attention. They all wanted to hear the answer but didn't dare to ask. It was impressive that the monarch had the guts to do so after opposing Li Chia earlier. Of course, they were merely curious since the fortune in the Tao source should be paramount. Moreover, they felt that whatever immortal item it was, Li Chia was the most worthy to be its owner. Why should I tell you? Li Chia smiled. In the past, listeners would focus on the perceived disdainful tone. Now, they felt immense pressure from a single sentence even though it was directed at enveloping monarch. Li Chia had a smile on his face instead of anger, yet they felt their legs going weak. Some dropped back down to the ground and looked away. His words alone carried enough weight to force others into submission, no need for aura or divinity. Favorite. Chapter 4778. Know your place. Ancient ancestors held their breath after hearing this. An ultimate cultivator like Li Chia didn't need to explain himself or his actions to anyone. Thus, whatever he obtained in the primordial union was his business alone. After all, who could make him talk right now? Enveloping monarch felt a sharp pain in his heart and started heaving for breath. Li Chia's tone remained friendly as if he was commenting on the weather. Alas, he understood how foolish he was for asking. Congratulations, young noble. I've heard the news of your heavenly treasure. Someone else interjected while enveloping stood there frozen. Everyone looked over and saw that it was none other than Cosmic Lord. He revitalized true immortal and led the world once. Thus, the crowd still respected him and he was certainly worthy of it. However, he was still overshadowed by Li Chia's current prestige and status. His spotlight was completely stolen. Putting this contrast aside, they also heard his comment and became emotional. The big shots and peerless cultivators thought that he was courting death. Some have received information that it might be one of the 9 mythical treasures. However, they didn't dare to say a damn thing lest risk offending Li Chia. Now, Cosmic Lord dared to reveal Li Chia's secret in public. This was certainly unwise. One of the 9. An ancestor whispered in astonishment. I didn't know they were actually real. A young expert felt the same way. No one has seen them before, so it's unverifiable. The ancestor responded. Astoundment struck everyone because it seemed that the mythical items were actually real since Cosmic Lord spoke with confidence. They didn't understand his decision at all because one hand wave from Wuxia could obliterate him. I can see why he used to be the alliance leader. Another ancestor calmed down and said. Everyone was afraid of Wuxia right now and didn't think about provoking him. No one dared to bring up the 9 treasures, but Cosmic Lord was different. His courage and decisiveness far exceeded theirs. Foolish it may be, this was part of his charisma and perhaps the reason why he was able to rally everyone against Doom God Fiend. Quite fast with the information. Wuxia smiled. His confirmation struck listeners like lightning. Their brains exploded and they stood in a daze. This included peerless ancient ancestors as well. They are absolutely real then. One ancestor blurted. The 9 heavenly treasures were artifacts exceeding even paragon weapons from the previous epochs. Those with knowledge of them understood their significance. Now, Wuxia had confirmed their existence. Wuxia is already unbeatable, now, he has a heavenly treasure too. A top genius murmured. His power became unfathomable even for the most experienced ancestors and lords. He might exceed everyone in the past and the future. The 9 treasures were born in the chaos with heaven and earth. It is a part of the world. Cosmic Lord smiled, able to still converse normally with Wuxia without trembling in fear. And? Wuxia interrupted him. Since it is a part of the world, it should be shared with its inhabitants. Cosmic Lord concluded. Chapter 4779. So I should share my heavenly treasure with the rest of the world? Wuxia seemed amused by Cosmic Lord's assertion. Alas, his smile and casual tone still horrified the crowd. It is a type of natural resource. Even if you do not wish to share, at least show it and broaden everyone's horizon. Cosmic Lord responded. Many started sweating for him due to his unparalleled audacity. Yes, the world shall sing songs of your deed today. Enveloping Monarch joined in. The crowd exchanged glances and thought that this couldn't just be a coincidence. Nonetheless, the ancestors didn't understand these two's end goals. They were mere ants speaking to a supreme existence. Wuxia could kill them with a single flick. Most importantly, they knew this themselves, so why would they continue to provoke him? They didn't look like they were tired of living. They carefully thought about it and couldn't come up with an ace card capable of challenging Wuxia. A while ago, people might bring up True Immortals Monarchs and 3,000 Dao's Dao Sanqian. This would certainly dominate anyone, but unfortunately, they were facing the person standing on top of the world, Wuxia. Their sex weren't enough since he could wipe them out. Sure, the heavenly treasure was tempting, but it had an unbeatable master now. Ah, everyone just wants to take a look. Fine, those who wish to do so, come closer. Wuxia's eyes shifted from the 2 to the rest of the crowd. Spectators immediately avoided his gaze, completely horrified. Even the ancient ancestors trembled afterward and lowered their head. They didn't have the courage to look straight at him, let alone come closer. The 2 leading cultivators, Cosmic Lord and Enveloping Monarch, weren't enough to rally the crowd against Wuxia. They preferred to live instead. Seems like you 2 are mistaken, they're not interested. Wuxia smiled. The 2 have expected this scenario, so they weren't caught off guard. They do not dare to speak, we are speaking on their behalf. Cosmic Lord smiled. Just who is giving you the courage to provoke me at this point? Don't tell me you think you are actually qualified to provoke me? Wuxia smirked. Everyone thought that he was merely speaking the truth at this point. This was no longer an issue of arrogance. We are merely asking on behalf of the world, this isn't a provocation, young noble. Cosmic Lord remained calm. His composure and courage actually impressed the crowd. They could see why he was once the leader of a world alliance. I wonder if you possess unmatched courage or just blind confidence for your backers. If it's the latter, you don't have long left in this world. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Thank you for your praise, young noble. I toil for everyone else. Cosmic Lord bowed slightly. The once respected Cosmic Lord was viewed as a plague at this point. None wanted to be involved with him since they didn't want to die and bring their sect down with them. They knew that these two weren't here for their sake. Benevolence and generosity weren't at play here, only personal goals and motives. Seems like you two don't think I will kill. Li Qie smiled and said, perhaps I should make an example out of you now. Having said that, he took one step forward and released an invincible aura while narrowing his eyes. Rumble. Spectators including ancient ancestors helplessly fell to their knees, unable to withstand his aura. Chapter 4780, Poof. Dao flames flooded out of his concentrated gaze, forcing everyone into submission even though he didn't make an actual move. Both enveloping and cosmic were horrified by the surge of aura. Activate. Enveloping became shrouded in a golden radiance due to the emergence of a divine halo. He focused his eyes and there seemed to be 3,000 worlds within. The halo surrounded him and poured down endless Dao laws, capable of pushing up the realms and stopping all offenses. It separated him from everything else, proving itself to be unbreakable. Golden halo of death. Everyone found this defensive maneuver impressive. This was an ultimate art of bones created by a Dao Lord. It helped the sect compete against many other great powers. Rumor has it that enveloping's attainment in this technique was only behind its creator. Break. Cosmic didn't just sit and wait for death. He summoned a spear pulsing with an immortal light. Each ray brimmed with destruction. God Killer. Many shouted after seeing the spear. This was the weapon that he used to crucify Doom God Fiend by the abyss. Another said. This victory earned him prestige and the title of Cosmic Lord, implying that the great leader was always in control of everything and capable of reversing the tides. Skypiercer. He roared and threw his spear forward. Boom. The spear made the sky turn dark as if the sun has been struck down. A black hole was created in its path. The crowd bellowed in astonishment while thinking that Cosmic Lord did indeed live up to his fame. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The two of them were not only powerful but had a sure plan as well. One focused on defense while the other used the strongest attack to catch Li Qie off guard. Of course, this had no effect on Li Qie. The might of his gaze alone sent the spear flying back on top of assaulting the golden halo. The barrier had countless cracks before crumbling in the next second. Bam! Bam! His gaze then pushed them down to the ground and immobilized them, rendering them helpless. This is true invincibility. The crowd was shocked again, feeling the same emotion they did back in the previous battle when he crushed Shinjuantian's alliance. Enveloping Monarch and Cosmic Lord were the strongest ancient ancestors available on top of being historically famous. The former's golden halo was rumored to be unbreakable while Skypiercer had killed a god fiend before. Now, they couldn't stop a single focused gaze from Li Qie. His name represented invincibility by now. Whenever the crowd heard the name Li Qie, they would immediately think of his unstoppable power and peerless status. Only he was worthy of the greatest fortune and treasures in the world. Eternal cycle of the six Tao. A chant interjected this perilous moment. Cosmic Lord became radiant and a spatial shift saved him from the Tao suppression. On another side, the temporal affinity came to a halt. Everyone felt as if a single second took as long as an era. The strings of time became visible and revealed their beauty. If it was raining, everyone would be able to see each individual raindrop. A river of time manifested during the stagnation, stretching endlessly through time and attracting everyone's attention. With 3,000 Tao I am immortal. A chant could be heard coming from a person walking on time itself, allowing him to traverse an incalculable distance. Dao Sanqian. Everyone knew who he was right away after hearing this. Buzz. Enveloping monarch who was pushed to the ground by his own halo was swept away by a temporal wind. Bam! A radiant cultivator shrouded in the 6 Dao landed. They took the form of an immortal flame. His eyes appeared to be an endless rotation of the Dao. Staring at the pupils might result in being swallowed and refined down into another spark of the cycle. Buzz. The walker on the temporal river has finally arrived. His light illuminated the battlefield. 6 Dao Immortal Monarch, Dao Sanqian. The crowd shouted their title. Chapter 4781. The strongest characters of Sky Border have arrived. They have reigned for eras now and continued their domination to the present day. 6 Dao Monarch cultivated the longest under the tutelage of all things Dao Lord since he was an exceptional disciple. Later on, he took over the administration of the sect and taught fellow disciples in his master's stead. Therefore, he possessed both monstrous cultivation and other resources. As for Dao Sanqian, one didn't need to waste words on his power. Just telling people that he was the teacher of 5 Dao Lords was enough, or just his title, Teacher of Lords. During his active generation, his energy engulfed 8 Desolaces. With his own abilities and no outside help, he dominated the realms. After finishing his Grand Dao, he changed 1 Dao into 3,000 and started a sect. His leadership resulted in prosperity for his followers and gave birth to many more capable tributaries. For example, Paramount Gate and many others had deep ties with 3,000 Dao. He had too many accomplishments to list, but regular cultivators still enjoyed his stories with the Dao Lords the most. He was the Dao protector of 8 Stallion, the master of 3 truths since the Dao Lord's youth, and once guided Skystone. Therefore, the top cultivators and supreme geniuses in subsequent generations all addressed him as teacher from a distance. Currently, he stood at the apex after obtaining numerous incredible fortunes and artifacts, not to mention his peerless status and connections. Search tineural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Some believe that he could serve as a mediator in any conflict. Just one word of his could put an end to wars because Dao Lords had to give him face. The appearance of these 2 lords could shake the world in any era. The biggest problems could be easily solved by them. Unfortunately, this was an exception. Instead of kneeling and celebrating in their presence, a strange silence engulfed the crowd. The man standing opposite them was different. Despite lacking flashiness, he still outshined the radiant duo. So what if one was the first disciple of a famous Dao Lord or the teacher of the Dao Lords? None of this mattered because Li Qia was the brightest sun. The person the crowd was kneeling to was Li Qia, not them. What a lively day. Li Qia smiled and stared at them. I don't think the 2 of you will change anything here. The crowd held their breath. Both Dao Sanqian and 6 Dao Monarch clearly couldn't make Li Qia serious, the same way as a mortal wouldn't give 2 ants another look before stomping them. Dao brother, we bear no malice. Dao Sanqian calmly said. Is that so? Li Qia had an amused look. You are unique in history who has experienced an eternity longer than my own. How could we have malice toward you? I myself have nothing but respect for your contributions. You are our role model. Dao Sanqian said earnestly. The crowd thought that these 2 would be annoyed by Li Qia's disdainful attitude. However, this didn't seem to be the case. What was Dao Sanqian talking about? Why the respectful tone? Seems like you know quite a bit. Li Qia responded. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to see you, Dao brother. Dao Sanqian said. Enough flattery, state your intention. Li Qia said. Dao Sanqian and the monarch exchanged glances. The monarch took over instead and said, Dao brother, your recently obtained heavenly treasure must be corporeal zone. See, you do know quite a bit. Li Qia chuckled. Listeners became emotional. The 9 treasures' existence was all but confirmed at this point. Now, they finally learned one of their names and that Li Qia was in possession of it. Corporeal Zone. They murmured. Surprisingly enough, one of the greatest treasures in the world didn't have a grand title. Corporeal Zone seemed rather ordinary. Moreover, they couldn't speculate what it was or its effects just from the name. I have heard of the 9 treasures since youth but never got the fortune to see one. Today, your success must mean that you're chosen by the heaven. Dao Sanqian praised. Chosen by the heaven? Li Qie smirked. My master said that corporeal zone can accommodate the world itself within. Would you broaden our horizon by showing us the treasure? 6 Dao monarch said. He spoke without malice, only eager anticipation. All eyes fell on Li Qie next. Chapter 4782. Who wouldn't want to take a look at a heavenly treasure? Even if they couldn't obtain it, just taking a look meant gaining a great story to be retold in the future. After all, these treasures were believed to be mythical or mere fabrications. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. Of course, they didn't dare to request this directly from Li Qie due to the difference in status and power. Why should I let you take a look? Li Qie smiled. Support us at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. No one has seen them before while you are blessed by the heaven to obtain this supreme fortune. The world would praise you for your generosity if you were to do so. Your name would be part of many songs. 6 Dao monarch said. We know we are overstepping our bounds. Dao Sanqian added, we respectfully await your decision and just want everyone to experience a monumental event, nothing more. If the crowd had to pick a side, they would pick the duo because they also wanted to take a look. Sounds rather noble of you too. Is it actually sincere though? Li Qie chuckled. His contempt was met with nothing but acceptance. Though these two were top existences, they couldn't actually do anything to him. Dao brother, you are out of line here. Our true immortal sect has been working for everyone's sake all this time. Our progenitor spread the Dao and helped build 8 desolaces. Our aspiration lies in making the world a better place. He spoke powerfully and convincingly. As for the listeners, those who knew history would disagree with him. True Immortal had done its fair share of bullying others. Your sect isn't worthy of your description. Li Qie said. 6 Dao monarch's expression soured. No one had the tolerance to withstand repeatedly insults, let alone an ancient ancestor like him. He couldn't put on a smile and let the guy insult his sect as well. It's been a long time since I've last heard someone criticize our sect. An ethereal voice interjected. Everyone looked around but couldn't find the source of the voice. It seemed to be coming from the horizon, yet they could hear it clearly. Poof! Strands of smoke appeared not far from 6 Dao monarch, seemingly coming out of nowhere. They condensed together to form a figure, a man wearing an ancient official uniform. Others couldn't pinpoint a particular era to this style. He floated like a ghost, capable of appearing in any location. Nothing in the world could hinder his path. He had hidden his aura, yet the crowd could still sense his power. Despite his fragile nature, they knew that he could drag the world and force it to follow his momentum. One could say that the ruler of hell should have this appearance, that he could command countless souls to devour 8 desolaces. They could actually imagine his body somehow opening into the shape of a mouth and swallowing all living beings. Fear immediately overwhelmed them. Who is he? Experts and ancestors wondered. They only knew that he was an ancient ancestor of true immortal. Ancestor. 6 Dao monarch respectfully greeted him. The crowd became slack-jawed because this man seemed to have a higher status than even 6 Dao monarch. This must be one of their rare surviving monarchs from the olden days. An ancient ancestor had a good idea of the man's identity. Spectre monarch, you're here too. Dan Sanqian greeted. Spectre? The crowd found this title unfamiliar. Only a few ancient ancestors became startled. Spectre, a direct disciple of blessed monarch, one of the 10 geniuses under him. A high ancestor gasped. The group around him exchanged glances. The generation of Blessed Tao Lord was brilliant with numerous talents. However, he still stood out among them. The high ancestor continued, moreover, he also preached the Tao frequently in his master's stead. The progenitors of many current powers benefited greatly from listening and formed their sect afterward. He taught his fellow brothers and sisters as well. This included World Raiser Tao Lord. In fact, he might have become the successor due to Spectre Monarch's support. Everyone knew that although World Raiser was a direct disciple of Blessed, his talent was one of the worst, not to mention a late Tao debut. However, he was still chosen by Blessed as the successor of a great behemoth, a rather unconventional and puzzling decision. Chapter 4783, True Immortal's Golden Age happened after Blessed Tao Lord's success. World Raiser Tao Lord, the chosen successor, strangely had weak talent and cultivation. Moreover, he was up there in age as well. He took over True Immortal, a post highly coveted by everyone else. In fact, putting external threats aside, numerous supreme existences and geniuses in True Immortal wanted his position. After all, being the leader of True Immortal meant being the leader of 8 Desolaces. Although Blessed Tao Lord was an unparalleled symbol in True Immortal, the temptation of power was irresistible. This was especially true after Blessed Tao Lord left 8 Desolaces and the resulting successor seemed lacking. Moreover, Blessed Tao Lord had numerous disciples, not just World Raiser. The latter would have had 0 success if it wasn't for the direct appointment. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Thus, World Raiser was put in a precarious situation with threats from all sides. Ultimately, he managed to overcome all of this on top of turning over a new leaf and becoming the next Tao Lord. True Immortal actually grew under his leadership. When capable historians discussed this issue, they would attribute this to his personal abilities and another reason, Spectre Monarch. He was Wordraiser's junior brother and a part of the 10 supreme geniuses under his master. Of course, his senior brother was far inferior during the early days. The two weren't on the same sphere. Blessed Tao Lord had nothing but praise for Spectre Monarch's innate gift. Amusingly enough, Spectre Monarch actually helped World Raiser with cultivation despite being considerably younger. In fact, everyone thought that he had the best chance of becoming the next successor. Later on, he became a main candidate to be a justified usurper. On the contrary, he didn't do any of that and supported World Raiser instead, hence his well-known contribution to World Raiser's success. His noble character earned him a unique status in True Immortal. Though future generations gradually forgot about him, a few ancient ancestors still remembered this pillar of the sect. Some believed that as long as he was still alive, True Immortal would never fall. This might be an exaggeration, but it did accurately reflect his prestige. Now, those who knew him became surprised to see him here. Does True Immortal want to go against Li Qie at all cost? One of them whispered. True Immortal was far removed from its peak, but it was still formidable and could order the world. Alas, Li Qie didn't play the same game as everyone else. Spectre Monarch's presence didn't change anything, so why did he come? Was he here to show how determined they were? This confused and intrigued the crowd because True Immortal's total defeat could change the landscape of 8 Desolaces. What can you accomplish here? Li Qie glanced at him and said as if he could crush the guy without any problem at all. I haven't seen someone as strong as you since my master. Spectre Monarch said with admiration instead of anger. Everyone knew who Master was referring to, Blessed Tao Lord, one of the candidates to be the greatest Tao Lord of all time. They have witnessed Li Qie's power in person but not Blessed Tao Lord. From this, one could imagine how terrifying Blessed Tao Lord used to be as well. Just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean that they're not around. Tao Lord is only the beginning. Li Qie chuckled and instilled despair into everyone. The so-called invincible realm was just the beginning? Alas, they couldn't refute him. Spectre remained silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I haven't reached the true apex, but the legends are right, we are mere ants. Then why are you here? Li Qie asked. Spectre Monarch took a deep breath and stared at Li Qie to say, I am here to broaden my horizon and witness the #1 cultivator in history. That's a nice way to put it. Li Qie said before focusing his eyes in another direction, You're not alone though. This surprised everyone. Was there someone else from True Immortal that is even stronger than Spectre Monarch? They became curious because he should be the strongest ancient ancestor there. Knowledgeable ancestors couldn't come up with another person. Really? Some listeners were confused. However, there was someone standing in the direction of Li Qie's gaze. He posed there as if he has been there the entire time. It's just that no one noticed him until Li Qie said something. The crowd assumed that he was in a hidden state, hence the lack of detection. The guy didn't seem surprised to be spotted by Li Qie at all and had a calm expression. Chapter 4784. This newcomer turned out to be rather young in age and wore a plain robe. In fact, his lack of aura actually reminded people of Li Qie. The difference between the two of them was the determined pair of eyes belonging to the youth, a stark contrast to Li Qie's ever-so-present lackadaisical gaze. The youth's focus seemed to be in a distant place. His eyes brimmed with determination and perseverance. The crowd noticed this because Li Qie clearly paid attention as well. Otherwise, in another setting, they might not have given him a second glance. With enough time, it became apparent to the top masters that he was special. No one would be able to move him from his position or defeat him. He was as still as an eternal mountain, unsurpassable and indestructible. This surprised them because they have never met him before. Senior brother. Spectre Monarch bowed while Six Dao Monarch and Cosmic Lord bowed even lower. The chosen honorifics shocked everyone because who could be older than Spectre Monarch in True Immortal? Though the youth had a regular appearance, he was obviously anything but. Spectre Monarch's senior brother? Cultivators murmured in confusion. His senior brother must be another disciple of Blessed Dao Lord. However, the ancient ancestors didn't recognize him. He is Blessed Dao Lord's disciple. An undying cultivator from that actual generation wondered. Of course, she didn't have anything to do with True Immortal. Nonetheless, the accomplished cultivators from True Immortal were famous and known by all, especially Blessed Dao Lord's disciples. As a peerless Dao Lord, his disciples were rather brilliant. Even World Razor, who was mocked for lacking talent, still leaped over the Dragon Gate and became a Dao Lord. Therefore, this youth must be just as great. In reality, not to mention outsiders, even members of True Immortal didn't recognize him. This included hall leaders, protectors, elders, and even ancestors. They never got the chance to meet Spectre Monarch. Nonetheless, they still knew that there was such an ancient ancestor around. This wasn't the case for this particular youth. A little interesting. Li Qie smiled. The youth's eyes seemed empty as if he was only focusing on something distant. The current world couldn't command his attention. However, he focused his gaze on Li Qie after hearing this and bowed. It is Tian Tu's honor to meet you, sir. My master has mentioned you before. Tian Tu. Dao Sanxian realized who he was after hearing his name and found this astonishing. Blessed Dao Lord's first disciple. Listeners were amazed to hear this. The name was unfamiliar to them, but that position was something else. Normally, the most talked about disciple was none other than World Razor Dao Lord due to his underdog story or a supreme genius such as Spectre Monarch. A quick look at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Wait, I thought Blessed Dao Lord's first disciple was World Razor Dao Lord. Someone else murmured. Do you know anything about this? An ancestor asked his friends. This was entirely new to them. They wouldn't have known if it wasn't for Dao Sanxian. It's him. An existence that has been to World Breaker before said, he's the one who learned the Supreme Fist Dao there and still came out unscathed, leaving World Breaker? The crowd was astonished. Wow, that's Blessed Dao Lord's first disciple for you. Someone sighed and said. Learning the Tao in Worldbreaker meant becoming a fist slave. No one could escape this fate outside of God Fist. However, his status was still a fist slave. 1. Tian 2 here means heaven's disciple or follower. Chapter 4785. Tian 2 might be the only person to have learned a Tao from Worldbreaker without becoming a fist slave. Alas, his name was unfamiliar to the current generation. So strange, why does the first disciple of blessed Tao Lord not have any amazing battle record and legends? A mighty cultivator whispered. This question was reasonable given his tutelage. All of blessed Tao Lord's disciples eventually made a name for themselves, contributing greatly to true immortal. Because of this, they were part of the historical annals. Of course, as time passed, these stories disappeared as well, but remnants still remained. This didn't apply to Tian Tuesday. No one from True Immortal had an idea about him with the exception of the upper echelon. Nonetheless, Spectre Monarch did confirm his identity, so this dispelled all doubts. If you already know, why are you here? Li Qie smiled. I pursued the way of the fist and only the way of the fist, nothing else. Tian Tu calmly responded. So here to test it out on me? Li Qie asked. There are plenty of people stronger than me. I've seen the vestige of an immortal during my youth. Now that was invincible, but it still isn't my pursuit. Tian Tu said. This comment was interpreted differently by the crowd. Regular cultivators didn't think much of it. After all, the word immortal has been used colloquially and was no longer confined to a strict definition. On the other hand, knowledgeable and ancient beings became emotional. Given Tian Tu's background, he has seen the miracles performed by his master and wouldn't use the word immortal to describe them. There were too many and none was worthy of this word. This meant that he was referring to something extraordinary that was not done by his master, hence their astonishment. What is your wish today? Li Qie smiled. To face defeat by the fist Tao, for that is the only thing I see. The soft tone contained domineering confidence. He implied that no one in the world could compare to him in this regard. There is the fist scripture in God Fist in Worldbreaker, but the Tao doesn't stop there. He continued. This left the crowd frozen with many things coursing through their mind. Rumor has it that Worldbreaker contained a supreme scripture containing an immortal fist Tao. It was hidden in their library and guarded by wondrous cultivators. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. They didn't know who exactly the guards were because few made it out alive. Only a few exceptions were known. One ancient historian confirmed that the duck egg buyer has entered the library before. There was concrete evidence for this claim. Later on, another credible source stated that the mythical duality master has done so as well, the only person to be invited into Worldbreaker with complete freedom. Now, Tian Tu has also read the Immortal Fist scripture and probably fought with God Fist as well. God Fist was another legend, the only fist slave capable of leaving Worldbreaker. Though Tian Tu didn't reveal any detail, they must have competed with the fist Tao. The result was unknown, but it seemed that Tian Tu definitely didn't lose. Who won between the two of them? An ancient ancestor wondered. Many became curious about the outcome of this battle. Both of their fist Tao originated from Worldbreaker. To be more exact, the Immortal Fist scripture. It must have been a magnificent contest. Unfortunately, the world didn't have the luck to see it. This cannot be the limit of the fist Tao. Tian Tu said. The crowd exchanged glances and thought that he was being rather domineering. Did he think he has reached the limit of this Tao? Is that so? Li Qie smiled. It is from my own experience. Tian Tu stared straight at Li Qie. However, I have heard about another fist technique. He took a deep breath and his dull eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, a punch capable of sealing the high heaven. A punch capable of sealing the high heaven? Listeners repeated in astonishment. The high heaven was the ultimate existence, the apex of the apex. After all, just the heavenly tribulations alone were unstoppable. Who would dare to seal the inscrutable high heaven itself? Chapter 4786. No one has ever dared to think about sealing the high heaven before. Just having the ambition was difficult enough, let alone actually attempting. Does such a punch exist? A near-death ancestor whispered. Sealing the high heaven, an ancient existence thought about a legend from beyond their epoch. Something flashed in her head at this second. She had heard about this old tale before, one that frightened numerous top cultivators. This is referring to the Forbidden One. A being from a power belonging to the previous epoch whispered with fear. This was a taboo subject in 2 epochs now, a shadow engulfing the entire world and instilling dread into all. This became doubly true after the Great Calamity. Those from the Forbidden Zones and Old Earths finally realized the significance of this being. They were considered taboo existences by the world, yet they considered this dark crow to be taboo, not wanting to whisper his name. Most listeners had no idea what was going on, but the old existences watched attentively, albeit with fear. As for Tian Tu, his sole focus was on Wuxia. Battle intent started surging from him. The fist is my life and its limit shall be my end as well, Tian Tu said. Others became impressed because it was hard to find someone with such a firm Dao heart with a single Dao. Cultivators trained in order to become stronger and gain higher status and authority. Or, some did it in order to be invincible and they would pick different Dao. Tian Tu, on the other hand, focused on only the fist Dao and dedicated his life for this goal. Few had a mentality of this level regarding cultivation. As the first disciple of blessed Dao Lord, he had access to the best merit laws and techniques. He could have aimed for the top position as well with all the authority a man could want. Alas, this was not his pursuit. His fist Dao is virtually unbeatable, Dao Sanqian himself murmured. Thus, Tian Tu respectfully asked Wuxia, a punch that can seal the high heaven, please fulfill my wish, sir. First brother's best punch is known as truth. Spectre Monarch put on a solemn expression. He was one of the rare souls that knew how strong Tian Tu was. The rest of the world never had the privilege of watching him fight. Though Spectre was considered to be one of the 10 most gifted disciples during Blessed Dao Lord's generation, he was still not a match for Tian Tuesday. In fact, the latter might have the highest amount of raw talent out of anyone. He was the most qualified to inherit Blessed Dao Lord's legacy and become a Dao Lord himself. Alas, the only thing that interested him was improving his fist Dao and other fist techniques. In fact, true immortal could face destruction and he still wouldn't give a damn. On the other hand, the appearance of a great fist user could make him come out of isolated training. He lived for the sake of reaching the limit of the fist Dao. Spectre understood this about his senior brother. Truth, Dao Sanqian heard this and said, a being above World Razor Dao Lord. He heard about a legend that even after World Razor earned his title and dominated the world, he still commented about his inferiority compared to his senior brother's fist Dao. Truth? The crowd exchanged glances since they haven't heard of this technique before. There were no other known users of this Dao. Few have seen Tian Tu use it. Even then, it wasn't at full power either. This was the case for Spectre Monarch. When they dueled, he wasn't strong enough to force his senior brother to go all out. Perhaps only Blessed Dao Lord and God Fist had this privilege. Come, show me your truth. Wuxia's excitement burgeoned as well after being infected by Tian Tu's determination. A quick look at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. I made my first fist at 1, mastered a fist Dao at 3, created my first one at 6, read the fist scripture at 18, and sought invincibility at 20 with my perfected Dao, truth. Tian Tu recalled his life before the challenge in a matter-of-fact manner. Though no one has seen him in battle, they became emotional and believed him. Reaching the apex at only 20 years of age? This was an unparalleled achievement. The ancient ancestors knew that the mentioned scripture was none other than the immortal scroll found in World Breaker. He was that strong already at 18? This exceeded the limit of imagination. why didn't he become a Tao Lord? An ancient ancestor wondered. Spectre Monarch knew the answer to this question. His senior brother avoided all distractions. The only thing on his mind was waiting to see the legendary punch. Sir, please give me pointers. Tian Tu slowly raised his hand while clenching it to make a fist, assuming an offensive stance. Everyone thought that the movements would encompass loud explosions and lightning flashes. Winds and clouds would be chased away. However, none of these phenomena emerged. Chapter 4787. As he raised his hand, he didn't activate the Tao or a technique. This was only a natural hand motion, prompting the crowd to be confused. They couldn't see anything special about his pose. Tian Tu trained in the fist Tao and spent his whole life perfecting it. They expected this attack to be accompanied by apocalyptic signs. Alas, this was no different from a mortal getting ready to strike. This seemed like a weak punch incapable of killing a calf, not anywhere close to being able to contend against cultivators. In fact, it required zero training to perform this movement. However, in the next second, it already struck Li Qia's chest. The ancestors and those below couldn't react, while stronger cultivators felt as if they were struck by the punch. Its speed exceeded time itself by 100-fold, the fastest possible punch. Ancient ancestors and monarchs had no chance of dodging or blocking. They knew that although it appeared harmless, it would instantly pierce through their chest and end them before they could scream. If they had activated their heavenly gaze at the start, they might have been able to catch a glimpse of the punch's remnant trajectory. In reality, Li Qia actually reacted in time. When it was only an inch away, he flashed into disappearance. When others moved quickly, it would be a speed of 10 million miles or so in the blink of an eye. As for Li Qia, he crossed countless dimensions and traveled through time with that single movement. This resulted in a mirage consisting of innumerable remnant images of him. Alas, the punch still followed him, creating the same mirage, for Tian Tu's evasive maneuvers and speed weren't enough to overcome its deadly accuracy, so Li Qia's chest was hit. Incredible, it's faster than the river of time. Dao Sanxian, Spectre, and Six Dao became emotional since they couldn't replicate that punch. Six Dao gasped in response. He had seen wondrous cultivators before but still became sweaty after seeing this. He tried to come up with a way to block the punch, but its speed made this impossible. Meanwhile, regular cultivators were still caught off guard by the countless mirages from both sides and became dizzy. They didn't know who was the real Li Qia or where Tian Tu was either. Finally, the last image of this series ended with Li Qia being far up in space, turning into its lord. Unfortunately, this was also when the fist made contact. Boom! The impact sound finally became audible. The seemingly normal punch released an endless amount of power and made the crowd scream. The resulting shockwaves sent spectators flying and vomiting blood. Weaker cultivators couldn't handle the blast and were reduced to blood. The stars nearby exploded in unison as well. Chapter 4788. The explosion spread to the entire galaxy as stars popped like fireworks. Trails of flames and meteors rained down in a magnificent yet frightening fashion. Damn! Cultivators had to dodge the falling debris and fiery trails. Rumble. They smashed into the ground and left deep pits. Some holes were large enough to have lava gushing out. Dust took over the air. The shock waves of the punch alone did this much damage, let alone Li Qia, who felt the full brunt. If Tian Tu's target was the ground, he might have started the demise of 8 Desolaces. Spectators' knees buckled uncontrollably. Everything happened too quickly and most didn't get a good look. Nonetheless, the aftermath painted a full picture for them. The reason why the punch appeared so normal at the start was due to Tian Tu's immaculate mastery. All of the power was contained within his fist, not a single strand oozed out. He only allowed the eruption after the successful hit. Therefore, though it only appeared to be fast in the beginning, it also possessed incredible destruction. It contained several extremes, extreme speed, extreme power, and extreme control. People wondered how the hell did Tian Tu train to have a punch like this. No divine monarchs or ancient ancestors could have survived. A pale ancestor whispered. I think it can end a Tao Lord too, an ancient ancestor added. Obsessed with the fist and unbeatable with the fist, so he's the first disciple of blessed Tao Lord. A peerless cultivator said with admiration. Tian Tu didn't let his master down. It became apparent that no one could contest with him in this Tao. Perhaps Li Qie was the only exception. Senior brother's punch is unstoppable. Spectre Monarch said sentimentally. Six Tao Monarch and Cosmic Lord were overwhelmed. They knew about Tian Tu but never saw him fight before. Some considered Six Tao Monarch to be only beneath Tao Lords due to his domination for eras. Alas, he realized that he couldn't win against Tian Tu after seeing that punch. Truth. Dao Sanqian murmured. He stood at the apex not only due to his talent but also because of his unique interpretation of the Grand Tao. This allowed him to create 3,000 new ones. In a sense, he and Tian Tu were two polar opposites, many versus one. How could someone be so obsessed with a single Tao to reach this level? It opened the eyes of many spectators regarding the possibility of the Tao. Truth, not bad. Li Qie was perfectly fine and wiped the dust off his robe. It still can't take you down. Tian Tu calmly said. We're only warming up, it's too early to say. Li Qie smiled. His attitude surprised the crowd. Prior to this, he treated top beings with disdain as if he was above them. However, he spoke politely to Tian Tu. This was definitely special treatment. Sir, I will go all out now. Flashes of excitement remained in Tian Tu's eyes. Come, that punch earlier did hit a limit. Time and space cannot exist in its path, but this isn't the true limit of the fist yet. Li Qie said. Truth had the ability to kill anyone regardless of time and space. The longest distance still only felt like an inch to Tian Tuesday. It meant that his target could be on the other side of 8 decilaces, but once fixated, he could still kill them with one punch, hence Li Qie's high evaluation. You're right, sir. May I see the limit of the fist, your heaven seal? Tian Tu asked. That depends on if your fist Tao is worthy enough for me to use it. Li Qie said. Very well. Tian Tu's battle spirit surged. Many was reminded of someone else, Tian Feng. However, Tian Tu had full composure and reason, unlike Tian Feng's crazy battle style. He then placed his fist in front of his chest and chanted, Variation, my Tao. When you're just trying to make great content at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Everyone watched attentively as he prepared for the next attack. However, they still couldn't see anything before the exchange was finished. Boom! His fist pierced through Li Qie's chest. His arm remained stuck in Li Qie's chest and blood didn't gush out. No one saw any movement from Tian Tu, only the result. This included the supreme existences from the Forbidden Zones. Too fast. One of them said. This couldn't be right because if it was a matter of speed, they should still be able to see something. Chapter 4789. No one saw how the technique pierced Li Qie's chest. Was it simply too fast? This couldn't be the case since some of the ancient ancestors were versed in speed. They should have been able to see some clues. Alas, the entire process eluded them. In their eyes, if immortals were real, then Li Qie was infinitely close to being one. In fact, he could claim to be an immortal and no one would say otherwise. Therefore, Tian Tu had just injured an immortal and astounded the spectators. Was that attack above the Tao Lord level? Could he have beaten his master with it? A divine monarch wondered. Everyone saw Li Qie's power and thought that even the 10 strongest Tao Lords in history might not be his opponent. This naturally included blessed Tao Lord. My Tao. Dan Sanqian analyzed the technique and said softly, a control over all the Tao in the world. As long as it is a Tao, he can affect it. No one saw Tian Tu's movement, only the successful result. Some top ancestors attributed this to a speed beyond reason. As for Dao Sanqian, he understood that this had to do with the Tao, not any physical act. As long as Tian Tu was facing a cultivator using the Tao, he could turn their Tao against them. Essentially, Li Qia's Tao was the thing piercing him. Wonderful, he said with admiration. In terms of Tao comprehension, he was not inferior to any Tao lord. All 3,000 Tao created by him were unique and effective in their own way. However, he hasn't reached an understanding of the fist like Tian Tuesday. It allowed him to perform an unblockable attack. This achievement was virtually impossible to duplicate. A sure kill move? One ancestor whispered at the unbelievable sight. Strangely enough, Li Qia calmly commented with the fist still wedged inside his body, a rather miraculous punch. You have indeed reached the limit of the Tao thanks to your obsession with the fist. Having said that, he slowly backed off and revealed a hole in his chest. Instead of blood gushing out, only light particles escaped. You should take pride in your creation. He smiled. Sir, you never used your full strength, only a slight amount. Tian Tu showed no sign of complacency and responded. How can anyone beat him? A spectator gasped. The shocking punch was one thing, but Li Qia appeared unharmed as if he had just been bitten by an ant, nothing more. It's rare to see someone with this level of attainment in the fist. Li Qia praised. Very well, you may observe my punch. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, sir. Tian Tu's aura suddenly changed. Earlier, despite the invincible nature of his punch, he still gave a peaceful impression in both temperament and showmanship. Now, he suddenly became high-spirited and dominating. Rumble. Explosions echoed on the battlefield. This stemmed from the myriad laws being affected by his emotion. The world became his fist and it was happy to do so. This phenomenon included spectators as well since they became infected by his excitement. The Tao are celebrating. An ancestor sensed the happiness around him and enjoyed the pleasant feeling, thinking that this made cultivation worth it. Your obsession is your source of joy, Li Qia said sentimentally. This feeling wasn't rare for cultivators, just not expressed in such a grand manner. At the beginning of their Tao adventure, they also felt happy and excited the moment they obtained their first merit law or magical technique. A quick look at Tineural. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Alas, the experts here, especially the ancient ancestors, haven't felt this way in a long time. His joy reminded them of the past and made them feel youthful again. This joy, an ancient ancestor was on the verge of tears after recalling his early memories. Only your punch can grant me this joy, Tian Tu said with excitement. Let's get started. Li Qia smiled. You should prepare yourself. With that, he slowly made a fist and the joy of the Grand Tao immediately dispersed. This was akin to a disaster happening after a grand celebration, not the best feeling for the crowd. The world changed colors. This wasn't due to Li Qia's divinity but just a regular reaction to what was about to come. Imagine a person facing an enemy who was about to deliver the ultimate blow. Dark clouds and lightning could be seen over yonder. Is it coming? Dan Sanqian looked up with a solemn expression. Chapter 4790. Cultivators trembled in fear while looking at the ocean of lightning bolts gathering in the sky vault. Everyone could tell that this wasn't a part of Li Qia's technique. The power of the high heaven, ancient ancestors, monarchs, and eternal existences shuddered. This power was beyond their reach. The only time it manifested was during the tribulation of a mighty cultivator, and they all knew how deadly it was. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3ibfjkv. A being could have dominated for an era just to be killed during a cultivation tribulation. As far as they knew, this was only a strand of intent from the high heaven. A full punishment would be on the next level, something beyond the endurance of epic overlords. Due to this helplessness, the overlords had no choice but to hide in their secretive abode for epochs to come. Those who were interested in this battle immediately returned to their concealment. Some of them have been punished by the tribulation before. Being exposed again might spell demise. Just initiating this punch is heralding a heavenly tribulation. One spectator said with trepidation. How could the act of making a fist have this effect on the high heaven? They have never heard of such a thing before, since tribulations only came during a realm breakthrough. For example, the making of a Dao Lord. Rumor has it that it didn't happen every time either. Only a few Dao Lords had to face this test. How could it not be angry? This is the heaven sealing punch. A hidden existence whispered. The heaven showed its wrath due to Li Qia's impudence, even though the punch wasn't directed at it. This is it. Tian Tu's eyes flashed brightly and fiery. He became engulfed in flames as he gathered energy. Boom! His fist energy erupted, flattening the mountains and making oceans evaporate. Spectators were forced to the ground despite having kept a safe distance from the battle. So strong. Six Dao monarch trembled and had to muster all of his power to stand still. It is something else. Dao Sanxian praised and couldn't come up with another cultivator capable of stopping this with the exception of Li Qia. Truth variation, my Dao. Tian Tu attacked, releasing a rain of golden radiance. All of Li Qia's grand Dao suddenly relaxed, so he became full of openings. Boom! His fate palaces and true fate also appeared on the path of the punch. It was common knowledge that the grand Dao, fate palaces, and true fate could only be summoned by their owner. Forcefully opening it required the enemy to be 100 times stronger. The owner would also die in the process. It seemed that this punch bypassed that and targeted the defenseless true fate. Direct contact would mean death. Boom! It struck Li Qia's true fate at its weakest point. The punch itself had a cataclysmic power with perfect speed and power. Moreover, the true fate wasn't protected by the fate palaces right now. Spectators felt a sharp pain as if their own true fate was being hit and bellowed in horror. This was the calling of death. Therefore, it made them question Li Qia's well-being once more despite his unbeatable status. How can anyone survive this? Many shared this thought. No true fate, regardless of how powerful it is, could withstand this direct attack. It's impossible to stop this punch. Dao Sanxian was astounded. This move was specifically crafted to defeat someone far stronger. Surviving might be possible due to the power gap, but the price would be heavy. My Dao was the apogee of Tian Tu's lifelong obsession with the fist Dao. He never used it before since there was no need. You deserve to witness my attack. As the punch struck the true fate, Li Qia's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Boom! The retaliation came with a punch with a sealing affinity capable of destroying the greatest gods, devils, and immortals. In fact, even the high heaven would shudder before this technique. Supreme overlords became as meaningless as specks of dust. Dao Sanxian, Six Dao Monarch, and Spectre Monarch instantly felt their power being taken away by the punch. The greatest punch in existence. Six Dao blurted. The fist Dao was also his primary focus. Alas, he felt like a horrified mayfly trying to weather a storm. Everyone else shared the same sentiment. Chapter 4791. Nothing could stop Li Qia's punch, including Tian Tu's My Dao. After the initial blast, everyone felt themselves being crushed and exploding. Some eternal existences had access to the best merit laws and even epic artifacts. Alas, none of these could save them from the punch. That is why he has been undefeated all this time. The existences hiding deep in space and old Earths became startled. The distance between them and the battlefield was immense. Nonetheless, the punch still shocked these epic lords. I can't stop this. A pair of eyes in the abyss flashed brightly and came up with this dreadful conclusion. Some of them carried out incredible conquests before. Alas, they found themselves insufficient for once. It became abundantly clear who was the true lord of the current epoch. However, the most surprising thing wasn't the punch itself but rather, a lightning bolt descending from above. It illuminated 8 desolaces and the minor realms. It had the shape of a dragon and the intensity of a thrusting spear, wielding the power of numerous tribulations. The high heaven's wrath demanded punishment for Wuxia. Damn! The crowd lay down on the ground, some immediately fainted. The same thing applied to cultivators in other regions. Their response stemmed from an instinctive fear, not an outward suppression. This fear has been there since birth and carved into the soul. Resisting it was virtually impossible. It's here, a heavenly annihilation. The lords of ages in the forbidden zones turned pale. They themselves couldn't overcome this instinctive fear, let alone regular cultivators. They couldn't stop the tribulations, hence the need to live in the shadows. Its power was different from Wuxia's. His punch possessed absolute power and destruction while the tribulation originated from a divine force that had created the universe. Rumble. The battlefield instantly crumbled. Silence took over as everyone kept still. The lords in the forbidden zones didn't dare to converse with each other later. After a while, they regained their wits and stopped being so intimidated by the tribulation. Dead? A supreme existence in an abyss asked. The wrath of the heaven had done a number on their kind, either grievously injure or kill them. That was a serious hit, a grand tribulation. Another eternal being answered. Tribulations in their mind were completely different from the ones known to the public. When talking about tribulations, regular cultivators normally referred to the ones experienced by Tao lords during their ascension. As for the eternal existences, it had to do with the wrath of the heaven. It's still so strong, will it ever weaken? Someone else hiding in the void murmured. Numerous epochs have passed, meaning that there have been countless expeditions. Alas, these grand tribulations were still so strong. Eventually, the dust clouds dispersed, the same with the ocean of lightning. They began paying attention again and saw Wuxia standing there, bloodied. He looked up at the sky and found it reactionless. The wounds on his body were caused by the lightning bolts, not his opponent, Tian Tuesday. He used his body to withstand the bolts instead of putting on defensive measures. This monster, he is absolutely qualified to start an expedition. One lord took a deep breath since Wuxia wasn't crippled from the tribulation. They realized that the current him could actually fight the high heaven. This was different from previous expeditions. Top masters had the right to start expeditions, but this didn't mean that they were actually qualified to fight the apex. Now, Wuxia directly withstood a tribulation without backing an inch. Not all expedition starters could have done this. Maybe the very end is in sight during this epoch. A supreme overlord said. They had been slumbering for epochs now after terrible expeditions resulting in unhealable injuries. They were once invincible, accomplishing peerless deeds and creating unforgettable legends. Alas, they couldn't win and had to live a pathetic life hiding from the high heaven, away from the sun and the world. Wuxia's strength actually showed them a glimmer of hope. There might be changes happening at the distant end in the future. This epoch will be different. The Lord of a Forbidden Zone said. They actually didn't know if Wuxia's existence was a blessing or otherwise. After all, he might bare his fangs against them first before starting an expedition against the high heaven. Now, it seemed that they were powerless to stop him. To put it frankly, their lives were no longer under their control. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV, find us on Google. Who knows what the future holds? It is up to a single whim of his. Another ancient existence whispered. They found themselves to be as feeble and helpless just like the inhabitants of this world. Chapter 4792. The crowd took longer to calm down compared to the epoch lords. Some of them only woke up just now. They saw a bloodied Wuxia before looking for Tian Tuesday. The latter was on one knee down in a caved depression. No wounds were visible, but he was still covered in blood. A complete defeat. One ancestor said softly. Experts and ancestors saw the event clearly. Although Li Qie was also bloodied, his wounds were caused by the tribulation, not Tian Tu's my Dao. On the other hand, Tian Tu was struck by Li Qie's punch. Li Qie sat down on the ground and closed his eyes, focusing on healing his wounds. I am enlightened after seeing your punch, sir. Thank you for showing mercy. Tian Tu's mind returned as he spoke. It was far more challenging sparing you than killing you. Li Qie answered. Yes, recalling that ultimate strike must have been difficult. I can't even come close. Tian Tu said. Listeners exchanged glances. More often than not, killing an opponent was easier than the alternative. To kill someone like Tian Tu required an attack of utmost power. Nonetheless, Li Qie decided to pull back instead of reducing him to dust. That was only one part of the event. Kept in mind that he was under assault from the tribulation as well, adding to the complication. Thus, negating a punch capable of destroying the world was far harder than dishing one out. Tian Tu lost. The look in Dao Sanqian's eyes changed. He saw the lightning bolts earlier and thought that he would die in that tribulation. However, Li Qie used his body to withstand it while still controlling his technique. He shuddered and thought that this man was infinitely close to becoming a true immortal. Return from whence you came, you are spared. Li Qie said without opening his eyes. Sir, thank you for fulfilling my wish, I truly appreciate it. Tian Tu bowed deeply before disappearing into the horizon. He arrived fast and left just as quickly without saying goodbye to his fellow sect members. Of course, Spectre Monarch was used to his lone wolf style. This has been the case even back when their teacher was around. What now? All eyes were back on Li Qie, who stopped moving. The hidden overlords paid careful attention to the details. Are the wounds grievous? One of them communicated. He took the full brunt of a grand tribulation. If he's actually uninjured, then I think he can kill that damned heaven. It doesn't matter how strong he is, he's clearly wounded. Even a true immortal couldn't have come out unscathed. An abyssal lord speculated. These beings were all too familiar with the devastating tribulations from the high heaven. A heavy price must be paid for surviving one. None of them would have taken one directly and preferred to use other evasive methods. The injuries are real. An ancient existence in desolate wild speculated. In a boundless void, a monstrous creature stared at him and said, there have to be injuries to his Tao, no way of recovering in a short time. A particular idea flashed in their mind after seeing Li Qie's injuries. Keep in mind that they held nothing but the highest evaluation for Li Qie. However, this was still a grand tribulation. The question was, how serious were the wounds? For some of them, the recovery time took epochs. In fact, they still haven't fully recovered and were barely holding on. These injuries absolutely affected his fighting potential, they thought. Back to the scene, top ancestors also pondered this issue since Li Qie didn't seem capable of moving. Even a fool could tell that he might be immobilized by the damages. From what I know, wounds caused by the heaven are permanent and will be fatal in time. Spectre Monarch whispered. He had heard of legends regarding top existences dying to tribulations before. Moreover, since Li Qie took lightning bolts directly, his injuries should be worse than others. Nonetheless, confirming this was rather difficult. Dao Sanqian scanned Li Qie. What do you think? Cosmic Lord asked Six Dao Monarch. Six Dao shook his head and said, I can't be certain, but they look serious. In history, few managed to survive these heavenly injuries. They might not die on the spot, but these injuries will be the cause of death. Maybe not today, not in 1,000 years, but it is inevitable. I see. Cosmic Lord's expression changed. The best time to kick a horse was when it's down, everyone understood this logic. Under normal circumstances, they knew that Wuxia could kill all of them with a single hand wave. It was impossible to ever beat him, let alone kill him. But now, he seemed stricken with heavenly injuries. Wouldn't this be the best chance to kill him and make a name for themselves? The overlords from various locations thought about the possibilities. They didn't care about defeating Wuxia in terms of fame. This was rather meaningless. However, he was an eternal existence just like them with a wondrous amount of vitality on top of being the current epic lord. He was in his prime state, meaning that his flesh and blood contained countless Tao essence and power. If they could somehow feast on him, they would regain their vitality and energy again. In fact, it might even heal their heavenly injuries. Search Tinyurl.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Chapter 4793, Wuxia, the current epic lord in his prime, possessed the sturdiest physique and strongest grand Tao along with all the essences under the heaven. He, in reality, was a heavenly treasure, or to put it bluntly, an immensely nutritious feast. For a regular cultivator, just one drop of true blood if fully absorbed without side effects could make them into a top master. As for the supreme overlords hiding among the stars or inside desolate wild, eating Wuxia could prolong their lifespan and bring them back to their prime. His value in their eyes was countless times higher than any peerless artifact or medicine. No immortal alchemy material could have the same effect as his flesh and blood. Thus, profound pairs of eyes were fixated on him with greed. Under normal circumstances, being foolish enough to attack him would turn them into his meals instead. Now, the high heavens tribulation couldn't be faked, something strong enough to reduce them to ashes. Therefore, he had heavenly injuries on him. The scale has shifted and victory seemed probable. Moreover, if one of them couldn't beat him despite the injuries, what about 2 or 3? This idea made their heart beat faster. They wanted to rise against the heaven again and create a new epoch for themselves. Even characters such as Dao Sanqian became tempted. The power disparity might not be as hopeless as before. Of course, they were different from the overlords. The latter wanted to devour Wuxia while they coveted his treasures. For example, the immortal gemstone and corporeal zone. Obtaining one would make them the ruler of 8 desolaces for eras to come. No other sect could compete with them. Dao Sanqian was often described to be an immortal with his 3,000 Dao. Now, with a heavenly treasure, the popular adage would actually become true. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. As long as he had one, Dao lords in the future wouldn't be superior. In fact, he would be the one appointing geniuses to become the next Dao lord. What do you think, Dao brothers? Dao Sanqian cupped his fist toward Spectre and 6 Dao. He desired the treasures but lacked confidence in doing this alone, hence wanting to involve true immortal. They had Spectre, 6 Dao, and Cosmic Lord right now, a formidable fighting force. Meanwhile, spectators also watched with bated breath. They also felt the same greed since Wuxia was now a dragon stuck in a quagmire. Killing a weakened Wuxia might be the greatest feat in history. The victor would gain unimaginable power and become the next ruler. Of course, the first opportunity belonged to apex existences in their mind, Dao Sanqian and the others. Spectre and 6 Dao exchanged glances after hearing this. What do you want? 6 Dao and Dao Sanqian were friends but Spectre didn't know him, hence the blunt tone. They obviously already knew the answer but still wanted to hear a plan. This bright world requires someone who can uphold justice. Dan Sanqian said, "Let this be our unshrinkable duty." Old geezers have heard these poetic words too many times so they understood each other. Well said. 6 Dao praised. The thing stopping them from attacking Wuxia prior was his power. The situation has changed. True immortal is the leader of the world, it needs to be unbeatable. Dao Sanqian went on, implying that the heavenly treasure was required. Spectre and 6 Dao lived during true immortal's golden age and reigned with their master. They desired to bring the sect back to its prime as the number one sect. Therefore, the temptation was rather strong for them. Ancestor? Six Dao quietly asked. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for true immortal. Spectre pondered carefully and didn't answer right away. However, someone else interrupted their conversation. Return to the sect right now. Everyone looked over and saw a woman around 20 years of age standing nearby. She wore a light blue dress with no extravagant embroideries. As she stood there, she gave off an aura of calmness and peace, just like a pristine lake inside a remote valley. Chapter 4794. Ancestral Aunt. The girl resembled a regular disciple from a great power. Nothing stood out regarding her appearance. Nonetheless, she had just given Spectre Monarch an order. In True Immortal, it seemed that only Tian Tu had a higher status than him, since both were blessed Tao Lord's disciples. He was the one to give out orders, not the other way around. Therefore, spectators found this confusing and outrageous. They couldn't come up with another person capable of commanding Spectre. Tian Tu was gone, and she naturally couldn't be blessed Tao Lord since he had left this world. Surprisingly, Spectre and Six Dao bowed deeply after seeing her. They then walked over and stood behind her as if they were juniors. We obey you, Martial Aunt. Spectre said respectfully. Remember, Spectre only cupped his fist toward his senior brother since they were from the same generation. In other words, she had the same seniority as Blessed Tao Lord, and this astounded the crowd. It meant that this woman was either Blessed Tao Lord's martial sister or his blood sister. Such a person exists? A knowledgeable ancient ancestor became confused after hearing the honorifics. A junior sister of Blessed Tao Lord? A close friend of True Immortal from the olden days murmured. Who is Blessed Tao Lord's master? A high ancestor from a prestigious clan asked. No one could answer him, not even ancient ancestors that were immensely connected to True Immortal. None of their disciples either. Perhaps only Spectre and Tian Tu were privy to this information. In reality, Spectre himself wasn't sure. He thought that maybe his first brother would know the truth. There were no records of this, not even in True Immortal's library. According to the legend, Blessed Tao Lord met an immortal who taught him the Grand Tao. Because of this, he was able to become one of the most brilliant Tao Lords in history. Many considered him to be the greatest. The legacy of the immortal allowed him to create the 7 mantras. Despite this widespread legend, the actual details of the immortal remained unknown. This figure seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and left just as quickly. There was a problem with this. A person capable of being Blessed Tao Lord's master must be amazing. For example, Dao Sanxian had taught numerous Tao Lords and survived the test of time. He became world-renowned. This should be the case for this mysterious teacher as well. Therefore, all eyes were on the woman. She could also be that immortal's disciple? Everyone stared intensely, hoping to see some clues regarding the existence of immortals. On this topic, the first person to come to mind was none other than Wuxia. Unfortunately, heavenly gazes from ancient ancestors and monarchs couldn't gather any new information. The woman's appearance had nothing that would connect her to being an immortal's disciple, but Spectre Monarch's statement said it all. Dao Sanxian became emotional as well. He took a deep breath and murmured, another legend that is proven to be real. He knew more about True Immortal than some of its ancestors. After all, it was a competitor. He didn't expect this particular person to still be around, on top of hiding rather well. Other ancestors and top masters trembled because they realized that they have severely underestimated True Immortal. They once thought that the pillars of True Immortal were Six Dao and the other ancient ancestors. Now, Spectre Monarch came out of nowhere, and then Tian Tuesday. Now, a woman who could potentially be the disciple of an immortal has shown up. This is insanity. Why did these characters not show up even when True Immortal was on the brink of destruction? An ancient ancestor said. Emperor Yi nearly destroyed True Immortal, but these figures didn't show up to stop her. This also happened with Six Dao Monarch and the arrogant woman. Martial Ant? Cosmic Lord became confused as well. Despite being a hero of the sect, he didn't know about her existence. In fact, she could be considered a matriarch or a progenitor. Sure, he read ancient scrolls regarding someone like her at the start of True Immortal. He just didn't expect her to still be around. 1. The word indicates younger, but I would have to do martial younger ant, which is too wordy. I'll elaborate on this via context instead through the narrative. Chapter 4795. Considering Blessed Dao Lord's prominence in history, his martial brothers and sisters should have been documented somehow. Alas, not to mention outsiders, even True Immortal had virtually nothing written down about her. If it wasn't for Spectre Monarch's confirmation, Cosmic Lord wouldn't have accepted this as fact. No one recognized the girl or knew her name and power. However, Li Chia had her before back in Yin Yang Crossing. She was none other than Lin Mo. Meanwhile, an ancient ancestor that had survived since Blessed Dao Lord's era finally remembered something. He murmured, back in Ascension Crossing, Blessed Dao Lord was there, Everlasting Monarch and her too. That event had countless geniuses and most importantly, Blessed Dao Lord and Everlasting Monarch. They were too bright and overshadowed everyone else. She looked more like a servant than anything while standing next to those two. So she was special too. He took a deep breath. Blessed Dao Lord and Everlasting Monarch wowed the crowd with their greatness. However, he recalled that she didn't have any reaction. Perhaps she was just as strong as them back then. Let's go. Lin Mo didn't explain anything and told the juniors. However, Cosmic Lord didn't move an inch. What is it? Six Dao Monarch noticed this and asked. Cosmic Lord took a deep breath and bowed deeply at the three ancestors. I wish to stay. This development naturally surprised the crowd. What are you doing? Six Dao frowned after hearing this. Cosmic Lord had revitalized True Immortal and established it as the #1 sect again in recent eras. His might was one thing, but he had the backing of Six Dao Monarch and the other ancient ancestors. He could act without worrying, so in a sense, Six Dao was also his master. I wish to stay. Cosmic Lord didn't explain himself. Both Six Dao and Spectre were displeased with his attitude. Putting their seniority aside, the ancestral aunt was also present. Her status might only be second to their progenitor, Blessed Dao Lord. In a prestigious sect such as True Immortal, seniority was taken seriously. The words of the ancestors were to be obeyed, not questioned. Infractions weren't taken lightly. Depending on the circumstances, this could be considered sacrilegious and traitorous. No one wanted any part of this because the punishment could be banishment or death. In the former case, no other sect would want to accept the offender afterward. Cosmic Lord would be throwing his lifelong prestige away by committing this offense. His whole life would have been wasted. A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Control your greed. Spectre Monarch reprimanded. I have to do what should be done in order to not be average for the rest of my life. Please forgive me, ancestors. Cosmic Lord responded. This is outrageous. Six Dao yelled as well, return to the sect with us, do not make this mistake. Regardless of his contributions and position in True Immortal, the senior ancient ancestors would not show him mercy for violating the rules. Monarch, why are you coercing your fellow sect member? A distant voice interjected. It seemed to be coming from the depth of hell and creeped everyone out. Everyone looked over and saw a black coffin carried by 4 existences with their appearance hidden. The voice came from there. They felt something ominous with the coffin's appearance. It's from Desolate Wild. Many big shots had a good guess of its origin. Gu Yin. Six Dao Monarch glared at the coffin and said, Gu Yin, your immortal lake needs not worry about our matters. Immortal Lake. This shocked listeners who knew about this area. Desolate Wild was a mysterious area. Only top masters such as Dao lords could handle the risk. Rumor has it that it contained numerous ancient behemoths. For one reason or another, these sects had no choice but to stay there. Nonetheless, they still had influence in 8 Desolaces due to their terrifying strength. In fact, some believe that True Immortal might be the #1 sect right now, but this title couldn't be kept if any ancient behemoth from Desolate Wild were to come out. Chapter 4796, Immortal Lake was such a lineage, still threatening those who knew of it in recent years. Its peers included Divine Ridge and Timeworn. These were the relatively well-known ones. There were more frightening powers slumbering in these lands. A quick look at Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Some believe that they were awaiting something. This could be more than just one epoch. The world simply didn't know more information about this wait. Nonetheless, top masters have tried to figure this out before. These cultivators communicated these secrets among the upper echelon. Thus, regular cultivators didn't have access to this information. Spectre and Six Dao were strong and prestigious enough to be involved in this matter. All in all, the Dao lords and the sages speculated that their awakening would absolutely spell bad news for 8 Desolaces. Absolute destruction and absorption were possible outcomes. Of course, maybe when the awaited time was here, it would be a different epoch completely instead of 8 Desolaces. Therefore, Spectre and Six Dao found this rather ominous. Nonetheless, they weren't afraid of trouble and were ready to fight. Meanwhile, some ancient cultivators became startled. They knew how strong Immortal Lake was since it was rumored to have an immortal corpse. They were also impressed with True Immortal for not backing down, feeling proud that 8 Desolaces #1 sect was standing up against these behemoths. They thought that this could still be competitive. After all, True Immortal had Lin Mo and Tian Tuesday. If they were to go all out, they might actually win. Monarch, you are mistaken. I do not wish to interfere with your internal matters. I simply feel bad for your disciple who had impressive contribution yet is treated like a stepchild like now. The being inside the coffin was addressed as Gu Yin by Six Dao. Some actually agreed with him. Cosmic Lord has done great things for True Immortal and even 8 Desolaces. It seemed as if he was on the verge of being abandoned and punished. Humph. Six Dao scowled, not intimidated at all. Spectre had a cold expression as well. Spectators watched with bated breath. A fight between True Immortal and Immortal Lake would be one for the ages. Lin Mo waved her hand to calm them down. She calmly spoke, "If Immortal Lake wishes to interfere with our business, I suppose I need to pay your sect a visit. Is this your decision or Immortal Lord's will?" Her tone was cordial and reasonable, yet older cultivators became emotional afterward. Immortal Lord, is that the dead immortal in the legends? An eternal existence shuddered. Only these old beings knew about this figure that had several titles, Immortal Lord or an older title, Dead Immortal. This was a supreme overlord feared by all. The current monarchs in 8 Desolaces didn't necessarily have the courage to face this legendary being. However, Lin Mo dared to do so. Gu Yin couldn't answer. He could speak to Six Dao on the same level, but Lin Mo was different. Plus, he didn't have the authority to make decisions for Dead Immortal. "I found this unfair, that's all," he finally answered. Everyone could tell that he had acquiesced and didn't want to go against Lin Mo. This being from Immortal Lake didn't seem to be afraid of Six Dao or even Spectre. However, this unknown woman forced him to back down. "See, this is the True Immortal we know. They have incredible ace cards." A divine monarch gained a new perspective on True Immortal's might. Lin Mo ignored Gu Yin and stared at Cosmic Lord, who lowered his head. "You wish to stay?" she asked. "This disciple will stay." He took a deep breath and said, "So be it. From today henceforth, you will no longer be a disciple of True Immortal. Out of consideration for your grand achievements and contributions, I shall allow you to be free and keep your cultivation," Lin Mo announced. Top cultivators trembled after hearing this. Cosmic Lord has just been banished from his sect. He toiled his entire life for true immortal and now, he chose a course leading to humiliation. Don't be silly. Six Dao monarch shouted, wanting to keep him in the sect. Chapter 4797, Cosmic Lord's banishment would certainly shock the world. Listeners could see that Six Dao monarch didn't wish to banish him, hence the final sentence. All eyes were on Cosmic Lord with eager anticipation, wondering about his choice. They didn't understand his stubbornness. After all, he had never done anything wrong previously and never disrespected his ancestors. The only reason for the banishment was due to his own choice. Even a fool wouldn't make this decision. I have let you down, ancestors. Cosmic Lord bowed towards the group and said, I truly appreciate your guidance and teachings all these years. I engrave this to my heart. I'm afraid that I won't be able to serve you in the future. How truly unfilial. I bid goodbye today and hope all of you will live forever. Having said that, he earnestly performed a full rite of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. The crowd watched in silence. In a sense, this wasn't a banishment since he clearly chose to leave the sect he worked so hard to prosper. This heartfelt goodbye successfully stirred spectators, a supreme ancient ancestor leaving his sect. Moreover, the other side also showed compassion. Normally, a banishment included the destruction of the Tao Foundation. This was to prevent merit laws and other secrets from circulating to outsiders. After all, someone such as Cosmic Lord clearly had access to the best merit laws and secrets in True Immortal. They risked him giving away all of this and decided to trust his integrity. Why does he want to leave? One expert regained his wits and asked. An actual reason grounded in logic eluded them. He already had it all in True Immortal, authority and respect on top of numerous resources. No other sect could provide the same thing. Therefore, the relationship was mutually beneficial. If he were to leave, he would lose its protection, putting his strength aside. Aspiration and ambition drive him. An ancient ancestor said. Those from the same generation as Cosmic Lord knew that there was more to this decision. Fine. Six Dao monarch stomped the ground exasperatedly and said, leave it to fate then. Take care. Lin Mo glanced at him before leaving with Spectre and Six Dao. Goodbye, ancestors. The banished Cosmic Lord kept his head lowered in their direction until they were gone. Dao brother, you are free now. 3,000 Dao's door is always open for you. Dao Sanqian bowed slightly. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. Many understood that Cosmic Lord was far from being a vagabond. Many sects and clans were more than willing to take him in. On the contrary, most weren't large enough to accommodate someone of his level. 3,000 Dao was one exception. It seemed to be a suitable destination. For example, enveloping monarch left bones to join 3,000 Dao. Thank you, Dao brother. Cosmic Lord bowed back and said, it feels alright to be free though, the whole world is open to me. Very well. Dao Sanqian didn't force the issue. If you are interested, you may visit our immortal lake. We are the oldest existence in the world and have advantages unavailable to anyone else. It'll be very beneficial for you to join us. Gu Yin's profound voice came from the coffin. Listeners took a deep breath. Joining 3,000 Dao was not an upgrade, but Immortal Lake was a different story. It came from an older epoch and could actually be stronger than True Immortal. Perhaps he would be able to reach a higher realm after joining. Keep in mind that these mysterious powers rarely recruited outsiders. Cosmic Lord was an exception. Thank you, but I have important business here. We may discuss this later. Cosmic Lord said. Good, we'll take care of business first. Gu Yin said. Others exchanged glances. A few ancient ancestors realized that something else was going on. Gu Yin and Cosmic Lord clearly had a plan together, even Dao Sanqian was involved. Are you ready, Dao brother? Cosmic Lord asked Dao Sanqian. Everything is ready, we may try. Dao Sanqian nodded solemnly. Enveloping Monarch slightly frowned because he didn't know about this secret plan despite being so close to Dao Sanqian. They had experienced life-or-death battles before and Dao Sanqian always shared secret plans or other matters with him. Therefore, he had a bad feeling about this. And you? Cosmic Lord asked Gu Yin. As long as it is possible, the agreement remains. Gu Yin promised. Everyone could tell that something grand and ominous was unraveling before them. Chapter 4798, Now. Dao Sanqian became resplendent with light gushing from his body. Bam! He took one step forward and caused the world to shake as if he was just as heavy. What is he doing? Many blurted in astonishment. Buzz. Cosmic Lord gathered his power as well. Each strand of golden light oozing from him contained boundless weight and Dao. They turned into golden swords. They want to attack Li Qia for the heavenly treasure. This was obvious to all spectators. They turned toward Li Qia and saw that he was still meditating and didn't move an inch. He seemed to have entered a Zen state and knew nothing about the outside world. From start to finish, these men didn't give up hope. They knew Li Qia was immensely powerful but still had plans to kill him for the treasure and the gemstone. No wonder why Cosmic Lord wanted to leave true immortal. A few people understood this right away. Cosmic Lord coveted the treasures. All would be well in the case of success. However, if they were to fail, he might drag true immortal down with him. If Li Qia's wrath extended further, he might destroy the entire sect. Cosmic Lord knew full well what he was doing along with the consequences, hence the need to leave true immortal. I doubt that it is just a whim, they must have planned this a while ago. A high elder whispered. By this they believed that the two of them have planned to attack Li Qia even before his injuries despite knowing his power. Obtaining those artifacts would make them peerless even from a historical perspective. Senior brother. Enveloping Monarch didn't expect this. The other ancient ancestors felt the same, aware that they were nothing more than ants before Li Qia. Though he had heavenly injuries on him right now, no one knew his current fighting prowess. Perhaps he could still crush them without any problem. Because of this, Enveloping Monarch had given up despite their previous feud. He considered this suicidal and didn't want to bring his sect down as well. In fact, he was ready to let Li Qia kill him because resistance was futile. He found this premeditated plan to be an awful decision. This is the only opportunity to become immortalized in history. Dao Sanqian said, Brother, lend me your strength. Enveloping hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. Very well. The two of them have been best friends for eras now and were ready to die for each other regardless of the situation. Though Enveloping thought that this was hopeless, he still agreed to help. He pointed his spear at Li Qia, ready to die for a friend. My 3,000 Dao. Dao Sanqian roared and an explosion erupted, releasing bright particles all over the battlefield. They became the main focus as 3,000 Grand Dao emerged in a magnificent manner. They connected the realms and supported the stars, capable of deriving various entities and gaining their power. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Rumble. Spectators and mortals from far away became frightened by this manifestation of power. He lives up to his fame. One ancestor trembled. Though all were ants before Li Qia including Dao Sanqian, his power was still enough to crush regular cultivators. With 3,000 Dao he is an immortal. Someone repeated a popular phrase regarding Dao Sanqian. Dao Spear. Cosmic Lord roared and raised his hand. Lightning bolts obeyed his summon and rained down. He gathered and turned them into a lightning spear. Crackling. Lighting coursed around him. Even his eyes brimmed with this affinity. He turned into a god of lightning and used its power as a spear, something resembling a heavenly tribulation. immovable spear. Enveloping threw caution to the winds and raised his spear up in the air, seemingly wanting to piece the sky vault. It immediately grew larger and looked like a world pillar. After loud explosions, it split into countless divine spears with pulsing runes. The heavy energy spears could sink this continent without any issue. They're using their best techniques. One spectator said. Can Li Qie handle this given his current injuries? Another expert wondered. Everyone else felt the same way. A healthy Li Qie would obliterate these three, but now, they wondered if he had enough strength to retaliate. Chapter 4799, Perish. The trio's strong attacks soared for Li Qie. Dao Sanqian stood on a river of time for eternity. 3,000 Dao existed near him. This wasn't just an imaginary number, but there were indeed 3,000 different ones: special fire, ice, void. These majestic Dao could crush 3,000 worlds without any problem. Boom! They combined together into a single pulse. 3,000 back to 1, a destructive combination. The pulsing ray destroyed everything in its path, capable of mowing through 10 great powers. A quick look at Tinurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. The crowd became astounded. In history, cultivators shuddered whenever the name Dao Sanqian was brought up. It represented invincibility and tenacity. Alas, few had the privilege of seeing him in action, let alone an all-out attack. Sure enough, the ancient ancestors and monarchs found themselves weaker than him after witnessing this attack. There was no chance of them winning in a one-on-one duel. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was viewed to be on the immortal level while he was merely at the apex of men. Boom! Enveloping summoned energy spears as large as mountain ranges. They rushed down in unison and horrified everyone. Cosmic Lord also gathered power. His Dao in the form of a lightning spear carried the power resembling that of a tribulation. It aimed straight for Li Qie's chest, deterring cultivators just like his allies. This made cultivators feel helpless because they feared tribulations the most. The crowd screamed and thought that this might have been the move Cosmic Lord used to impale Doom God Fiend. Each of them had ample destructive potential, let alone all three together. Alas, what should have been an unbeatable combination remained the underdog since the target was Li Qie. The only thing making a difference was Li Qie's injury. Can he stop it? A high ancestor was intrigued since Li Qie couldn't move an inch. Boom! The three moves struck Li Qie and emitted a blinding blast. Many shouted in astonishment, but once the particles dissipated, they saw Li Qie still sitting there, unscathed. A barrier appeared around him, granting him full protection. Just this thin layer alone stopped the trio's combination despite their best effort. It seemed to be the toughest entity in existence, rendering him invulnerable. What is this defensive barrier? A crowd member murmured in a daze. The apex of men is still no match for an immortal. A high ancestor said, just one thought from the immortal can kill them. The trio exchanged glances, shocked. Their opponent still has yet to activate his terrifying divinity. Boom! The barrier pulsed once and sent the three flying. They reacted in time, activating their Dao defense and raising their weapon. Unfortunately, the pulse still obliterated these defenses and turned them into shooting stars. They smashed through mountains and valleys before ending in a pit. The crowd couldn't believe it. Li Qie didn't do a thing outside of trying to recover from the heavenly injuries. Just the barrier's automatic retaliation repelled these top masters. Dust and smoke prevented the crowd from seeing whether the three were alive or otherwise. After a while, they finally pushed the blocks away and crawled out of the pit. Covered in blood from top to bottom, they still vomited some more. The power gap was rather unreasonable. Li Qie might be able to kill them and the entire world with a single thought. Let's begin. We have to do this at all costs. Dao Sanqian told Cosmic Lord. Chapter 4800, the three's combined might couldn't force Li Qie to lift a finger. On the other hand, his auto-defense left them with grievous injuries. His very existence instilled despair and fear into the spectators. What was the point of cultivating? The greatest genius working for a lifetime still wouldn't be able to stop one finger strike from him. An ant might shout with all of its vigors and still couldn't gain the attention of a dragon soaring on the horizon. Nonetheless, Dao Sanqian didn't give up and floated upward. Buzz. His 3,000 Dao manifested again and gathered into a river of time. His shadow stretched infinitely on this temporal river, and the same thing happened to his actual body. He turned into a giant and everyone needed to look up to see his face. This was the form many known him for, a great cultivator standing on the river of time. Prior to this, some might not know the reason for this description. They assumed that it was due to his age and experience. Now, it became rather literal, a retelling of his ultimate state. Buzz. He raised both hands and controlled time itself. The strings of time suddenly shot out in all directions. When everyone thought that they were heading for Li Qie, they pierced through space and traveled to another location in sky border. What? Enveloping Monarch felt something ominous after seeing this. In this split second, something happened to the floating 3,000 Dao. The lineage had a broadly defined territory, acting as its leader while possessing 2/3 of the eastern land. The other powers had strong ties with 3,000 Dao. Their merit laws and foundations often had something to do with Dao Sanqian. Whoosh! The inhabitants and cultivators suddenly saw the temporal strings appearing from the air. Do you see this? They looked up in astonishment and tried to dodge. However, they weren't the targets. The temporal strings drilled into the ground and disappeared from sight. What happened? Confusion and horror struck them. Initially, they thought that these strings would pierce and kill them. This was not the case. Buzz. The endless territories of 3,000 Dao had runic lines appear on the surface. They formed a massive formation. The Dao Foundation is activated? The ancestors and monarchs of the sect became alarmed and observed the situation. Is something bad happening? The Foundation woke up to protect us? A disciple innocently said. This reaction was understandable because foundations were usually activated to protect the descendants from powerful enemies. Rumble. 3,000 Dao in the shape of cauldrons appeared all around the sect. The ancestor is protecting us. Everyone from the sect had mixed feelings about this, happy to be protected by Dao Sanqian, distressed because of a potential enemy attack. Clank. 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 The grand Dao within them resonated with the Dao cauldrons. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. They became resplendent and felt their power gushing out. They thought that the great ancestor has just blessed them, allowing them to reach their peak state. I'm breaking through. Someone yelled. While regular disciples celebrated the blessing, a few ancestors and monarchs felt something off about the resonation. Boom! A maelstrom suddenly emerged in the center of the sect and turned into a temporal cauldron. It started spinning and releasing loud explosions. The resonation process suddenly became violent and Dao power escaped their master's body. What the hell? Disciples lost control. The power of their Dao and Dao essences streamed out of their eyes. This happened everywhere in 3,000 Dao. These streams of power gathered at the maelstrom and were absorbed entirely. Chapter 4801, Betrayal, Awe. Cheers turned into screams in 3,000 Dao. Both the young and old struggled to break free, but this turned out to be futile. Their Dao essences and power surged outward and headed for the maelstrom. In fact, ancient ancestors and even disciples of Dan Sanqian who once reigned the region shared the same fate. Ancient ancestor, what is happening? One disciple bellowed. I don't know. The ancient ancestor had no idea. Her grand Dao was actively restricting her. The resonation process spared no one in 3,000 Dao. They could only watch their power being absorbed by the maelstrom above. It's the progenitor. One ancestor shouted. Who else could control the Dao of the entire lineage but their progenitor? Why, progenitor? The upper echelon started shouting at the sky as well. They wanted to ask the supreme progenitor whom they had been worshipping for eras why he was doing this. Alas, no answer came outside of the sounds coming from the spinning maelstrom. What are you doing, brother? Enveloping could tell that something was wrong despite being far away from 3,000 Dao. Accomplishing the great goal. Dao Sanqian's ethereal state on the river of time looked rather frightening. What goal is more important than 3,000 Dao? We created it together, it is our lineage. Enveloping became furious. Brother, we can always create a new one, no different from planting trees for a new forest. Dao Sanqian said, trees burning down doesn't mean destruction. The ashes will make the land fertile enough for a lusher forest. Are you joking? Enveloping's expression sank. Think about all the living beings, our disciples and descendants. Listeners took note of this and became horrified. Regular experts couldn't see 3,000 Dao, but the ancient ancestors activated their heavenly gaze. Though they couldn't see the exact details, they saw the changes in energy flows. Dao Sanqian wanted to destroy 3,000 Dao along with everyone in it. He spoke without any sadness or remorse. This naturally creeped out the listeners. Lives never disappear in the reincarnation cycle. They might be gone now, but they will return in the next life to join me. I shall bestow upon them my grand Dao again. Dao Sanqian responded. You have gone mad. Joining you is the curse of 3 lifetimes. Enveloping shouted. Brother, you don't understand my aspiration. Dao Sanqian said, this will be a new epoch and its creation shall have my involvement, my laws, and my grand Dao. Enough of this. Enveloping soared upward for a spear thrust. Clank. The beam coming from the tip of his weapon pierced through space, intending on piercing Dao Sanqian's chest and killing him. Enveloping didn't hold back at all. They're fighting. Spectators became emotional since they didn't fully grasp the extent of the massacre. Everyone knew about their long-lasting friendship. Some believed that they were willing to die for each other. Future generations passed down tales and songs celebrating this ironclad friendship. No temptation could ever make them betray each other until today. Brother, don't do this. Dao Sanqian said before chanting, 3,000 Dao, 3 truths. Boom. 3 figures appeared on the river of time to stop the thrust before attacking Enveloping. The real one continued controlling the maelstrom in order to absorb the power of his lineage. Die. Enveloping maintained his assault against the 3 avatars. What is going on? Some weaker cultivators were still lost. Dao Sanqian is sacrificing all of 3,000 Dao. A senior solemnly said. But that's trillions of people. The junior was scared out of his mind. Yes. The senior felt the same shock. Why is he sacrificing them? The junior's teeth chattered. I'm not sure, he is performing a grand ceremony, I don't know the actual aim. The senior shook her head. Rather merciless. The ancient existences hiding in the abyss and forbidden zones said. Only an emotionless cultivator would be able to do something of this magnitude. Chapter 4802, Devil Night Smoke. This wasn't a case of an eternal being sacrificing a lineage he created long ago and had no attachments with. In 3,000 Dao, the individual sects were all related to Dao Sanqian since they were started by his direct disciples or family members and their descendants. Some ancient ancestors have been with Dao Sanqian for eras. These relationships were tangible, not distant. Alas, he still chose to sacrifice all of them. The victims suffered an immense psychological betrayal. They worshipped and trusted their supreme progenitor the most, having prospered under his protection. Now, this man suddenly wanted to offer them and all of their loved ones for the sake of a ceremony. The crowd members shuddered and had cold sweat all over. They thought about their own situation and whether their strongest ancient ancestors might do the same to them in the future. The path of the Tao is emotionless. An ancient existence said, albeit still didn't have the heart to replicate this task. This is pure evil. A high ancestor from an ancient clan said, it goes beyond lacking emotion or attachment. The mightiest ancient ancestors despised Dao Sanqian for doing this since they had love for their sects and descendants. This was the reason why they always stood up for fellow sect members despite the juniors not always being in the right. Tales of vengeance and revenge stemmed from this emotional attachment. Activate. Enveloping used his golden cycle of death to survive the attacks from the three avatars. He bypassed them and reached the true body. Heaven Destroyer. He vomited blood and pieces of his internal organ despite using his ultimate defensive technique. His only focus was killing Dao Sanqian in order to stop the ceremony. He gathered all of his power, vitality, and true blood to deliver the best offensive result. It created a black hole around Dao Sanqian, crushing everything within. What a virtuous man, he's not even from 3000 Dao. Some spectators were moved to tears from seeing Enveloping's love for the sect. The progenitor wanted to sacrifice his lineage while Enveloping tried to do the opposite, a contrast between evil and justice. Enveloping could have ignored this since he was an outsider. The destruction of 3000 Dao didn't have anything to do with him. People stared at his battered body with nothing but reverence. Zzz, Dao Sanqian stopped the powerful thrust and swung his hand, releasing black smoke of a nefarious nature. The black smoke somehow managed to corrode the entire defensive halo of the monarch. Devil Knight smoke. Enveloping couldn't believe this and shouted, "You spent all these years collecting my weakness?" The golden cycle of death always shielded him from death. However, it did have a weakness, this particular evil smoke capable of corroding it. Nonetheless, it was extremely rare and required eras of accumulation. Since they were best friends, he had mentioned this to Dao Sanqian before. He never expected that his most trusted friend has been collecting this through the eras in order to kill him. "Brother, may we meet again in the next life." Dao Sanqian sighed and said. Boom! The three avatars crushed what was left of the halo and struck the monarch directly. Ah! The latter body was pierced in 3 different places. His eyes were wide open as he took his last breath. The crowd shuddered after witnessing his death. The two's friendship has been praised as the defining example of brotherhood. Now, it ended with betrayal and death. Dao Sanqian must have been gathering the smoke right after gaining this knowledge. There was no honor here. Enveloping was ready to die to help him fight Li Qia only to be rewarded with an indignant end. Chapter 4803, Refinement. Spectators had a hard time expressing their emotions after seeing the two drastically different cultivators. Some feared for their own creature due to a newly surfacing distrust of their own ancient ancestors. However, they carefully thought about it and realized that their ancient ancestors didn't have this ability. Only progenitors with complete control over the lineage's grand Tao could duplicate Dao Sanqian's maelstrom. Regular sects lacked the same depth, but perhaps this was a blessing. Prior to this, sect members took pride in having mighty ancient ancestors as backers. Dao Sanqian subverted this expectation and revealed the con in having a potential disaster. On the other hand, Enveloping Monarch's death had the opposite effect. Men could still be virtuous and were ready to die for the right cause. Both despair and hope became the themes of the event just now. Furthermore, Dao Sanqian seemed to be a rare case. More often than not, ancient ancestors lingered in this world due to having attachments for the sect and their descendants. They kept themselves buried underground and lived a sunless life, hoping to be useful as protectors one more time. A sect can't ask for more than having Enveloping Monarch as a member. One ancestor wiped his tears and said, "We shall honor him as our ancestor once more." Bones Monarch was also present for this battle and mourned his death. In the past, his goal was to kill Enveloping Monarch for betraying Bones. The guy was the successor and learned the golden cycle of death, yet left them for 3,000 Dao. No lineage would accept this without a fight. It was a matter of deterrence to prevent top secrets from getting out unpunished. Bones never recognized enveloping monarch status in the sect due to the betrayal. However, his righteous selflessness today made Bones' monarch change his mind. He hurriedly went to pick up Enveloping's corpse in order to give it a proper burial back in Bones. Ah! Meanwhile, screams continued to echo across 3,000 Dao. The lineage turned into hell in no time at all. Those watching this with their heavenly gaze became traumatized. Once all the Dao essences left through the victim's eyes, next came their longevity blood. Now the pain intensified at this point. They felt as if their soul and skull were being flayed. 3,000 Dao was massive in size, yet the screams could be heard everywhere. Many ancestors have seen horrifying events before, but this was an entirely new scale. How can you do this? A peerless cultivator trembled in astonishment. Dao Sanqian had made up his mind and abandoned his morality for the sake of his goal. Eventually, the last thing to break the body was the Grand Dao itself. What they have cultivated obliterated their body with an explosion. Blood and particles splashed everywhere. Fuck. An ancient ancestor saw the mass explosions and became nauseous. Dao Sanqian has successfully taken everything from the members of 3,000 Dao. The refinement process culminated within the maelstrom. The temporal strings turned red afterward. A terrible power surged in the air, capable of destroying 8 desolaces. At the same time, Dao Sanqian's large figure turned into a seal to contain all the powers absorbed by the maelstrom. Everyone looked up and couldn't describe its size with mere words. It looked like the sky had a gaping wound that would never close. On the other side of this seal was the deepest level of hell. Chapter 4805. Trident. The trident's shaft was as large as a mountain range, while the 3 teeth resembled 3 peaks. It emitted a wonderful light from the distant past. In reality, it was made of Dao laws twisting together and didn't possess a physical body. The individual law contained immense power, granting the trident the ability to shoulder the weight of 8 desolaces. Boom! Time-worn cultivators sat in the pavilions, white hair and beard with archaic-style robes, certainly not from the present epoch. They seemed to have just woken up from a long slumber. Despite their age and withering vitality, their Dao power remained formidable and unsurpassable by regular cultivators. Through special laws in Dao, they channeled their power into the trident, causing it to be brighter and hotter. The rays coming from it aimed for the damaged sky and the rest of the world. It served as a lighthouse in the middle of a tempestuous ocean, while 8 desolaces were various ships in trouble. Because the rays reached the far corners of 8 desolaces, they managed to pierce the dark specters. This trident was crafted with special Dao capable of both defense and offense. In fact, it could be considered the nemesis of these dark creatures. It didn't take long before the casualties reached an incalculable number. What is this lineage? They seemed like experts in dealing with the specters. Peerless cultivators became startled. During the initial invasion, invincible ancestors from the great powers retaliated since this was a matter of survival. They had high morale and fought fiercely. Unfortunately, they found these specters to be virtually impossible to kill. Cutting them in half wasn't enough due to their high recovery speed. However, the rays from the trident could easily purify them. The darkness had no place to hide against the descending rays. Its tenacity was proven insufficient. 7 Martial Pavilion, the one in the legend, the majority didn't recognize these special pavilions and the masters within. However, these masters weren't weaker than any of the current ancient ancestors. Only those who have lived for an immensely long time recognize the pavilions. The pavilions truly exist? Listeners nearby were caught off guard. This was a legendary lineage that had been the topic of many cultivators. It's just that none had seen it before. As time passed, future descendants believed that this was only an old story, nothing more. Today, it finally appeared during 8 Desolace's existential crisis. The 9 heavenly treasures are proven to be real, so why can't the pavilions be real too? A high ancestor said. Others agreed with this logic because they once thought that the 9 treasures were mere legends. Today, the first treasure has shown up. It wasn't that strange for the pavilions to do so either. Boom! A figure appeared out of thin air. No one saw how she got there. Adorned in an armor set glowing with a faint blue light that didn't diminish her beauty, curvy where necessary, slender in all the other places. Of course, the thing attracting everyone's attention was not her exquisite appearance but her aura and temperament. An oceanic aura came from her. Staring at her made people feel as if they were in front of a beach, ready for a relaxing break. However, this aura was unyielding, not gentle in the slightest. She was a tsunami hitting the sky and the cliffs, not the soft waves to be enjoyed. Everyone felt threatened by her due to her godly properties. With her around, all the other gods feel fake. She looks like a god of the seas. One spectator only caught a glimpse and averted their gaze, not daring to be disrespectful. They felt that staring at her too much was unacceptable due to her status. One word popped up in their mind: sea god. Not a sea god, she is the 7 martial god. A high ancestor from the east couldn't believe it. I'm not familiar with this figure. Someone else asked. Me neither, I've only heard stories. The high ancestor nodded and said, 7 Martial Pavilion has a true god, a defender of the ocean from the darkness. She exists to fight a particular curse from an unknown race. Curse? The person didn't expect this. It came from a progenitor, according to the rumors. The high ancestor said. A divine monarch nearby whispered, something like what Dao Sanqian did. If that lineage has any survivors, they would be inflicted by his curse. Right, cultivating his Dao is nothing more than a curse. The high ancestor shuddered. Pop. The martial god finally opened her eyes, seemingly awakening from a long slumber. Her eyes were as bright as the stars and illuminated the dark world above. Chapter 4806, each of her breaths suppressed the entire world though she has yet to activate her power. She appeared capable of taking command in any situation. Some ancient ancestors have heard about her before and agreed that she lived up to the legends. 7 Martial Goddess. The big shots knew that she has reached a level above the current apex of their world. How would you compare 7 Martial Goddess to Dao Sanqian? Someone whispered. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. A high ancestor from an ancient clan said, Dao Sanqian is no match for Tian Tu, let alone the goddess. Clank. Her weapon of choice was an old trident. Its appearance caused everyone to palpitate as if their heart and true fate have just been pierced. The weapon had a palpable presence as if it has been cast from heaven and earth. Its tip represented the apex of sharpness with a frightening glint. Ancient ancestors with Dao Lord weapons immediately felt that they wouldn't be able to parry a direct thrust. This is far beyond Dao Lord weapons. A big shot took a deep breath and correctly speculated. The trident came from a forgotten epoch and has been suppressed by a supreme power. This made it impossible for its true power to be used. Eventually, the suppression and seal were removed so the weapon regained its former glory. Clank. She performed an upward thrust, simple and non-flashy. Above the sky vault was another time zone completely. This banished dimension contained an unimaginable creature. Due to the realms in between, no attack could ever reach the creature. However, her thrust immediately overcame time and space. Boom! Alas, an unknown power successfully stopped the piercing blow. Damn! An eternal existence gasped. That thrust wasn't meant to kill a single cultivator but rather, an entire world. Her eyes narrowed after the unsuccessful attack. This made heaven and earth tremble. Living beings felt an invisible hand slamming down and causing them to fall to the ground. Clank. She swung her spear vertically, leaving a long trail of coordinates in the air. Figures appeared among the coordinates. Each of them had a majestic aura, enough to make others prostrate in fear. This was akin to numerous Tao lords arriving in person. What is that? The unbeatable figures were strong enough to force ancient ancestors to the ground. I know what this is, the remnant intent of the sea gods, they are eternal. One ancient ancestor trembled. Boom! Their powers immediately blessed Seven Martial Goddess and turned her into a giant. Her power surged crazily as more than 10 sea gods blessed her with their remnant intent. Rumble. It became abundantly clear that 8 Desolaces had a hard time accommodating a being of her level. That's the Shadow Conference. An ancestor on his deathbed inside a time-worn clan of the East murmured. What do you mean, ancestor? A junior ancestor nearby asked. The near-death ancestor shook his head and said, as far as I know, sea gods from the 9 worlds participated in a mysterious conference. In fact, the entry requirement was so stringent that not all of them were qualified to participate. He paused for a moment before continuing. I believe that it was created to confront their own origin. That's the extent of our knowledge. Meanwhile, other ancient beings were emotional since they finally got to see the legendary conference. It was rather mysterious back in the previous epoch. Those in the know thought that it was destroyed after the Grand Calamity. With her predecessor's blessing, she became the Lord of the Gods. Clank. She thrust the air again without holding back, piercing through the unbelievable distance. Boom! The creature attempted to block again but was finally injured. Blood gushed down and stained the cracks in the sky. This was naturally a horrifying scene for spectators because it looked as if the sky was bleeding profusely. Chapter 4807, What an ominous sign, an important figure murmured. It's injured. What an attack, piercing through countless dimensions. The Lord of a burial ground saw this. Only the mightiest characters knew what Dao Sanqian had woken up. They themselves didn't want to mess with this creature, yet the goddess managed to wound it after a single move. The awakening is incomplete. Another supreme being from a forbidden ground communicated with the others. This was a monstrous existence that has yet to be wounded by a heavenly tribulation. It was in its prime state, albeit sealed. If it were to arrive in 8 Desolaces, even they themselves would be in trouble. A stratagem planned for eras. A spectator said. The goddess has reached a level far beyond Dao Sanqian. Boom! Suddenly, a thick black liquid gushed out of the cracks above. It was as if heaven was leaking water. Everything touched by this liquid immediately corroded, resulting in an abyss. This included all the sects and cultivators directly beneath. The liquid in the abyss then gathered together and turned into a gigantic monster, leaving behind an empty crater. Whoosh! As it flapped what could be considered wings, it started terrible tornadoes and strong winds in all directions of the Een affinity. The gales immediately flayed unfortunate spectators, leaving only skeletons in their path. The creature then flew 9,000 miles with one flap and stood before the goddess. What is this monster? Spectators trembled in horror. This was a dead creature with no life force, black from top to bottom. Corrosion seemed to be its main affinity, a monster born from death. It resembled a decaying Kuan-pang. Black bones with spurs made up the tattered wings. It didn't have eyes, only white pulses in the sockets. The wings poured down gray flames and made it look like the harbinger of death. What are you? Seven Martial Goddess gazed at the colossal monster. I am known as the Een Kuan-pang. The creature's voice was chilling. Listeners felt each word piercing their very bones. The shadow of Bone Sea. She understood its origin. Kakaka, the creature laughed sinisterly. Little girl, so you do know. I am made from the shadow of the master, the embodiment of death and spirits, just a puppet. She interrupted. Puppet, sure, but a puppet with the master's eternal power. Little girl, your vitality and the power of those sea gods, how delicious. I shall slay you today. The goddess' eyes flashed brightly as she declared. Kakaka, daring to harbor these sea gods' powers as your own instead of returning them to the master, I shall slay you and your races in the master's stead. The Kunpeng retorted. Activate. She summoned a mighty ocean with torrential waves. It engulfed both her and the Kunpeng. Realm of the gods. She roared and the ocean turned into a shiny barrier. This protected 8 desolaces from their ferocious battle. Just you and the sea gods want to imprison the master? What a foolish dream. The Kunpeng wasn't afraid at all. We'll see about that. She pointed the trident straight at him. Kakaka, little girl, you already know that this is the master's ultimate weapon. How will you use it? The Kunpeng laughed. Ancient ancestors were astounded to learn about this. That mighty weapon belonged to the monstrous creature looming above? How was it related to the sea gods? And? The goddess remained calm. Kakaka, I shall take it back and slay your race with it then. The Kunpeng smiled. Everyone felt as if death had just licked their face. Come, trident. It roared and raised its hand to summon the weapon. However, the trident didn't move an inch away from the goddess. The Kunpeng found this astonishing. Black flames engulfed its hand and turned into an eternal seal. Boom! This seal activated its divinity and all living beings felt their true soul being sucked away. Fuck! Spectators couldn't withstand this pressure. Trident, come. The Kunpeng used the seal to summon the weapon again. Alas, the result was the same. How can this be? The Kunpeng found this unbelievable. This trident was a gift bestowed by its supreme overlord. With this blessing, that being went on to become the first sea god. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Unfortunately, there was a price for everything. The invincible sea god still returned to the source. That was the nice way of putting it. The truth was that this sea god was devoured by the supreme overlord. This was the fate of all the sea gods. Therefore, the Shadow Conference was initiated in order to fight against their master. For example, Prime, Deep Blue, and Martial Sea God were all members of the conference. Chapter 4808, Overlord's Arrival. The trident belongs to this world now, not your master. The goddess said. Kakaka, impressive method. I see, help from a capable cultivator, but it doesn't matter. The master will come and end everything. The Kunpeng smiled. Die. She didn't wish to waste time and called on the members of the conference again. The supreme sea gods immediately empowered her again. She became resplendent with halos and energy wings on her back, all brimming with life force and everlastingness. She channeled this energy into the trident itself. Clank. Just the metallic hymn had a devastating effect capable of slaying her foes. She immediately shot out a beam from the tip of the trident toward the Kunpeng. Not to mention regular cultivators, even those from the forbidden zones would have to run away. With the help of the sea gods and her own prowess, she had enough power to attack the forbidden zones and burial grounds. Primordial. The Kunpeng retaliated with a single word, nothing more. Of course, this was sufficient on its own. The black flames around the Kunpeng intensified and wielded the death affinity. It could carve into the soul and deplete lifespan. Boom! After they expanded to the limit, they suddenly shrank and came together to form a fiery sphere. It was as if this was its form during time primordial. Heaven and earth and all else were part of the same entity during this chaotic expanse. The Kunpeng was also part of it, a race far older than others. A primordial Tao. An eternal existence deep in space commented, this is the innate gift of these creatures. Meanwhile, regular cultivators didn't quite understand, the same for the ancient ancestors. Nonetheless, they knew that this was a peerless art. This gift was unique to the Kunpeng alone. This creature was once a divine beast, virtually unstoppable across the realms. Alas, it was eventually swallowed by an even stronger supreme overlord. However, as a divine beast, it was still indestructible. Though its physical form was dead, its soul remained. This soul was then tainted by the overlord and a new creature rose out of the darkness, the Yin Kuan Peng. Boom! The goddess tried to break the sphere with her blessed trident. The oceanic barrier absorbed the brunt of the attack. Nonetheless, 8 desolaces still shook violently. The nearby mountains crumbled from the remnant shockwaves. No one in our world can stop them. Ancient ancestors and divine monarchs concluded. Dao Sanqian and 6 Dao monarch couldn't have stopped that attack. Li Qie can. Their friend brought this up. However, he was still sitting still and healing right now. Most importantly, they worried about the creature looming above. Just its creation, the Yin Kuan Peng, was dreadful enough. The master should be on an unimaginable level. The 2 blood suns seemed to be looking down on the world as if it was a delicious meal. Everyone became nervous because if this creature were to descend, it would be the end of their world. Please don't come. They quietly prayed against this outcome. Alas, prayers and wishes often had the opposite effect. Boom! The seal on the sky broke down and everything turned dark. This didn't only happen to the primordial union but all of 8 desolaces. It's coming, the banishment has ended. A supreme lord inside a burial ground observed the scene. Is the sky falling down? Mortals and cultivators alike were scared out of their wits. We need to run, now. A few ancient lineages immediately teleported their sect to secret locations. Clank. 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 A special bell could be heard. This came from an ancient lineage staying within a hidden realm as a warning to the world. A calamity is happening. Ancestors became frightened. Their first reaction was to run and hide in the safest place they could think of. They started evacuating their juniors and sect members. Boom! Worldbreaker's Fist Dao was activated. The giant fist itself was ready to take down any incoming attack. Sword Burial Ground's divine swords floated up in the air. They released the most ferocious aura and didn't spare any intruder. Evil Flame Ridge was engulfed in a dark flame of the highest intensity. Anyone who got close would be reduced to ashes. Ancient places like the 7 Forbidden Zones have initiated their strongest defense against a potential invasion. Ra! A muffled roar echoed across the realm. All living beings who heard it immediately dropped to the ground, completely intimidated. This included mighty cultivators. Pop! The darkness was chased away by rays. Unfortunately, instead of sunlight, they had a bloody tint. The rays came from a pair of gigantic eyes that could be mistaken for 2 suns. People directly beneath looked up and only saw something resembling a continent. What is this thing? Being unable to see its full outline scared them. Only powerful existences and overlords with special methods could see the entirety of the creature. It resembled an alligator and a kuan. Its mouth was large enough to suck an ocean dry, each tooth was the size of the highest mountain. Its eyes contained an independent system of yin-yang, reincarnation cycle, and grand Tao. It could be the embodiment of heaven and earth. All other creatures were mere parasites living on its body. Favorite. Chapter 4809. This being had a wonderful understanding of the supreme truths. Its thought gained a creation and derivation potential. The world was in the presence of a supreme overlord, one at full power. Triune Alligator Lord. The overlord of a burial ground whispered, never punished by a tribulation before, returning in its peak state. One of the 3 supreme overlords from Triune Cycle Epoch, he's the only one who is still alive. Another overlord sighed, how fortunate. Supreme overlords were frightening characters, some have lived for epochs. One epoch consisted of 10 million years, a few lasted for much longer. From the start to finish was a maturity process ending with untold resources and power. Alas, all the previous couldn't escape destruction. Only a selected few living beings were lucky enough to survive. The destruction happened for various reasons. Ultimately, the strongest lord of that epoch or even the creator of the epoch would have a chance to fight at the end of the world. Some chose to fight, others chose to hide. Only one thing was virtually certain, being unable to escape unscathed from the punishment and suppression of the high heaven. This happened to the overlords inside the burial grounds and old earths. They were still suffering from these old injuries. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Back during the triune cycle, something different occurred. The epoch didn't reach full maturity before a war between their three supreme overlords started. One of the three overlords, the Alligator Lord, had its soul severed from the body and was banished. Because of this, it managed to escape the true destruction subsequently. The same couldn't be said for the other overlords who paid a heavy toll just to survive. Today, Dao Sanqian performed a ritual to awaken it on top of bringing its soul back to the body. The Great Lord roared again and its aura swept through 10 million miles. Every life form in that region turned to dust. It opened its mouth and started sucking in another continent. The great powers and even Dao Lord lineages activated their barriers and shot out offensive beams. This was proven futile and all were devoured by the Overlord. The land of stars is gone, others trembled after seeing this. That place had thousands of lineages but it was gone now in a matter of seconds. Destruction is coming, another Overlord murmured. Run. Top cultivators only had a single thought on their mind, run away. However, there was no safe place to hide. The Alligator Overlord was massive and could swallow the world whole. He did this to his own epoch, just a continuous rampage of feeding. A burial ground lord deep in space murmured. Who will save us? Regular cultivators and even ancestors in the path of the beast lamented. Alas, no one answered their call for help. They brought this upon themselves. No one stepped up to prevent this. A supreme overlord in an old earth commented. When Dao Sanqian offered his sect as a sacrifice for an unknown ceremony, the rest of the world simply watched outside of enveloping monarch. Now, this was their just deserts for standing idle. Raw. The Alligator Lord's appetite was far from being satiated, so it stretched its claw for another region. It's coming for he. Top existences shouted, seeing that one of the 8 Desolaces was the next target. Rumble. The inhabitants of this continent prepared for battle. The son of a Dao Lord led the charge while brimming with golden radiance. His Dao turned into laws encompassing 10 million miles. A lord of the gods also led his subjects to battle. Their divine powers tried to stop the incoming claw. Clank. One heavenly sword illuminated 3,000 words. Each slash displayed utmost invincibility. The user was a legendary sword god. Countless cultivators soared into the sky, wanting to stop this supreme overlord. Unfortunately, they were no match for this ultimate being. Crunch. The claw grabbed 100 great powers or so and pulled them back into the beast's jaw. Though they were caught, powerful cultivators inside its mouth still attacked repeatedly, wanting to escape. How could they ever succeed? Even a mythical Kuan-Peng had fallen to this supreme overlord. A quick look at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Boom. Meanwhile, the various forbidden zones continued to gather power. The other overlords finally became worried enough to prepare for an actual fight. This summoning was a failure. This overlord is not destroying the enemy, only causing a disaster for everyone else. A burial ground lord whispered. Chapter 48:10. The overlords naturally knew Dao Sanqian's goal, wanting to use the Alligator Lord to eliminate Li Qia and start an entirely new epoch. They also had the same idea, wanting to watch and wait for the right moment. Perhaps the summoned Lord and Li Qia would both die in a fight. With that, they would have double the rewards, the flesh and blood of 2 ultimate beings. That might be enough for them to heal their injuries or start a new epoch. Alas, they didn't expect this alligator lord to go on a rampage, eating countless living beings and great powers. Of course, they didn't give a damn about 8 Desolaces. This lord was free to devour everything, but it seemed so unrestrained. The forbidden zones could become the next targets. This wasn't to say that they were afraid of the alligator lord alone. The issue was that during the chaos, others might take advantage of it and join in. The involvement of another forbidden zone or burial ground would make it rather difficult, hence the tense atmosphere. As for those from 8 Desolaces, they were screaming and running. Some progenitors and divine monarchs regretted not helping 3,000 Dao. Cultivators merely watched in silence or even gloated at that lineage's suffering. All of this could have been avoided if they had stopped Dao Sanxian. Now, it was their time to pay. Rumble. 8 Desolaces quaked violently, on the verge of collapsing. Its inhabitants trembled in fear regardless of their cultivation. As the beast continued onward, sky border suddenly turned dark due to an incoming claw. This was the strongest region of 8 Desolaces, brimming with life and vitality. Therefore, the alligator lord viewed it as a delicious feast akin to a hungry wolf seeing a piece of meat. Run. Even ancient ancestors wanted to run, no longer possessing courage and audacity. However, this beast could eat all of sky border, so hiding was meaningless. Is anyone going to save us? Mortals and cultivators wanted to see a sliver of hope. Clank. A majestic sword Dao came from an eastern clan. It originated from a bronze sword hailing from an ancient period. It floated in the air and seemed more significant than heaven and earth due to a series of archaic runes with embedded truths. Pure Sun. Someone shouted the name of the blade as it initiated a brilliant slash. This was an ace card left behind by Pure Sun Dao Lord, one capable of bringing peace back to the world. Boom! An immortal ray shot out of the ocean and formed a wondrous figure. Blessed Dao Lord. Spectators shouted in astonishment. This figure seemed peerless and resembled an immortal. These two forces worked together to stop the incoming claw from the alligator lord. The 2 Dao lords left them behind to prepare for an apocalyptic scenario such as this. Boom! Frightening and destructive shockwaves ravaged the continent. Mountains collapsed and lava gushed out of the cracked earth. The claw was finally stopped with this combination. We're okay. Powerful spectators became elated after seeing this. Boom! Unfortunately, a second explosion came shortly after. Both attacks from the Dao lords shattered once the alligator lord became serious. Rumble. It maintained its course to devour sky border. It's over. Big shots and top masters felt despair, not wanting to become food. A quick look at Tinurl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. Buzz. Once the claw touched the shore, time suddenly came to a stop. All movements became infinitely slow. The overlords themselves were affected by this temporal stagnation. They could see every little change in slow time. Boom! An immortal beam coming from a fingertip illuminated 8 Desolaces. Its power managed to repel the claw. Rah! The alligator lord bellowed. The successful defense shocked everyone, including other overlords. A strike capable of harming that massive beast? The attacker was most likely on the overlord level as well. Who? This became the question on the overlord's mind. They knew that one of them must take action. Otherwise, only death awaited the inhabitants of 8 Desolaces. They followed the direction of the beam and saw a floating figure as time started flowing again. Chapter 48:11. It turned out to be a woman whose appearance couldn't be sufficiently described with mere words. Her profound eyes made the stars hide in shame. Her figure was immaculate, even the pickiest person wouldn't be able to find a point of criticism. Her oval face was perfectly sculpted, a work of art from the high heaven demanding gasps of admiration. She wore a simple white dress, but this didn't deter her beauty. After all, it didn't need any additional decoration. The simplicity alone was the most suitable for someone of her stature. Other goddesses and saintesses, the prettiest in the world, kingdom-toppling beauties, they couldn't compare to her. All seemed to be lacking a little bit of something, perhaps an elegance culminated from withstanding the test of time. She was a fair of the ages and had the blessings and powers of the eras. This seemed rather innate, not cultivated later, the reason why other women had a hard time possessing the same aura. Unsurprisingly enough, everyone thought of her as an immortal. Although an unprecedented cultivator in Wuxia had appeared before, he didn't give off the impression of an immortal. He certainly had the power of one but not the grace and appearance. The same couldn't be said about this woman. She didn't seem to be a part of the 5 elements, the yin and yang, and the reincarnation cycle. This is what I imagine an immortal to look like, someone said with admiration. Some wondered how this world could ever give birth and raise such a woman. Our ancestors have met her before, a patriarch from an ancient lineage said with astonishment. The descendants of the lineage have listened to a story about how their ancestors came across her by sheer fortune. They earned her grace and were given a territory to prosper for eras. Thus, there existed an ancient and mysterious painting in their lineage. Their ancestors drew her from memories. That and the woman were identical. However, the painting didn't possess the same transcending aura. After everyone calmed down from the initial shock at her appearance, they realized something else. She had just pushed the alligator lord back with a single finger strike. An immortal among us. They thought, or at least she fits all the criteria. You? Triune alligator lord stared at her. The blood rays from his eyes engulfed her. The rays were immensely destructive, but her immortal aura prevented any damage. As long as this aura was around, nothing could reach her. Triune immortal chose to stay here. Another supreme overlord in highest wild stared at her and became serious. Another unpunished cultivator. Triune epoch must have been something else. 2 of the 3 are still alive, how miraculous. A different supreme overlord deep in space recognized the woman. You're still alive. The gigantic beast didn't speak, but his divine intent could be heard by all. They also somehow understood him without any language barrier. Nai, your end is here. She responded. Her voice was peerless and comforting. This was the first time listeners have heard such a pleasant voice. No one else knew the alligator lord's true name. In fact, even those from his epoch had no idea. They only referred to him as Triune Alligator Lord and had no idea of his time as Nai, a little alligator. Don't be so sure. He laughed in a terrifying manner. We were born together and I have ended Traiant, you're next. After I devour you, the fortune of our epoch shall be mine, I will revert to being the stone. Regular cultivators were confused, only the old overlords knew about the legends of this epoch. It had 3 lords, Triune Alligator, Triune Traiant, and Triune Immortal. They originated from a single stone that has fallen down to their world. They ruled together at the start until the epoch reached its highest prosperity. The brutal alligator then started devouring everything else and even killed Triune Traiant. Triune Immortal retaliate in full force and their battle crushed the already broken epoch. She couldn't kill the alligator lord and banished his soul from his indestructible body. As for the immortal, her power came from the will to protect her epoch. The failure and the destruction of her world shattered her power and she disappeared. Today, the 2 enemies have returned after numerous epochs and in a different world, 8 desolaces. I'll make sure you won't live past this epoch. She said murderously, still managing to intimidate listeners despite her voice's ethereal nature. Her murderous intent emerged and listeners suddenly felt as if their lives were up to her whim. This world is full of vitality, its grand Tao source is formidable and majestic. I just need to devour it and I'll be back to my peak. The alligator lord laughed, and as for you? You no longer have the power of protection, what are you going to slay me with? Buzz. The immortal summoned a radiant wheel. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. This initiated a light sphere beneath the alligator lord. Time started to flow from one epoch to another, billions and billions of years ago. They returned to a prosperous epoch and the Alligator Lord couldn't dodge it in time. Triune Epoch Wheel. He shouted in astonishment. We'll be using he/him for this being instead of it. Chapter 48:12. The special will brought the two lords back to their epoch. Boom! He immediately channeled his endless energy and summoned an armor made of Dao light. Just the pulsing waves alone from the armor could kill emperors and Dao lords in the blink of an eye. Time, space, and laws making up the epoch were instantly crushed. Only black holes were left behind. Triune Epoch was far in the past compared to the modern era. However, cultivators could still feel his erupting power. The shockwaves piercing through time itself scared the living hell out of them. This is the power of a supreme overlord in his prime, not suffering any suppression. It's magnificent. An ancient ancestor trembled in fear. This collapsed timeline can't trap me. The Alligator Lord started devouring everything. Although the epoch had nothing left, no lifeforms gnawed worldly veins, there were still stars and celestials. It seemed that he was correct, this will wouldn't be able to stop him for long. Buzz. Triune Immortal's transcendent radiance pulsed brightly and created temporal ripples. She herself chose to join the reversal passage and went back to her epoch. Boom! She immediately attacked her mortal adversary with a palm strike. Come, I've eaten Traiant here, you are next. When the Triune is united, I shall become a true immortal. He was not afraid at all and shot out a devastating beam from his mouth. The two didn't hold back and continued their eternal contest. The subsequent explosions created primordial chaos and lightning bolts. That's fortunate. Someone back in 8 Decimalaces heaved a sigh of relief. At least the two chose to fight in a different spatiotemporal sphere. Otherwise, their epoch would either be destroyed or swallowed up by the Alligator Lord. Everyone started praying for Triune Immortal's victory. Of course, a few overlords took it one step further, hoping that both sides would die. After all, these were two overlords at their prime. Their flesh and blood were the finest resources in existence. Buzz. As everyone paid attention to the shockwaves emanating from the fight, Gu-Yin from Immortal Lake was preoccupied with something else. The coffin lid opened and revealed a complete portal with silver ripples. Once the ripples stabilized, a particular being walked out into 8 Decimalaces. No one has seen anything like it before. It didn't have a head, limbs, or even a body. It looked like a blob of mercury around the size of an adult. It had a pair of wings made out of holy light that was often seen on angels. It also had a halo above its head. The rays coming from it could purify the entire world. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. Do you see that? Those nearby finally took note because they have been paying attention to the coffin from Immortal Lake. Dead Immortal. A supreme overlord also noticed this and murmured. The Lord of Immortal Lake. A divine monarch from an ancient clan shouted in astonishment. He has never seen this being in person but had read information written down by the clan's progenitor who had visited the lake before. This garnered everyone's attention and astounded them. They have heard the legends regarding the ancient lineages of desolate wild. Back during the calamity, a corpse fell from heaven and destroyed a burial ground, a testament to its monstrosity. However, Immortal Lake still managed to obtain it. That's dead Immortal. The appearance of this being took everyone by surprise. They assumed that true to the title, it would look like a dead immortal, possessing either the death affinity or strands of immortal aura. In this case, this being looked out of this world. What is this race? An ancestor wondered. Strangely enough, dead immortal didn't do anything yet. This was a stark contrast to Triune Alligator Lord who came with a bang. If it wasn't for people recognizing it, no one would have made a connection between it and Immortal Lake. Only the overlords understood the significance of its arrival. This was an epic lord that should absolutely be stronger than Triune Alligator Lord when comparing prime to prime. Alas, it had suffered a tribulation and suppression from the high heaven, no longer possessing the same dominance during the current epoch. 1. Using it for now just like Triune Alligator Lord. It's hard to assign gender to these unknown creatures without textual narrative. Chapter 48:13. Cultivators assumed that a supreme overlord would have an intimidating appearance and a flashy aura. For example, Triune Alligator Lord instantly scared the hell out of everyone. They felt insignificant like ants before him. Dead Immortal's appearance had the opposite effect. It resembled a large drop of mercury and possessed holy properties such as a halo and wings. A tear born. A supreme overlord whispered. She had knowledge of Dead Immortal's epoch and race, but this was her first time seeing one in the flesh. How strong is Dead Immortal? An ancient ancestor asked. Triune Alligator Lord was a monstrosity beyond comprehension. Dead Immortal didn't give off the same feeling. This made cultivators think that the being wasn't quite as strong and would lose in a fight right away. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Dead Immortal didn't care about these comments. It looked up in the sky after arriving in 8 Desolaces, but there were no changes, no maelstrom and lightning bolts. It heaved a sigh of relief afterward. In reality, this was on the mind of all the supreme overlords. They wondered whether a tribulation would show up to attack him. The Alligator Lord was different from Dead Immortal. The former had never fought the high heaven, so the absence of a tribulation was understandable. Dead Immortal and some others were different. They had been suppressed by the tribulation previously. Thus, their appearance would invoke the heaven's wrath. No tribulation? Looks like it won't come again after Wuxia's grand tribulation. An overlord said. Maybe Wuxia has managed to hide this epoch somehow. Otherwise, someone like him is definitely a prime target for the high heaven. Another speculated. This was irrefutable since Wuxia was similar to a supreme overlord. Those on his level weren't allowed to stay in the mortal realm, hence the constant tribulations. However, Wuxia must have done something to shield 8 Desolaces, rendering it difficult for the high heaven to punish the offenders. Triune Alligator Lord came out on an empty stomach while having a raging appetite. On the other hand, Dead Immortal wasn't interested in anything but Wuxia and his treasures. Fellow Taoists, anyone else wants to join? Dead Immortal communicated despite not having eyes and a mouth. Everyone heard it clearly and could sense it looking at them. Of course, it was talking to the other supreme overlords. Regular cultivators weren't qualified to be its fellow Taoists. No response came back from its peers. Wuxia's flesh was irresistible, but they wanted to wait for the right time. Dead Immortal alone was enough. If anyone else had shown up, it would mean terrible news for the inhabitants of 8 Desolaces. Very well, I shall help myself then. It focused on Wuxia with haste. Everyone else could feel an intense scan, not only on Wuxia but the entire world. All of them became trapped by something unknown, unable to move an inch. This included non-living entities and natural orders as well. The waves stopped along with the winds. Time itself became frozen. Cultivators tried to scream, but words didn't leave their mouth. Their grand Tao and vitality had been sealed, leaving them as still as statues. Fame well deserved. Another overlord praised after seeing the total seal. Its confidence in its own abilities was the reason why it dared to show up right now. It remained as cautious as possible while dealing with Wuxia. It gathered its grand Tao with each breath, not immediately rushing forward. It had seen Wuxia in action before and wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the heavenly injuries. After all, this was Wuxia's epoch. It would have been suicidal to go up against a peak state Wuxia. Wuxia showed no reaction to the current seal. The heavenly injuries seemed to command all of his attention. Dead Immortal observed carefully, just like the other supreme overlords. The latter wanted to use Dead Immortal as a way to gauge Wuxia's actual injuries. If he was faking, they would be more than happy to watch dead immortal die in the process, or perhaps, mutual destruction. On the other hand, if the injuries were real, that's when they would strike and potentially devour both. Boom! Dead immortal floated up and summoned a lightning bolt. Crackles. The lightning affinity from all over 8 decimalaces started gathering on this single bolt. No! Everyone had electrical particles coursing through them. They just didn't feel this particular phenomenon, but now, these particles were being controlled by something else. Chapter 48:14. These electrical particles converged into the owner's true fate. This process applied to not only living beings but also trees and grass. As long as there was life, this phenomenon occurred. Normally, this felt like ascension with the particles inside the true fate, an unsurpassable feeling of pleasure and joy. In this case, because it wasn't due to their own cultivation, they only became afraid. Ancient ancestors and divine monarchs wanted to shout. Despite their impressive cultivation, they didn't have that ultimate control over their own body. They couldn't have controlled these tiny particles with such finesse. This was a matter of limitation with merit law and Tao comprehension. Even those adept in the lightning affinity didn't possess such mastery. It seemed that dead immortal's cultivation system was rather different from the current one. This was a different manifestation of power. Due to the electrical particles overfilling their true fate, once these things were dragged out, so did their true fate. Because of this, they saw their body falling down to the ground. No! The true fate, or the souls, screamed in horror. They knew that if they couldn't return to the body, death was inevitable. The Tao system of bionic epoch is unique indeed. One supreme overlord said sentimentally. The difference in cultivation was actually a plus in this case. If it had the same system as everyone else, it wouldn't have overpowered them as easily. However, as one of the creators of this unique system, it had perfect mastery over its laws and might. This allowed for a swift takeover of the inhabitants' souls. Dan Sanqian performed something similar. This required eras of planning, from the creation of the sect and passing down his merit laws. Finally, the ceremony itself required ample effort. Compared to Dead Immortal, Dao Sanqian's technique was not worth mentioning. Are we going to die? The souls screamed. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. A sublime scene occurred all over 8 decimalaces. The departed souls became resplendent with the lightning affinity. The overlords understood that Dead Immortal didn't dare to be reckless. He wanted to gather all of 8 decimalaces lightning particles to unleash an ultimate blow. It needed to be strong enough to kill Li Qiye so that the devouring would be simple. The heavenly treasure would be his as well. However, during the split second before the conversion of souls into lightning power, an eternal power erupted and propagated across 8 decimalaces. Mortals, cultivators, and all other creatures basked in this second affinity. Dead Immortal's domination over them crumbled and the souls immediately returned to their original body. They were horrified because just one more second and that would have been the end. That was a trip to hell and back. Fuck. Many wanted to run away as far as possible, hiding in caves or pits. The eternal power that managed to stop Dead Immortal came from a certain temple in Sky Border. More circular pulses shot to the sky. Rumble. They served as seals to protect this world. People looked up and saw that the individual Tao laws were as thick as mountain ranges. They covered the sky and granted protection. The origin of this power was none other than a woman shrouded in boundless Tao radiance. The moment she showed herself, primordial chaos and melodies poured down from the 9 heavens. She gained the blessing of the entire mortal realm. She wore a phoenix robe, a symbol of absolute authority. Her golden hair fluttered as she channeled her sacred power. The myriad Tao in 8 decimalaces were under her jurisdiction. Your Majesty. Inhabitants who have regained their freedom prostrated in her direction. She had appeared in this crucial moment to save them all. The Supreme Monarch. Everyone shouted. The guardian of 8 Desolaces has returned again. She once showed up during the Grand Calamity and went into isolation afterward. Despite her absence, the world still remembered her heroic deed. She was considered supreme, because no one else could match her in 8 Desolaces. Finally here. A supreme overlord whispered, stronger this time too with the true essences from the Tao source. Guardian. Dead Immortal saw her and said, "You are not an overlord and this world's Tao is not your own. You cannot stop me." Chapter 48:15, 9 Worlds Evil Subduer, your transgression against my young noble shall end with death. The divine monarch's voice was both pleasant and dignified. This was a supreme being respected by all of 8 Desolaces. She wielded enough prestige and authority to command people without being forceful. Her appearance instilled hope into the spectators, having saved them from Dead Immortal's domination. "I see," Dead Immortal said before disappearing from sight. Lightning particles suddenly appeared in front of her and turned into Dead Immortal. Divine monarchs and ancient ancestors couldn't see its movement at all. It was as if it has always been standing there, ready to decapitate her. One particle turned into an ocean of lightning energy. This ocean then gave birth to countless living beings who treated Dead Immortal as their god. They included all sort of powerful creatures, a red dragon with lighting currents, a phoenix with lighting flames, and lightning monstrosities. Dead Immortal could create a world with a single thought. It contained his primal source of energy, the embodiment of his grand Tao. "Rise." The supreme monarch was undeterred and chanted. Boom. Tao laws appeared everywhere in 8 Desolaces and created an outline. This activated the individual earth veins so they released boundless Tao power and chaos true energy. Clank. 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 The Tao laws then came together to form a supreme spear. It contained numerous affinities: holy, temporal, life. She grasped the spear and an imperial inferno surged behind her. Rumble. Within the inferno came majestic figures ready to protect 8 Desolaces. They pulsed with eternal light, seemingly having crossed through the river of time from the ancient era to get to this current epoch. Each had a unique style. One had countless swords floating behind him, ready to contend against the heaven and gods. Another held a saber up in the air, just one slash would end an era. The third emperor had a dominating aura capable of devouring the sun and moon. Min Ren, Hao Hai, Hong Tian, Qian Li, and others for the emperors. The Tao lords included Pure Sun, Sword Queen, Blessed. Boom. These supreme cultivators offered their strongest power to the supreme monarch. She glowed radiantly as if she was the center of 8 Desolaces, brighter than 100 rising suns. The spirits of the emperors and Tao lords. Spectators were in awe. They shall protect us, they haven't forgotten their descendants. Many kneeled and shouted with tears streaming down their cheeks. Some smashed their forehead on the ground from being overwhelmed with emotion. They prayed wholeheartedly, hoping that these ancestors would save them from this calamity. Her power has reached the apex, most likely the very limit of a cultivator from 8 Desolaces. After all, the supreme overlords hiding in space and secretive locations didn't belong to this epoch. They weren't included in this classification. Her unsurpassed appearance and aura instilled hope into the crowd. They were witnessing the guardian deity in action. "Unfortunately, you're still too young." Dead Immortal raised one hand. Boom. The boundless ocean of lightning was instantly refined into a single hammer. All of the powerful living beings inside that world became a part of this weapon. What did it do to its epoch? A supreme overlord became serious. That world earlier might have resembled Dead Immortal's own epoch. Now, that refinement could have been a duplication of the past. It made people wonder, did its epoch end to the high heaven or someone else? Was that world consumed by Dead Immortal itself? Tao. Dead Immortal whispered. Wielding this hammer was akin to wielding a whole epoch. The Tao of the epoch became the handle, its power became the head. It attacked instantly instead of letting the opponent seize the initiative. A hammer smash with the might of an epoch rushed toward the supreme monarch. Inhabitants of 8 Desolaces felt their head being smashed as well and bellowed in pain. She raised her spear with both hands for a parry, creating an impenetrable defense. The resulting explosion caused most living beings to faint instantly. The stars in the sky exploded from the impact. Bam! The hammer pushed through her spear and struck her, causing her to fall. No! A divine monarch who was still conscious roared. However, it only took a few seconds for her to regain her stability. That successful strike didn't leave a serious injury. Chapter 48:16, Primordial Tree, Her Majesty is still okay. Only top cultivators could observe this fight. Weaker ones have already fainted or lost their wits. She gave everyone hope again after breaking Dead Immortal's soul-stealing technique. Thus, if she were to lose, then no one would be left to protect 8 Desolaces. The Supreme Overlords paid attention to her capabilities as well. They had a good idea of her potential after seeing her in action during the end of the 9 Worlds epoch. She also used the same spear to fight against the ancient Ming. Afterward, she focused on learning through the Tao source and never showed up outside again. This effort was rewarded since she became far stronger than before. In their eyes, only a few people have reached the apex of this world through cultivation. She was one of them, someone capable of contending against overlords. Incredible attachment with the Tao source, to the point of mutual existence. Dead Immortal said, rather impressive given that you're not the epoch creator. Having said that, a different type of lightning appeared on its body. This was different from the ones in the mortal world. Normally, the lightning bolts traveled quickly and only lasted for a moment. Now, they could see the bolts clearly and even the arrays of particles. It had something capable of subduing this affinity and exerting its true potential. No cultivator could come up with this, only the paramount art of someone who had created a cultivation system. It then perfected this system and derived it to perfection, eventually culminating in a primordial understanding of the Grand Tao. Still lacking though. Dead Immortal said. In its eyes, even reaching the limit of the Grand Tao to the point of having a connection with the Tao source was not comparable to being a true Tao creator. Tao source, primordial tree. She ignored his comment and roared. Buzz. A tree gradually manifested into reality and emitted primordial laws and energy. This was the affinity at the start of time before the birth of living creatures and physical planes. This was the Tao source of 8 Desolaces, the pinnacle of power. Rumble. The moment the tree appeared, cultivators and regular living beings felt themselves harmonizing with the world around them. This was especially true for cultivators. They felt their Grand Tao resonating and giving them more power. Some supreme overlords saw the tree and glanced at Wuxia. They knew that he was the epoch creator, meaning that this Tao source and the current cultivation system were also his. However, the supreme monarch was the one using it. Wuxia had never resorted to using the tree previously. So that's the Tao source of our world. Many became emotional. The primordial tree was a mythical entity, but today, they had the fortune to see it in person. To see it again in my lifetime, what a blessing. An eternal existence was moved to tears. He had seen it before during the Great Calamity. It protected 8 Desolaces but never showed up again, just like the Supreme Monarch. Just a corner. Dead Immortal's tone became serious. It was right. This wasn't the entire tree, only one part of it. Nonetheless, it was still equal to one part of Wuxia's Tao source. Since this was its epoch, it contained an incredible amount of power. A previous epoch might have been more prosperous and peerless, but ultimately, the present time still had the greatest advantage. Activate. She whispered. Whoosh. The energies of the tree blossomed like flowers and coiled around Dead Immortal. Keep in mind that due to its lightning affinity, Dead Immortal possessed unmatched speed. Alas, it still couldn't evade in time and was dragged into the primordial. Boom! The supreme monarch gathered the power of the tree into her spear and unleashed an apocalyptic thrust. Limitless lighting. Dead Immortal didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. An ancient lightning bolt stretched through an entire epoch, wielding all of its potentials. Her spear must travel through its entire path before getting to its destination. This was akin to a fight between two supreme overlords. Alas, it was taking place in the primordial. Strongest cultivators with their heavenly gaze could only see two shadows moving about. Nonetheless, their blows still caused violent quakes all over 8 Desolaces. Is this it? Fear and anxiety overwhelmed all living beings. The strongest cultivators have realized that they were mere ants in comparison. A supreme overlord had the ability to destroy the world and everything in it. There was nothing they could do to fight back. They prayed, hoping that a second great calamity won't occur again. Living as ants was still better than dying. Heed my arrival, mortal world. Suddenly, they heard an ancient language not from this epoch. However, they still understood the intent without a problem. It seemed to be coming from the deepest abyss under the ocean. Boom! Somewhere in 8 Desolaces, water rushed into the air and formed a terrible maelstrom. Rumble. The maelstrom's rotation continually increased in speed, and so did its size. It didn't take long before it became visible from nearly everywhere. This caused panic among the praying inhabitants. They screamed and tried to run, but unfortunately, the maelstrom was gigantic enough to end the epoch. The old geezer is out to play. The supreme overlords knew who it was. Chapter 48:17. The suction of the maelstrom in the air started pulling up one of the continents. The entire 10 million miles of land were lifted off the ground. Dragon. An ancient ancestor bellowed after seeing this continent being torn asunder. Since the majority of cultivators in 8 Desolaces have fainted, only a small number were still awake to see this horrific scene, an entire continent being pulled up into the maelstrom. Dragon was first, next could be Sky Border or Sword Continent. Alas, the inhabitants of Dragon didn't go down without fighting. The powers of Dao lords and emperors immediately activated. Dragon has been around for eras now, so it certainly had mighty lineages. These clans and sects had produced emperors and Dao lords before. Weapons of the highest level instantly rushed to the sky to fight the maelstrom. Meanwhile, ancient ancestors also appeared. They recklessly summoned their true fate to deliver the strongest attack possible, wanting to protect their home. As for the weaker sects and mortals, they were the first victims. Without stabilizing formations, their territories were the first to be devoured by the maelstrom. Eventually, even the ancient lineages faltered. Though they had formations and resources left behind by Dao lords and emperors, these defenses still crumbled and they were eaten by the maelstrom like the rest. It only took a minute or so for an entire continent and 100,000 sects to be reduced to dust. This shocked all the ancient ancestors and monarchs elsewhere in 8 Desolaces. One threat appeared after another today. Who is this monster? A sect progenitor who had traveled the world fearlessly trembled. A momentary break came for the world as the maelstrom stopped releasing explosions. Though it was still spinning and grinding, the deafening blasts halted. A figure appeared in the maelstrom, shrouded in a black robe from top to bottom. His stature was tall but seemed strangely flexible. His body seemed capable of moving and shifting in any direction. He only had a humanoid form, not quite a human. He had 9 heads, each of them had a unique visual phenomenon behind them. These images had never been seen in 8 Desolaces before. Lord of the Deeps. A supreme overlord in space whispered. This old geezer devoured all living beings in his epoch, his children too. Another inside a burial ground glared coldly at this cloaked monster. Living beings in 8 Desolaces felt despair again. Who else can stop them? A divine monarch lamented. First came Triune Alligator Lord, then Dead Immortal. Now, a frightening monster from the ocean? For eras now, they thought that they were the strongest cultivators in 8 Desolaces. The world was their safe playground. They had no idea that in the abysses and burial grounds were monstrous overlords. These beings were waiting for the world to prosper. Alas, this epoch was rather different due to its heaven-defying defenses. Otherwise, it was rich enough for the harvest. The Abyssal Lord stared at Wuxia with flashes of greed in all of his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to devour Wuxia as fast as possible, expressing this appetite even more than the Alligator Lord. Nonetheless, he restrained himself and looked around. Fellow Taoists, the meal is before us, shall we dine together? His ancient words reached all the overlords that were observing on the sideline for one reason or another. He was no fool and knew their intent. Alas, Wuxia's flesh was too tempting, so he eventually lost patience after the appearance of the first 2 overlords. None answered him. At the very least, they still wanted to watch a while longer. There was a chance of other ace cards looming in 8 Desolaces. Very well, I shall take it for my own then. The Abyssal Lord declared. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Don't even think about monopolizing it, I have one part. Dead Immortal retorted. Brother, I'm afraid you will be occupied for a while, it's best that I start first. The Abyssal Lord was not afraid of Dead Immortal. Go for it then, we will eat you after. The Alligator Lord's voice from a different timeline echoed. That depends on your ability. The Abyssal Lord responded. These epic lords were afraid of no one. With that, he turned his attention toward Wuxia. Please recover and wake up. Spectators in 8 Desolaces prayed again. Wuxia's recovery was the only chance to revert the tides by killing these overlords. Chapter 48:18. The eyes on each head of the Abyssal Lord had a different glow. Some had flames while others had a nefarious dark glimmer, another had a blinding radiance. Just the innate destructive forces from the eyes alone could kill the strongest heavenly sovereign in the mortal world. This included ancient ancestors who were supreme sovereigns. The Abyssal Lord was no fool. He had calculated the possibilities and suspected that Wuxia might be faking his injuries. On the other hand, this was a once-in-an-epoch opportunity. The flesh of an epoch creator in his prime and during his period was immensely nutritious. This could actually bring him to the next level. Furthermore, eating Wuxia and this epoch would also remove the heavenly injuries as well. Therefore, despite the dangerous circumstances, he was willing to take the risk. Success meant becoming the leader of the other overlords. In fact, he could even devour all of them. That would make him one step closer to a more terrifying realm, perhaps immortality. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to shoot the arrow and started a blood feud with Wuxia. There was no going back. Whoosh! A blurry image appeared and the sound of it breaking through space came after. This was a simple finger strike of the water affinity. He didn't resort to using his strongest attacks. The water thread was as thin as a strand of hair and shouldn't be dangerous at all. Of course, when it came from an overlord, it could pierce through all Tao defenses and the stars. Moreover, he embedded a curse within it. Space and time withered along its trajectory. This curse could eliminate an entire world alone. Top cultivators who were still conscious didn't see a damn thing. Only the supreme cultivators saw an afterimage. However, everyone felt the power of the curse and their life force withering away. This prompted them to scream. Meanwhile, the other overlords gazed intensely at the incoming water thread, hoping to gauge Wuxia's injuries. Boom! Alas, they did not get their wish. A magnificent wall made of water descended. It had the blessing of countless layers of runes. This special wall had a heavenly affinity, consisting of myriad water types and the apex of this Tao. The runes empowered the already incredible wall and stopped anything from coming through. Living beings in 8 Desolaces felt the power of water encompassing and protecting them. Bam! This seemingly impregnable wall collapsed but still managed to stop the water thread. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. A portal manifested into reality and a woman walked out. Behind her were the mighty auras from many true gods and divine trees. She stood before the Abyssal Lord, ready to fight. She wore a navy dress over her tall and slender figure. Her cloak fluttered with the wind while her eyes shone like the stars. Her beauty invoked gasps of admiration. It seemed that the ocean always followed her as if she was a goddess. Living beings looked up and had nothing but reverence for this divine being. Void Zone. An old monarch focused on the bright portal. He saw many true gods with incredible power. Moreover, they were still alive and weren't just remnant images. Behind them were towering trees brimming with Tao power. They could support numerous worlds for eras. The Lord of Void Zone and the true gods, the World Tree, is behind them. This was his first time seeing these legends. Who is she? An ancestor asked. I believe she is the lord of that secret domain. A progenitor from an ancient clan whispered. A capable general under the Dark Crow serving as a legion commander. A supreme overlord recognized her because back in the Nine Worlds, she showed her worth while possessing many ace cards left behind by him. Today, she was a being that the overlords didn't dare to underestimate. None of them knew her entire arsenal. Little girl, you are my descendant. The Abyssal Lord stared at her. She was none other than the daughter of martial sea god and the commander of the White Crane, Tantai Runan. I have nothing to do with the previous epoch. She coldly uttered. You do not know our connection. The Abyssal Lord said, the blood of the sea dwellers courses in your vein. I am the creator, so you are my descendant. How shameless. Triune Alligator Lord who was trapped in his own epoch laughed. An epoch lord such as yourself need not lie. When it comes to bloodline, she is my descendant, a sea demon. The sea demons of the Triune epoch have nothing to do with you. You are only a sentient rock compared to me, the true ruler of the seas, the creator of the Aqua epoch and the sea dwellers. The Abyssal Lord retorted. Listeners couldn't believe it because they haven't heard of anyone creating a new race outside of the heaven. You think too highly of yourself. The Yin Kuan Peng joined in as well. Sea dwellers are only a branch of our divine beast family. You borrowed our bloodline and added it to the living beings of your own epoch to create abominations. These descendants of yours had to hide at the bottom of the ocean and never see the sun. Chapter 48:19, Creating New Epochs and Lives is Our Ultimate Pursuit. The Abyssal Lord took pride in his creation. Many supreme overlords could start a new epoch, but to create life? This was rather exceptional. Of course, his sea dwellers didn't come from nothing since he relied on the bloodline of the divine beasts to create them. Nonetheless, this was still an exceptional feat, so he didn't mind the jeerings. He turned his attention to Tantai Runan and said, Little girl, since we are connected by fate and it is rare for me to show up, join me and I shall teach you the way of the Epoch Lord. You shall rule this one. The overlords rarely took in disciples, but now, the Abyssal Lord became interested. Spectators have seen his power just now. To obtain his Tao legacy was something unimaginable. It might be the creation of a new supreme overlord. Leave when there is still time. Otherwise, I will kill you. Tantai Runan refused. I see. The Abyssal Lord didn't waste time. If that's the case, I shall devour you first and then the World Tree. No one will be able to stop me then. He gazed at the towering tree beyond the void zone and salivated. This minor world is extremely nutritious. In reality, Triune Alligator Lord and Dead Immortal paid attention to the void zone as well, wanting to devour not just the World Tree but everything there. This was one of the 9 heavenly treasures. It might not be on par with Li Chia's flesh, but shouldn't be that far off. Let's see if he has anything else. Dead Immortal paid attention. All 3 overlords found themselves wanting more than just Li Chia. Triune Immortal, the supreme monarch, Tight-Eye Runnen, and the Void Zone were all delicious feasts. This was akin to catching one fish after another. They would never cry about having too many. Buzz. Tight-Eye Runnen didn't waste time and channeled her vitality. Waves of energy rushed out like a tsunami and assaulted 8 desolaces. Such formidable vitality. Cultivators felt the land shaking violently. They have never felt something like this before from a single cultivator. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Impressive. The Abyssal Lord praised. The more powerful she was, the more nutritious. He raised his hand and the maelstrom came together. This was akin to the most frightening implosion. The cataclysmic maelstrom was reduced into a single drop of water. Unfortunately, this didn't calm the spectators down and only worried them even more. The fabrics of reality couldn't contain this single drop as it came down for Tight-Eye Runnen. Time stagnated and everyone saw the water drop clearly. In the mortal world, it would appear to be a harmless raindrop. In this case, this single drop could pierce through 8 desolaces and cause untold destruction. Space and time crumbled, being pulled inward by the sheer immensity of the water drop. Everyone could hear a sinking noise due to the destruction. As for Tight-Eye Runnen, her activated vitality was being pushed down, unable to offer any resistance. To the other shore. She chanted and a boat manifested above her. Boom! Her vitality suddenly intensified and could flip over 8 desolaces. Vessel of life. She ordered. The true gods behind her roared. One of them shouted, "Descend." They sent out their strongest Tao laws while the world tree became resplendent and brimmed with life force. The true god served as channeling points to direct the power of the tree to her. This tree was one of the 9 heavenly treasures. It pushed up the firmaments and contained the forces of 3,000 worlds. Boom! The various affinities fused together in harmony with her acting as its vessel. This allowed her to stop the terrible drop of water. Cultivators suffered terrible anxiety and fear. They were forced to the ground and had no choice but to pray for the best outcome. This epic's foundation is rather strong. One Supreme Overlord commented. The situation has escalated beyond Wuxia. The potential rewards included Triune Immortal and the Void Zone. Of course, those on the sideline didn't mind waiting a little longer. Perhaps if the combatants were to be exhausted enough, they could consume the Alligator Lord, Dead Immortal, and the Abyssal Lord as well. Suddenly, an unexpected bang came from Wuxia and affected all the realms. It scared the hell out of everyone, including the overlords. Everyone immediately glanced over at Wuxia and saw a lightning bolt from a tribulation flashing. Fortunately, it was contained within his body. He seemed to be trying to expel it to no avail. It's real, the tribulation is in his soul, this is a grievous injury. One overlord concluded. He's still trying. Another became emotional. It became abundantly clear that Wuxia has reached a frightening level. He wanted to expel the tribulation out of his body and soul. This would leave him fully healed. The overlords had this experience before and knew its significance. There's not much time, he might actually be able to recover. Someone in space communicated with his peers. We must work together now. Dead Immortal suggested to the Alligator and the Abyssal Lord. Chapter 48:20. Finish this as fast as possible. The Alligator Lord agreed. So be it, connect the epics. The Abyssal Lord concurred. These epic lords knew but had no love for each other. This was only a temporary alliance that was built in the blink of an eye out of absolute necessity. The only way to capture this epic was to take down Wuxia first. There couldn't be a better opportunity due to his heavenly injuries. If they wasted more time, he might actually be able to recover and their plan would be over. He wouldn't forgive them for what they had done, meaning that they would lose everything after one wrong move. Epic flow. The Abyssal Lord started the sequence by manipulating time. Boom. An untold number of years surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, connecting the present and the past. This river of time was magnificent and beautiful, encompassing various colors and legends. They had images of numerous races. Each living being had their own stories and past, happy and sad occasions. Epic flow. Dead Immortal did the same. Boom. Another river of time surged upward just like the first. The two rivers joined together, the same for the timelines. Meanwhile, the Alligator Lord also released his timeline. Unfortunately, Triune Immortal immediately put a stop to that. The two of them were born in the same epoch, meaning that his time was also hers. Boom. He tried again only to be stopped once more. Hurry, we're running out of time. His allies urged. Return. The Alligator Lord released a seal filled with death. On another battlefield, the Yin Kuan Peng blocked a fierce attack from Seven Martial Goddess. It roared and flapped its gigantic wings, releasing enough death affinity to open a portal. It rushed through the portal and appeared behind the Alligator Lord. Zzz, it fused together with its master and became a Kuan Peng seal on his lord's stomach. With that, he attempted the temporal release for the third time. The roar of a Kuan Peng could be heard and finally, a temporal stream rushed out of his body successfully. This culminated in a circle with three separate epochs rotating together. The battlefields joined at once and the overlords appeared near each other. They formed an eternal triangle of connection between the three epochs, Triune, Aqua, and Bionic. The new time flow was flawless and continuous, forming a closed loop. Temporal harmonization. A neutral overlord deep in space whispered. Under normal circumstances, the river of time consisted of the past, present, and future. However, this loop between the three epochs has escaped the regular boundary and reached stability. With the connection finished, something magnificent happened. In Triune, the three overlords appeared together. Strangely enough, there were three of them in Aqua and Bionic as well, a total of 9 supreme overlords. Spectators were astounded. Just one overlord was frightening enough, but now, there were copies in each other's epoch. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Dead Immortal's epoch was the past and the other two appeared in the past. The Abyssal Lord's time was the present and the others appeared as well. Lastly, the Alligator Lord's epoch served as the future. Rumble. One set of 3 walked out to fight the Supreme Monarch. Another went to deal with Triune Immortal. The last set connected their temporal sphere to 8 Desolaces, causing this destination to quake violently. The moment they arrived, their terrifying auras suppressed everyone down to the ground. What is happening? The strongest sovereigns felt helpless in comparison. 3 have turned into 9 overlords, making the situation seem helpless. 8 Desolaces were as feeble as ships trapped by a violent storm. The trio wasted no time devouring anything else. Their target was Li Qie alone. Boom! They all reached for him at the same time and spectators bellowed in horror. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hatchet came out of nowhere and separated the Tao into 2 halves. Its power was enough to alarm the 3, prompting them to pull their hand back. An old man left his burial ground and also rode a temporal river to arrive in 8 Desolaces. The hatchet returned to his hand. He had a shriveled appearance yet still looked unbeatable despite facing 3 overlords. Another supreme overlord. This became apparent to the spectators. Chapter 48-21. Just a single swing managed to repel 3 overlords. This shocked all spectators including other overlords. Heaven and earth trembled in the presence of this old man even though he didn't exert an aura. As he stood there with a hatchet resting on his shoulder, he gave the impression of being unbeatable regardless of the enemies. Primeval. A supreme overlord in space revealed his name. The Lord of ancient heavenly burial ground. Ancestors who have lived for a long time became emotional. Primeval has chosen his camp. Another overlord in a burial ground inside desolate wild said. In reality, this was not his first time picking a side. He had shown up during the previous calamity to fight the ancient Ming. Other overlords still remembered this. Today, he picked Li Qia again during his allies' moment of crisis. This confirmed his faction for the future. Primeval Epoch wants to join this mess too. The three overlords on the other side stared intensely at him. Indeed. Actions have consequences. Primeval Lord, who was also known as Old Ghost, responded. You're rather confident, fellow Daoist. Dead Immortal's mystical voice echoed. Fellow Daoist, you intend on fighting the three of us by yourself? Triune Alligator Lord looked around and then asked. Triune, you are only an incomplete Epoch Lord. Dead Immortal was killed as a sacrifice to the heaven, and Lord of the Deep's very existence is unacceptable to the heavenly Tao. Old Ghost judged each one before concluding, you three are broken, it is mistaken to think that you are unbeatable now. Ha ha ha. The Alligator Lord snorted in response, fellow Daoist, you're not faring any better than us after losing your expedition. Just another man living a borrowed life. True, but I am all I need to deal with you three. Old Ghost smiled confidently. He spoke without any hesitation and revealed his domineering personality. This was a claim very few could make, fighting three overlords alone without trepidation. Fellow Daoist, the high heaven is absent in this flourishing epoch. If we split it, we might be able to recover. Walk with us instead. The Abyssal Lord said, wanting to tempt Old Ghost to their side. The high heaven's absence didn't happen during their own epoch. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Devouring one epoch does not make you invincible. Look up at the sky vault, many in history have done so and are far stronger than you three. They're still living as pathetically as us. Old Ghost scoffed in response. Those capable of understanding this shuddered because it contained terrifying information. There seemed to be another place separated from their world with even stronger characters who had done terrible things in the unknown past. Boom! Another lightning bolt coursed around Li Qia. Though it returned to the body, one could see that Li Qia was seizing the upper hand. Time's running out. Dead Immortal reminded his allies. Fellow Daoist, nothing good will come out of this for you. The Abyssal Lord threatened. His chilling tone alone could freeze 8 Desolaces for eras. Your temporal flows are a double-edged sword, your copy cannot exert your true power. Victory is mine. Old Ghost said. So be it. The three didn't want to waste more time, realizing that they must kill him to get to Li Qia. Come, we're fighting in the temporal flow. Old Ghost roared and stomped on the ground. A primordial light erupted along with chaos, true energy and Tao laws. They enveloped him and turned into primordial armor plates. Boom! The flow of time around him belonging to primeval epoch created an ancient battlefield. It pulsed outward and covered Old Ghost along with his enemies. Interestingly enough, a river of time belonging to the current epoch was also connected to this battlefield. This epoch should have been destroyed, but it seemed to be revitalized by the current timeline. It resembled new branches growing from a dead tree. Regular cultivators didn't take note of this, but the overlords did. A quick look at bit. ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. It's flowing with 8 Desolaces, how? One of them became startled. Primeval Old Ghost naturally belonged to his own epoch. Alas, this epoch has turned to ashes long ago. Only a shell remained, nothing more. Strangely enough, its rotation included the flow of 8 Desolaces right now. The latter was adding life to this past epoch. Looks like 8 Desolaces have accepted him. One overlord in Desolate Wild speculated. The three combatants became serious. They understood that Old Ghost had more than just his personal power in this battle. Primeval. Old Ghost immediately attacked by stomping the ground and releasing the power of time toward the enemies. The three stepped forward and didn't relent, performing their grand Tao without holding back. The shock waves from their battlefield still affected 8 Desolaces to the dismay of its inhabitants. Meanwhile, someone else had a different plan. The time is now, use my body and arrive. Cosmic Lord has been watching patiently for the right time. A death mark with a circular sawtooth pattern was embedded on his chest. It corroded his flesh and looked like a bloody hole leading to the deepest area of hell. 1. Primeval is just the new translation for Ancient Heavenly, since with this context, it should be a cool title. Inputting this change into the automatic system for replacement. Chapter 48-22, Buzz. Strings of death energy oozed out of the hole. This had a different smell than the stench of death. Interestingly enough, it was actually brimming with a strange life force of the highest purity. Whoever was nearby would get the sensation of being surrounded by zombies. In fact, they themselves would think that they were turning into zombies. The strings came together to create a figure shrouded in black armor. Only the lights of the eyes were visible. The armor was made from an unknown material, seemingly the physical accumulation of the celestial night or the darkness of a bottomless abyss. Death and darkness accompanied the set of armor from the time of its creation. This wasn't as frightening as the pair of eyes. They weren't as large as the alligator lord's eyes. However, the glimmers coming from them belonged to death. Staring at these eyes was akin to being sentenced to the last moment of life. Because of this, the auraless figure scared the wits out of everyone. A quick look at Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. His presence could turn 8 Desolaces into hell and the inhabitants into lost souls. He fixated on Wuxia, and so did the supreme aura of death. Death is the final destination. It beckons for you. The existence spoke softly. The ancient language controlled the aura of death. It tried to corrode Wuxia but was blocked by an automatic barrier. Undying Lord. A different overlord said. In the current 8 Desolaces were numerous supreme existences. They have been hiding for a long time now. Some have awakened when necessary. Undying Lord was one exception, since he never showed himself. Only a few knew about his existence. Master, my mission is complete. Cosmic Lord looked fulfilled, as if seeing death rule the world was his wish. Is that so? Undying Lord uttered coldly. Boom. 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 The wound on Cosmic Lord's chest exploded repeatedly. Crack. It became overfilled out of his control, expanding into weird shapes. Master, what is happening? He bellowed, but it was too late. No. He couldn't react before exploding into pieces, leaving behind the mark of death. With that, the Lord turned the mark into a gigantic portal. A colossal entity flew out and tore apart the sky vault. This resembled an evil planet with pulsing dark flames. It seemed to be made from hardened lava. Thick cracks on the surface were ignited, looking like blood veins. Those strong enough could see through the planet and see something akin to a giant. Could this planet be a coffin? Brother duh. Undying Lord spoke. Crack. The planet's cracks became larger until it collapsed to release the thing within. It landed on an ocean and the water instantly evaporated. All the aquatic creatures in this ocean were reduced to ashes. Strangely enough, it wasn't that scary in terms of appearance and reminded everyone of egg yolk. It then gathered together into an upright form. Next came the broken pieces of the planet. They landed and attached themselves to the egg yolk, revealing the true form of the creature. This thing wasn't close to being as large as the alligator lord. Nonetheless, its height could rival the tallest peak in 8 Desolaces. Spectators had a hard time describing this creature. It had a large beak resembling that of a duck. Its round eyes seemed to be all white. However, upon closer inspection, its pupils were as tiny as mung beans. They were dull and lifeless, as if the creature had a mental deficiency. Its body was made from the same hardened lava, looking cumbersome and slow. It had short legs and big feet. A close comparison would be duck webs. Compared to the other invaders so far, this one didn't look threatening in the slightest. Is this a supreme overlord too? Someone from 8 Desolaces asked. Lord Duh. One supreme overlord residing inside a mine became serious. It owes us many lives. Strangely enough, this supreme overlord didn't do anything and only stood there like a fool. Death, descend. Meanwhile, Undying Lord gave the command. His stench of death immediately invaded 8 Desolaces. Chapter 48-23. Silly Duh. This aura of death could be construed as life for the dark affinity, something rather contradictory. It engulfed 8 Desolaces and gathered at cemeteries, tombs, and ancient battlefields. Nether winds blew through these places and suddenly, corpses climbed out of their resting place. On the battlefield, souls appeared and hovered around until they took on a humanoid shape once more. Ancestors? This happened in many clans and sections. The ancestors are coming back. This scared the hell out of cultivators. This also occurred in the ancestral halls of clans and kingdoms. Energy manifested in the statues and memorial tablets. They turned into specters and came out to the horror of their descendants. Normally, ancestors manifesting in spiritual form was something worth celebrating. The descendants would prostrate and show their love. This didn't apply to this particular scenario. 8-Sun Divine Monarch, Skysoar Ancestor, 6-Blade God, Earthbreaker Bull, corpses and specters appeared all over 8 Desolaces. Worst of all, they were once famous cultivators that have dominated their generation. The moment they came out, they launched an attack on those nearby. Ah! Screams could be heard everywhere. 8-Sun Divine Monarch released 8 rampaging suns and turned his own sect into ashes. Skysoar Ancestor leaped upward before descending to destroy 10 schools nearby. The people in the territory wailed in agony. 6-Blade God destroyed the Celestials with a vertical slash, unleashing absolute carnage across a kingdom. Run! Some top cultivators' first reaction after seeing their ancestors was to get the hell away. This scene was repeated throughout the land. As the corpses and specters destroy kingdoms and clans, the blood and flesh of the victims were reaped and sent back to Undying Lord. His armor flashed brightly while receiving the delicious meals. It's been a long time since I've tasted this. Undying Lord savored the moment. However, his feast was stopped short. Bronze spears descended and pierced the corpses and specters, crucifying and killing them. Massive bronze statues landed next and exuded an ancient light. They roared and joined the various battlefields while attempting to negate the death aura. They were fueled by a supreme power, evident by the primordial light sweeping away the death energy. This legion is insane. Peerless cultivators became intimidated by the sheer efficiency of this mysterious legion. I've heard about them in the legends. They're actually here to save us now. An ancient patriarch was moved to tears. He had a particular scroll describing this legion and now, they were here during this moment of crisis. Undying Lord didn't react to the legion suppressing his death aura. He only glanced around for a moment. After all, his target was Wuxia, not 8 Desolaces. Brother Duh, shall we? He told the Supreme Overlord with the duck beak. Alas, the latter didn't react at all, as if its brains didn't work. It's good that Silly Duh is inactive. Otherwise, this epoch is finished. A Supreme Overlord deep in space commented. Silly Duh was also known as Dark Star Lord. All of its names and titles were given to it by others. Its true name was a mystery. Rumor has it that it was born in a cosmic epoch as a star at the very beginning. The epoch moved to its rhythm and heartbeat. In fact, some believe that the powers of the epoch all originated from the apex existences appeared during the golden age of this epoch. Once a new height was reached, Duh suddenly woke up. Duh. It let out a single sound before starting to swallow up everything around it. Apex existences and cultivators fought back, wanting to kill this world devourer. Alas, all of them were eaten. Eventually, the entire epoch became its food. The only thing that managed to stop Da was a heavenly tribulation, forcing it back to a dormant state. It had no lineage or grand Tao. Other supreme lords preferred for it to stay inactive. Undying Lord couldn't do anything about Da and moved onward. He appeared in front of Li Qia and reached for his chest. He could reap the universe with this seemingly ordinary action. Spectators let out a groan and couldn't move an inch. Anything performed by a supreme overlord was extraordinary. This was enough to take the true fate and the grand Tao from an emperor or Tao lord. A hush fell over since everyone paid attention to this attack. They were about to see the answer, whether Li Qia still had enough strength to fight back in spite of his heavenly injuries. Chapter 48-24, Immortal Emperor Tian Tu Boom. The devastating reach was easily blocked by Li Qia, who didn't even open his eyes. Though it resembled a palm block, the overlords could see the profundity within and became startled. Prior to this, some assumed that Li Qia wouldn't be able to move. Now, it seemed that he could still defend himself. This made the overlords more cautious than before. Undying Lord's expression soured. As an actual combatant, he gained insight into Li Qia's current condition. This naturally left him in an undesirable situation. Brother Da. The palms remained locked while Undying Lord shouted at the creature again. Unfortunately, there was still no reaction from those white eyes. Undying Lord thought that Lord Da would be a capable ally. Alas, this plan was rather ineffective. Rebirth. He chanted softly. Rumble. His death aura intensified and gained ground again. Boom. A seal of death appeared above and suddenly drilled into the ground. A pure and boundless death energy gushed out like the spring, bringing with it an amazing life force. The essences of this affinity erupted with loud explosions. Suddenly, an all-but-gone presence returned to the world. Auras of emperors of the ancient Ming dynasty resurfaced. These emperors climbed out of the ground, led by a peerless leader, Immortal Emperor Tian Tuesday. Their imperial auras twisted together and became unstoppable storms. What the hell? Cultivators who were still conscious at this point were at a loss. Another test. An overlord commented. Undying Lord used his death seal to summon the souls of these immortal emperors. First, they could be useful soldiers, but most importantly, this was another way to test Li Qia. The appearance of his old enemies might enrage him, prompting him to stand up and fight. However, the intensified death aura also woke up Silly Da. The moment it opened its eyes, it started pecking and crushed one mountain after another. It moved forward and started eating both kingdoms and citizens. It only took a few seconds before it devoured millions. Boom! Tao Lord lineages and ancient imperial clans immediately retaliated with barriers and destructive beams. Patriarchs and monarchs rushed to the sky, swinging with swords and sabers. Unfortunately, it seemed to be impervious to any attack. It didn't take long before the sects nearby became mere food. Monarchs and ancient cultivators were as feeble as worms before the creature's beak. Meanwhile, the ancient Ming emperors gathered power and traveled through the realms to reach Li Qia. Bam! However, they didn't even make it to Li Qia before they saw a beat coming from above, crushing them down to the ground. The heroic Tian Tu and the other ferocious emperors fought back, but they didn't last long before being crushed and then swallowed by Silly Da, Brother Da. Undying Lord didn't know what to do and could only blame himself for bringing a terrible ally. No one can predict this stupid duck. Another overlord found this hilarious. The overlords told themselves to never invite this guy in the future for anything. Maybe it would go stupid like this time and start attacking them. They didn't want to lose an eye from being pecked. This time around, the creature reacted to the call. It stopped pecking the ground and stared at Undying Lord without blinking. Boom! Undying Lord chose to give up the exchange and retreated. The full brunt of the energy from the exchange hit him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. He gasped for breath while staring at Li Qie. Due to the instability stemming from the distraction, lightning flashed inside Li Qie. It felt as if he could explode at any moment. Grievous injuries but still quite strong. An overlord in space concluded. Undying Lord didn't expect his plan to go sour like this. His eyes shifted back and forth between Li Qie and Lord De. It became abundantly clear that his ally was unreliable. Very well, let's try this. Undying Lord summoned his weapons, a shield in his left hand and a lance in his right. The sky turned dark right away as he gathered all the energy of death to his weapons. Whether it be the recently deceased or those who have passed away eras ago, they always exuded death energy. Now, this affinity in all of 8 Desolaces was being summoned. The exposed auras creeped everyone out. Currently, the life affinity couldn't compare to the death affinity. After all, the latter had accumulated while the former had a limit from just the living beings. Instead of reviving the dead, Undying Lord harvested this energy for himself. He recovered from the previous exchange and was eager to deliver judgment. The shield was the final destination while the lance was the origination of death. The lance killed while the shield collected, an endless cycle. Chapter 48-25, Eternal Death. The pair of weapons had names, Undying Shield and Eternal Death Lance. This overlord represented death despite wanting to be everlasting. The spectating overlords looked rather serious. Some of them have experienced the might of these weapons previously. Undying could block all offenses, even curses. Eternal Death, on the other hand, delivered death. Even non-living things would be subjected to death. That lance can kill epic weapons. One of them whispered. This combo was extraordinary. The shield prevented all damage and death, the lance instilled curses into the opponents. The former was made with the toughest metal known to the respective epic, empowering the lance by refining and channeling the received damage into an offensive form. With this, the lance could actually take down enemies not through sheer force but only the power of death via a curse. Bam! He raised his shield forward. As long as it remained intact, no attack, not even the curse of death, would be able to hurt him. This was a prime example of being unkillable. Whoosh! He thrust his lance toward Li Qie's throat. A thrust from someone of this level should obliterate everything in between. However, external explosions didn't occur despite its fatal potential. Only the death affinity corroded everything, leaving behind scars in both time and space. Li Qie didn't get up and raised one hand to create a heavenly seal, blocking the thrust. Zzz. It couldn't pierce Li Qie's palm, only leaving a small cut on the skin. This damage was nothing for a cultivator, let alone someone like Li Qie. However, the problem was that this lance was different. If it was another epic weapon dealing this damage, it wouldn't change anything. The lance, on the other hand, infected him with death. Miasma started oozing from the small wound. His primordial energy immediately suppressed the power of death. Nonetheless, it didn't completely halt the growth. Undying Lord was pleased to see the attack being effective. The judgment of death has been delivered. He immediately thrust another 10,000 times in the blink of an eye, swift yet precise. He didn't aim for penetration and physical damage, only to accelerate the corrosive infection. Once enough death energy accumulated, Li Qie would surely die. Overlords took note of how terrifying Li Qie was, having to deal with the heavenly injuries yet still being capable of stopping Undying Lord. They could only imagine his full power. Nonetheless, Undying Lord still impressed them with this particular plan. It actually had a chance of success. This enemy was an unchewable bone in their eyes, impossible to kill with the shield while being rather dangerous with eternal death. Li Qie will die for sure at this rate. An overlord said what was on everyone's mind. Rumble. Meanwhile, lightning kept on flashing inside Li Qie. He had to spend all of his primordial energy to stop the spread, leaving him exposed to the accumulation of death energy. He knew that he didn't have time to mess around with Undying Lord. He waved the other hand and summoned Corporeal Zone. Boom! It turned into the strongest wall the world has ever seen and protected him. This was the reason why the ancient Ming survived for eras after their defeat. Primordial runes pulsed on the wall, showing just how unbreakable Corporeal Zone was. Undying Lord sent another barrage of thrust against the wall. Alas, it left 0 damage this time. The judgment of death simply didn't work against Corporeal Zone. This was a phenomenon that could eventually break an epic weapon after enough accumulation. Alas, countless thrusts have occurred and Corporeal Zone remained untouched. Given Li Qia's power, this is impossible. One overlord commented. The stronger the user, the mightier Corporeal Zone was. This left Undying Lord in quite a predicament. Suddenly, Silida started moving again. It ran for Li Qia, seemingly wanting to finally devour him. It crushed one peak after another. Those who ran away fast enough survived, the slower ones became mincemeat. Favorite. Chapter 48-26, Ace Card, Rumble. The massive creature running with its short legs seemed rather comedic. However, its speed was anything but. It crossed through one domain after another and appeared in front of Li Qia for a peck. Unlike Undying Lord's lance where each thrust was virtually silent, Da's beak encompassed immense physical strength. This was as simple as a chicken trying hard to eat grain. It had no reliance on the Grand Dao, only pure strength and toughness. This beak could be considered an ultimate weapon on the same level as an epic paragon artifact. Boom! 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 Each peck caused fiery sparks to go everywhere. They fell and turned the ground or mountains into a lake of lava. Terrible gales also emanated from the impact point, strong enough to blow peaks away. This was an utterly different method from Undying Lord's attack. Shockingly enough, the peck managed to leave behind a shallow mark on Corporeal Zone. This, at least, made success seem possible. This was a testament to Silida's destructive power. No wonder why it demolished an entire epic by just pecking and swallowing. Unfortunately, the shallow marks didn't last for long. The Dao runes on the wall pulsed brightly and washed away the marks immediately. Undying Lord shuddered after seeing this. The 9 heavenly treasures live up to their fame. An overlord commented. Nonetheless, this was still a product of Li Qia's power. The 9 treasures were obviously incredible, but the user mattered just as much for the overall efficiency. Brother Da, your beak is second to none. You have to go all out in order to break Corporeal Zone. Undying Lord said. He thought that the only way to get through this wall was with Silida attacking in a frenzy. Eventually, this should leave a hole before recovery. Alas, Silida stopped pecking afterward and stood still again. Brother Da. Undying Lord urged, but the creature has fallen into a dazed state again. He regretted praising his ally and thought that he should have kept his mouth shut. The situation became difficult since Li Qia was still recovering. Once the heavenly injuries were gone, Li Qia would come to settle the score with them. Brothers, this is the decisive moment. He had to urge the 3 other overlords. Alas, they were held back by Primeval Old Ghost, Triune Immortal, Tantai Runan, and Supreme Monarch. Brother Dead Immortal, why are you still holding back? It is time for you to turn the tides. He repeated. Though they were fighting fiercely, Triune Alligator Lord and Lord of the Deep still glanced over at Dead Immortal. I'm not holding back. Dead Immortal responded while still fighting. Your death incantation can settle this. Undying Lord revealed. You've been waiting long enough. The Abyssal Lord didn't hold back either. They weren't friends and didn't trust each other. Therefore, they all kept their secret moves just in case. Alas, they have made their move and needed to take down Li Qia. This became an existential crisis. The death incantation requires an exorbitant price. I shouldn't be the only one paying, correct? Dead Immortal no longer hid it. It's time to be honest and reveal our cards. The Alligator Lord shouted back. So be it, let's go all out. The Abyssal Lord agreed since they had no other choice. We need Brother Dead Immortal to hold them back. Undying Lord said. Possible, but I need epic true blood to support it. Dead Immortal named the price. I have no problem with that. Undying Lord got straight to the point. Priceless true blood of the epic level soared out of his forehead. A primal power assaulted the 9 firmaments instantly. It came together to form a bloody ruby. It flew and embedded itself into Dead Immortal's body. It settled then, we're starting. The other 2 lords also offered their epic true blood. This represented longevity, so they were giving up a part of their lifespan to Dead Immortal. We have to kill him now. Old Ghost shouted and used his strongest attack to kill Dead Immortal. Alas, it was stopped by the others. Obey my call. Dead Immortal roared and turned into a death incantation. Not good. The hidden overlords trembled in astonishment and immediately backed off. Boom. A coffin made from ancient death runes flew out of Inner Wild and exuded a terrible curse. Curses and merit laws were different forces. The latter had a hard time blocking the former. Death incantation. Dead Immortal roared. Creak. The coffin slowly opened. The triangle of temporal flows suddenly crumbled. All 3 overlords returned and the duplicates disappeared. Triune Immortal, Supreme Monarch, and Tantai Runan immediately gave chase. Don't. Old Ghost yelled at them before raising his hatchet in front of him for a defensive seal, guard. Boom. His temporal flow turned into a barrier to protect the 3 women who realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 48-27, Death Incantation. The Supreme Monarch shouted and returned under the primordial tree. Its light poured down and protected her. Triune Immortal also activated her radiant barrier while Tantai Runan and her gods gathered the power of the world tree. The curse finally activated. Though it wasn't aimed at the living beings in 8 Desolaces, they still felt its presence. Just one strand of this curse fell down into the world, one as gentle as a gust of wind. However, it instantly propagated at an insane pace. Ah! Mortals touched even by one particle of the curse immediately had black thorns growing from them. They pierced through the internal organs and naturally killed the victims. As for cultivators, their body immediately turned black after being infected. Their Grand Tao and Chaos True Energy couldn't do anything to stop the process. Black thorns still grew from inside and killed them. This curse was absolutely top-rate and impossible to stop. The coffin was finally open at this point. Inside was a corpse, the source of the terrible curse. Its targets were the main combatants, Old Ghost and the 3 women. It's that corpse. Old Ghost warned and used the power of his epic again. Alas, time itself had thorns shooting from it in no time at all. He and the 3 gathered together to combine their might, hoping to stop the curse. The Supreme Monarch's vitality became one with the primordial tree. Its primordial affinity engulfed all of them, granting protection. Triune Immortal summoned a special spring with gushing power from her epic. This washed their body in true fate, immensely improving both. Tantai Runan relied on the power of Void Zone and the World Tree. These empowerments took them to the next level. Alas, the curse still fully surrounded them. Their skin started becoming black, meaning that the curse was still effective. Nonetheless, the various powers purified the initial infection right away before it grew into thorns. Just a single mistake and opening would mean the end for them. Death incantation, other overlords became frightened. Curses were awfully hard to dodge, unlike techniques and merit laws. Dead Immortal used that corpse to gestate the curse, that's why it's so strong now. One of them said. He had seen the incantation before, but it wasn't strong enough to kill overlords back then. Using the heavenly corpse as a vessel for the curse was clearly an attempt to hunt overlords later. Of course, opening the coffin and activating the incantation made him pay a heavy price. He could only keep this up after receiving his allies' true blood. Meanwhile, screams echoed across 8 desolaces. Even ancient ancestors fell once infected, let alone mortals. Remember, only a single strand made it down there, yet the casualty has reached an incalculable number. If it had targeted 8 desolaces, everyone would have died in the blink of an eye. As the incantation continued to spread, a light flashed inside Bodhisattva City. The survivors suddenly felt a touch of warmth. From this tender feeling came mercy and compassion, and with that, enlightenment was inevitable. Wisdom, knowledge, and compassion were encouraged as all living beings pulsed brightly with a white glow. This new affinity started chasing away the dark curse, reducing it to smoke. What? The Supreme Overlords didn't expect this development. Though the curse's landing was accidental, it still should be unstoppable by anyone in 8 desolaces. Therefore, another force capable of repelling this surprised them. It's part of the overarching plans. One overlord deep in inner wild murmured to himself. Bam! Meanwhile, Triune Alligator Lord returned to 8 desolaces and seemed greedy to eat once more. As for Lord of the Deeps and Dead Immortal, they pressed onward against the other opponents, wanting to take advantage of the curse's suppression to kill them. Time's running out, we just need to devour Wuxia and the world is ours. Undying Lord uttered coldly. Triune Alligator Lord focused back on Wuxia. The other 2 also decided to come instead since this was more important. How do we break Corporeal Zone? The Alligator Lord asked. They knew that it was easier said than done to take down a heavenly treasure. I shall try. Dead Immortal said and summoned a special immortal flame. Despite not exuding a hot temperature, its gentle pulse still somehow melted a 1,000-mile radius. Chapter 48-28, My Turn, Poof. Dead Immortal refined this flame using the 10 greatest immortal flames from his epic. He named it Immortal's Demise. He sent it towards the corporeal zone and managed to make that section turn red. Alas, despite his continuous channeling, it didn't gain any ground. This flame could have ended an entire epoch, but breaking through corporeal zone seemed more difficult. Activate. The Abyssal Lord grew tentacles from all over his body with hands at the end. They attached themselves to corporeal zone and began sucking its power. As he went all out, time and space in 8 desolaces became chaotic. Everything became trapped and had to follow his momentum. Alas, this ultimate refinement still couldn't do anything outside of sucking just a little of its power. It was far from being able to take down this defense. They exchanged glances again and realized that they have miscalculated corporeal zone's endurance. How do we force him out? The Alligator Lord became impatient. Well, there is a simpler way. Undying Lord said, and the others understood instantly. Rah! The Alligator Lord opened his gigantic mouth and took a deep breath. Clouds in the sky disappeared with haste. Rumble. An oceanic tsunami emerged since the ocean nearby was being sucked dry by him. Boom! Undying Lord released his death energy and turned it into a maelstrom. It was large enough to be seen anywhere on 8 desolaces. Dead Immortal suddenly became a liquid and spread out at an insane speed, ready to engulf this realm. As for Lord of the Deeps, he also turned into an ocean and terrified all living beings. They're starting. The neutral overlords knew what they were going to do, force Wuxia out by destroying 8 desolaces. There was no way the Creator would just watch his epic being devoured. Poor ancient ancestors and divine monarchs who once thought that they were standing at the apex felt so helpless. The 4 overlords were overwhelming, so they could only tremble in fear. Boom! A thunderous blast detonated at this crucial moment. It sounded as if a heavenly tribulation was descending. This astounded the 4 attacking overlords along with the hidden ones. The former immediately pulled back and retreated. Clank. They then saw Li Chia walking out of corporeal zone. The blast earlier came from his body. It seemed that their plan was a resounding success. Li Chia didn't wish to see the destruction of 8 Desolaces. Boom! Lightning bolts started leaving Li Chia and rushed for the heavenly corpse, reducing it to ashes along with the curse. That corpse and the death incantation were frightening, but the power of the high heaven was simply on another level. Poof! The last lightning bolt left Li Chia and his wounds disappeared. He's recovered. The overlord hiding in space could see that Li Chia was now back in full strength. The group of 4 saw that the situation has deteriorated. They thought that they still had a little more time. Looks like this is it. Li Chia sighed since he couldn't wait any longer. He stared at the 4 and smiled, preferring hell over heaven. I see. We are hell, aha. Triune Alligator Lord laughed thunderously. These overlords have experienced countless hardships and trials before. They regained their composure right away despite facing a healthy Li Chia. Is that so? Looks like one of my meals tonight will be alligator meat. Li Chia chuckled. That depends on your ability. The Alligator Lord scowled. Trident. Li Chia commanded, and the great trident answered his call. Die. He threw the trident at the Alligator Lord, twisting the fabrics of reality and the laws of the world along the path. Bam! The Alligator Lord caught the trident with both hands and staggered several steps backward. The tip was only 1 foot away from piercing his chest. This is Triune Trident. How can my own creation kill? The Alligator Lord roared proudly. Rah! Alas! He couldn't finish his sentence because a Kuan-Peng suddenly appeared and helped push the trident farther. Pluff! It finally pierced the overlord's chest. Chapter 48-29, Triune Alligator Lord's Death. The Alligator Lord fell backward after being pierced by his own trident, smashing a large continent in the process. Spectators were astounded. Why did the Een Kuan-Peng attack its own master? Everyone could see that when the Overlord devoured the Kuan-Peng in the past, he had refined its true fate into the Een Kuan-Peng. It became a part of his body, also serving as a puppet when necessary. No one expected that it would help Li Chia by delivering the fatal blow. Moreover, after the Lord fell down, it didn't stop and continued to use its innate gift to gather the power of the world into its hands. Bam! This crucified the great beast down to the ground, immobilizing it. How dare you! He was still alive and roared. After a bright flash, his true fate left his gigantic frame and soared into the air. Unfortunately for him, explosions detonated and his own Grand Dao also escaped. These Dao rays turned into majestic figures. The Sea Gods. 7 Martial Goddess exclaimed. Yes, they were once invincible sea gods that could match the emperors. Instead of ascending to the 10th world like their peers, they returned to the origin. Since their Dao started from Triune Alligator Lord, they returned to him. To be blunt, they were eaten by him. Bloody laws appeared on the trident, eventually turning into runic chains. The chains wrapped around the sea gods, returning their intelligence and memories to them. Boom! These sea gods immediately knew what to do. They leaped upward and grabbed the Lord's true soul, dragging it back to the body. Triune Alligator Lord was able to live for so long thanks to the nourishment of these sea gods. They became a part of his true fate, but now, the trident had special runes capable of waking them up once more. No! The Lord bellowed, realizing the dire situation. Vengeance is mine. The Een Kuan-Peng roared, and its true fate also wrapped around the Lord's soul. The dozen sea gods and the great divine beast managed to stop the Alligator Lord from escaping his body. Break! Since death was so close, he became desperate and detonated his true fate, hoping to break free regardless of the resulting injuries. It was too late. The runic chains from the trident wrapped the massive lord and destroyed his true blood. Rumble. His body exploded, whether it be an inch of flesh or a drop of blood. The continental frame was swiftly reduced to a bloody mist. Ah! His true fate and soul couldn't escape either. The Yin Kuan Peng and the other sea gods also detonated their true fate in order to make sure that he was dead. The Lord's true fate crumbled into pieces and disappeared from the world. Not to mention regular cultivators, even overlords were astounded after witnessing this. Killing a supreme overlord was extremely difficult. He just needed one strand of his soul to stay alive, not the entire true fate. Alas, not even a drop of blood was left after all the sea gods and the Yin Kuan Peng exploded. In a sense, he had just killed himself since they were parts of him. The remnants of his essence immediately nourished the land. One area with a high concentration immediately became a paradise. Trees grew at a rapid rate and worms turned into earth dragons. Carps gained a golden glow while regular humans obtained an incredible body. His Tao power and essence could nourish a realm for eras to come. What a shame. His allies found this wasteful. If only they had time to devour him. Your turn now. Li Chia smiled and stared at the trio. From death comes countless lives. You will serve to nourish this world and its incoming golden age. The remaining trio had an ugly expression since the situation has deteriorated beyond repair. This certainly didn't go the way they envisioned. The hidden overlords also felt fear because they have been put in a passive situation. Li Chia had all the momentum right now. Though there was no official announcement, they had declared war on Li Chia since he was the current epic lord. Alas, they knew that the odds were against them. Greed was the motive leading to this unwanted result. It's time to end this. Li Chia smiled and raised his hand, changing corporeal zone into a sword. Bam! However, he didn't even make a move yet and Silida already fell to the ground as if it was struck. It lay there helplessly, seemingly giving up. This astounded spectators. It was still an epic lord that had ruled for ages. It had enough power to fight anyone as well. Now, it chose to surrender right away. There couldn't be a more spineless overlord since they were prideful. The remaining three exchanged glances and gritted their teeth. First, running was not an option because their hiding places have been exposed. Li Chia could easily pursue them now. Favorite. Chapter 48-30, Finality Swords. Triune Alligator Lord has fallen and Silida chose to surrender. Only Lord of the Deeps, Undying Lord, and Dead Immortal were left. They knew that this could only end in one of two ways, devouring Li Chia or dying in battle. Let's see your epic then. The Abyssal Lord stepped forward. They had no other choice but to fight him together. First, he was the current epic lord and had plenty of vitality left. On the other hand, their vitality withered, not to mention the heavenly injuries. Enough to kill you all. Li Chia smiled and waved his hand, issuing wonderful sword hymns. 9 grand sword Tao emerged in 8 desolaces. The sword Tao blossomed beautifully in the air. Sword intent became omnipresent, whether it be around living beings, the highest peaks, or even the stars above. Corporeal zone turned into 9 swords in order to harmonize with the 9 paths of finality swords. The swords floated behind Li Chia, representing the pinnacle of the sword Tao, Terra, Abyss, Flame Tao, War God, Myriad Era, Hallowed, Mad Sun, Tribulation, and Vast Sea. The swords and sword Tao fused together to create something unbeatable. Li Chia immediately became the greatest sword master in history. Back in Sword Continent, the sword users could feel this omnipotent presence more than everyone. The scripture, when used in conjunction with the corresponding treasure, resulted in perfection. His opponent became serious right away after seeing this. Now, the Abyssal Lord reverted to his original form, an incredible ocean consisting of dancing laws and profound derivations. Dao could turn into whales, turtles, or radiant clams with pearls. This was a world made of Dao laws and wondrous affinities. However, the Lord himself turned into an abyss and started devouring everything. This was how he had devoured his own epoch. Dao reversion. Dead immortals spoke softly before summoning various lightning bolts. They had different forms: tribulation type, earth bolts, life bolts. Its body then melted into a liquid with the consistency of mercury. The next transformation surprised everyone. The liquid pooled together to form a second Wuxia. Though they were identical, keen eyes could still see a difference in the aura and that the eyes were silver. The next development shocked spectators even more. Wuxia waved his hand and summoned the same 9 heavenly swords and their respective Dao. They fused together to create a supreme sword Dao just like Wuxia. The other overlords were caught off guard as well, having no idea of dead immortals' duplication ability. It became rather difficult to discern the real one when just staring at their sword Dao. Perish. Undying Lord attacked right away without any preparation. Eternal Death thrust forward with a speed 1,000,000 times faster than lightning. Time seemed slow in comparison. The limit of speed created an opposite illusion, that time was flowing slowly, even a single breath took years. Spectators were frozen and stuck in this temporal phenomenon. Grand Dao and laws became useless. This thrust was also imbued with the death affinity. This judgment occurred faster than the lance. Death was something above time and space. Zzz. Li Kai's flesh became black after the judgment. If he couldn't stop this, he would die before the lance could reach him. Of course, speed was not a problem for Wuxia. As the current epic lord, he wasn't constrained by the fabrics of reality. Clank. A sword hymn resonated across 8 decibels. Everyone felt their heart being filled to the brim by this affinity. Only the sword existed in their world now. He chose hallowed for the slash. Holy light illuminated and protected the world, chasing away darkness and death. Mortals and cultivators forgot all about fear while bathing in this light. This was the effect of hallowed sword Dao. Wuxia parried the lance successfully while shock waves blasted outward. The judgment of death was stopped by the ultimate holy affinity. In the next second, the light caused eternal death to gradually disperse into smoke. Undying Lord became alarmed and pushed his shield forward, releasing the death affinity that has been accumulating in there for eras. The dead obeyed the summon and started climbing out of the ground again as a side effect. Bam! Eventually, eternal death disappeared from sight and hallowed struck undying shield. The holy light erupted upon impact and illuminated the mortal realm. The remnant aura of death and the corpses turned into smoke after being touched by the light. Anything not part of the holy affinity could be purified by hallowed. This included death and indestructibility. Therefore, the shield itself started becoming transparent. Undying Lord reacted swiftly by retreating just before the destruction of the shield. Die. The Abyssal Lord also joined the battle after gathering enough power. His ocean and its endless cycles engulfed Wuxia in the blink of an eye. Chapter 48-31, Invincible/The cycles of an epoch were unleashed upon Wuxia, intending on sealing him. Boom! In the next moment, the Abyssal Lord gathered all the waters in the world and condensed it into a single brick, sending it straight at the enemy. This brick contained an immeasurable amount of weight despite its size. Within the brick were countless stars and living beings, the might of an entire epoch. Both time and space were buried by its weight along with the myriad laws. The Abysmal Lord wasn't happy with just this and rushed for Wuxia as well, wanting to devour him. His abyssal form was immense and had an all-trapping ability. Those caught would never be able to see sunlight again. This single offense contained 3 separate points of attack. The Abyssal Lord showed why he was able to dominate a whole epoch. Wuxia narrowed his eyes after seeing this. He sent out 2 Grand Dao swords, but in reality, they were 1 Flame Dao. Flame represented the fire affinity while the Tao counterpart represented extreme cold. Two extremities together made this Tao exceptional. ZZZ, the latter instantly froze everything, even the laws that made up the world. This included the epic cycles, water brick, and even the abyss. The smallest particles became immobilized as a result. Next came the fire affinity reaching the limit of heat. This grand Tao could burn everything down, even the sun above. The instantaneous rotation between cold and heat made survival an impossibility. The abysmal lord's attack was swiftly repelled, but Li Qia had to worry about dead immortal. The latter sent all 9 swords to attack him at the same time. Terra possessed insurmountable weight and immensity, capable of true devastation. Abyss knew nothing of limits and could swallow 3,000 worlds. Vast sea, as boundless as can be. The slash was never-ending in intensity. The combination of all 9 swords stirred spectators in disbelief. The other overlords thought that Dead Immortal has somehow duplicated the technique successfully. This Tao didn't belong to Dead Immortal, yet the result could deter them. Clank. Li Qia raised Terra into the air and combined it with the equivalent sword Tao. This single majestic technique was enough to protect the ages. Rumble. All 9 slashes from Dead Immortal were stopped by Li Kai's Terra alone. In the end, Dead Immortal's attack was impressive, but it still didn't possess the actual treasure in scripture, only relying on a secret technique from its epic. Boom! The immovable Terra continued onward for a slash after the successful parry. Rumble. Dead Immortal defended with its 9 swords and Tao, but one crumbled after another. All 3 overlords suffered serious damage after a loud explosion. Undying Lord became Hallowed's victim. His armor was cut through along with his body nearly being severed. Lord of the Deeps couldn't withstand the change in temperature. Half of his skull was gone and his body writhed in pain. It appeared smooth after the shifts. Dead Immortal's lightning bolts had been extinguished. Its body was capable of transforming into anything, but now, it was flattened like a piece of paper. The 3 overlords together couldn't kill Li Qia and suffered grievous damage. Li Qia had the advantage of being the current epic lord. The flow of time was on his side, hence his domination. Other overlords were mere guests at an unfamiliar playground. Moreover, Li Qia was also in his prime. The same couldn't be said about the rest. Spectating overlords shuddered in horror. If Li Qia wanted to deal with them, then they would need to abandon everything and hide. This included sealing their thoughts and powers. Otherwise, he would be able to find them eventually. They regretted waking up during this commotion. Slumbering would have been the right choice because that would have kept their location a secret. Unfortunately, they couldn't contain their greed and decided to join the fun. Now, it was too late to run because they were most likely detected by him. The 3 combatants turned pale and thought that they have still underestimated Li Qia. They have fought other epics before. Although they couldn't destroy all of them, they could still come out unscathed or with a considerable harvest. Now, regardless of their opinion on the matter, they realized that it was time to flee. Their speed was unimaginable, crossing through one chaotic dimension after another, which made tracing rather difficult. Unfortunately, Triune Immortal and the others instantly sealed their location and prevented them from performing another dimensional shift. They became trapped like birds in a cage. Leaving so soon? I don't think so. Li Qia smiled. The 3's expression soured. Undying Lord stared at Silly Da and said, "Brother Da, what are you waiting for?" Alas, Silly Da still lay on the ground, seemingly asleep. Chapter 48-32. Epic Paragon artifacts. Running was no longer possible for them at this point. Since this was Li Kai's epic, there was no hiding from him. The only exception was leaping out of time and this epic. However, if they could do something like that, they would have done so long ago instead of being trapped here. In order to avoid a direct confrontation with current epic lords, they usually hid in the borders of space. Their peers had done the same. Can't pig out forever without vomiting. Li Chia smiled. I will bury you three to nourish this world. Both three and the hidden overlords shuddered after hearing this. They coveted Li Kai's flesh, but the opposite was true. Though their epoch was long gone, they themselves contained its essences and treasures. Some of them had swallowed their epoch to stay alive for this long. Even if Li Chia didn't wish to devour them, they could still serve to nourish 8 Desolaces. Triune Alligator Lord was a prime example. He had devoured one continent, but after being killed, he would return this energy back to 8 Desolaces along with everything else he had. This would benefit the living beings of this world for eras to come. Damn it all. The three exchanged glances and gritted their teeth. They had no choice but to fight. Fellow Taoists, this world has changed, and so did the rules. Undying Lord's chilling voice echoed to the far reaches of inner wild and space. We might die today and nourish this world, you all shall be next. He tried to involve the other overlords so that they would join the fight to kill Li Chia. Vast the world is, there is still no place to hide. Dead Immortal continued, he will not stop with just us, this is inevitable. Fight alongside us and we shall divide this epoch to continue our glorious days. Lord of the Deeps went on. Li Chia chuckled and didn't stop them from finding allies. Alas, no one answered them. The overlords who were whispering to each other have stopped all streams of communication. Their coordinates have been exposed. Now, the only thought on their mind was finding a new place to hide. No one was stupid enough to show up. Brother Da. Undying Lord called for Silly Da again, but the creature still didn't respond. Seems like no one cares enough to help you three. Li Chia smirked. The three knew that the lack of response was due to their high probability of dying in battle. If there was even a decent chance of winning, the others would have run out by now since they desired Li Kai's flesh along with the epoch. Shall we start? Undying Lord decided to fight to the very end. Come, my weapon. He roared. Boom. An old citadel appeared from the abyss. It shared the same name as its master, Undying Citadel. The celestials and death energy floated around the city. This place has been accumulating the death affinity for ages. If it were to descend to the mortal world, it would refine all living beings and turn them into death energy. Whoosh! An immortal ray flew out of the citadel. All living beings felt the temporal flow reversing and the laws receded like the tides. Once they calmed down, this ray has been caught by Undying Lord. It turned out that this was a flying dagger made from an unknown material. Its main affinity was time. Alas, upon closer inspection, this particular weapon didn't seem to be complete. The immortal ray within the dagger was still chaotic. Temporal dagger. Undying Lord stared at his epic paragon weapon. It's incomplete. A different overlord murmured while observing it. Undying Lord crafted this weapon during his prime. Alas, he couldn't finish it before the end of his epoch. Therefore, he left it in his citadel in order to gestate it with the remaining essences of the epoch, hoping for grand completion. WCM boom. A maelstrom in the abyss emerged with a rotation capable of sucking in the heaven. All the oceans in 8 Desolaces couldn't fill it up. Rumble. Starry lights surged from the bottom of the maelstrom as if it had devoured galaxies before. A certain thing flew out and landed in the Abyssal Lord's hand. It was a square crystal with countless galaxies inside, resulting in beautiful glimmers. Unfortunately, there were cracks in this cosmic crystal. There seemed to be too many stars and it couldn't fully contain the power within. Epoch Cube. The Abyssal Lord revealed the name of his paragon artifact. The looks in his eyes became colder and more determined. Buzz. In desolate wild by the border, a lake had shimmering waters with the consistency of mercury. A silvery light came from the elusive bottom. It had an inscrutable mystique, seemingly capable of taking this lake to any epoch. Boom! A silver maelstrom flew out of the lake and appeared above Dead Immortal. The moment it appeared, tribulation bolts detonated in the center to everyone's horror. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.